Hello and welcome to, excuse me, hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have a very, very special day planned for you. This is our celebrating our 1 year anniversary. We started the channel last year, May. I think Aaron created the channel, I think around May 1st or so. And we started streaming our first trial. Our first stream was Chud, Chad Daybell, and that was we didn't do it on May 1st or May 2nd. I think it was maybe the 25th or 26th. So we caught like the last 4 or 5 days of Chudley there. And then Karen Reed was our second one, and that was at the very end of that as well. So I really appreciate you guys being with us here today. I am very, very excited about our list of guests that will be joining us. Excuse me, just want to say hello to everybody. Jennifer, Juniper, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you for the congratulations wishes. Mary, thank you as well. Baka, nice. Shirley Roth, good to see you. And Kate, hey, Britta, awesome. Member for one month. Out and about with Diane. Yes, I will try and stay awake to watch this live with you all. I hope so. We have SneakySide coming. Oh my goodness, my voice. Hold on a sec. All right, let's see if that's a little bit better. I feel like I've been up all night, which I haven't. That's really funny. Yeah, Selena, thank you for the congratulations. Yes, Roland Garros, awesome. I love tennis. Thank you, Baka, for choosing to watch with us and watch Roland Garros. I have not watched any this year. Sadly, I usually watch a lot of it, and I've just been missing it. Psychosaurus Rex, thank you. 80s, oh wow, 80s Music Man, nice. Swings in, hello everyone, good to see you. Hey Ola, how are you? Happy birthday to us. Yes, nice. Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy. Thank you for the congratulations. Appreciate that. And Sherry, good morning from Oklahoma. Good to see you. Josh, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All the recovery addicts are here. And our fantastic mod squad is joining as well. Rachel B, thank you for joining us. You will be joining us later around 4 o'clock. We have you. Jade, good to see you. Thank you. Miss Lurker Extraordinaire. Nice. Yeah, and Polly, maybe she's going to give birth like any minute. It's we're we're on kitty birth watch as well. Hey Sherry, thank you for joining us. Lily Wayne, happy anniversary. Thank you, thank you. Widespread Panic, another one of our fantastic mods. Love it. Hey Gordon, happy anniversary, but please don't get too big. Don't worry, Dwayne or Gordon. Sorry, I just saw something from Dwayne there. Yeah, don't worry, Gordon. We will all take it in stride. That is for sure. Golden Girl, thank you for joining us, and Hellcat, another one of our fantastic mods, and Fala. Hey, good to see you. Susie here with bells on. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Hey, Katya, you're going to be joining us in just a little bit as well. Regina, I'll allow it. Crawford, I can tell who's watching Karen Reed. Only fan. Technically, it's 3 minutes and May 1. Nice. Lily Wayne, like the shirt. Yes, thank you. I enjoy the shirt as well. Hey, Meg. Hello, you made it. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Christy G, thank you for joining us. Let's see. Forever Texas girl. Is that how I would say that? Forever Texas girl. Corey, thank you. Oh, and Dreama, good to see you. Member for 4 months. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Maddie's mom, thank you for joining us. Shay saying good morning. Awesome. French Open on TV, Trial TV Live on my phone. Awesome, Baka. Appreciate that. Fala, thank you for that. Gifting 10 Trial TV Live memberships. OnlyFan became a YouTube member. Nice. Jen Pookie, good to see you. And Shay, thank you. Appreciate the well wishes. SneakySide will be joining us. Actually, yeah, Sneaky. Our first guest is not with us. So Sneaky, I may pull you in earlier. We'll see. Stay tuned. Let's make it rain today. Well deserved. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate that. Rachel gifting 10 Trial TV Live memberships. OnlyFan, thank you with the 5 Trial TV Live memberships. Oh, Emily, learn my last name or else. Good morning, RA follower and TCA follower as well. Nice. Thank you. Silver Fox 74, thank you for the congratulations. Sarah in shock and awe. Oh, Mary, thank you so much for that $50 super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Bug the unadjusted clock dugger. Nice. Happy Annie. Appreciate it. All right. Iowa Backyard. Very cool. Thank you for joining us. All right. I'm going to send a quick reminder to our first guest to see if he's going to be joining us. So let me just shoot him a quick reminder and say, hello. Let me see. Where did I send it to him? We have, let's see. I can't remember where I sent it to. Which address did I send it to him? Hold on, just bear with me for a moment. Okay, there we go. Let's see. All right, we'll give our first guest a few minutes. How about in the meantime, I'll open up a gift. How about that? All right, here, check this out. We got a lot of gifts, and I'm going to open up a gift. All right. And Fala, you gave us box cutters. So I'm gonna have to get the box cutters in a second. But all right, so this sorry for the crinkling. This came from Georgia. So I'm gonna open this up first, and if it's acceptable for kids, then I'll then I'll share it with you guys. All right. So here we go. Sorry for the noise. Here. How's that noise? Is that too? Yes. Yes, Fala sent box cutters. We do not have kittens yet. Not yet. We're on kitten watch though. Any second. So this is sweet. So we have a little cat dancer. Little cat dancer action. Very cute. Sweet. Oh, there's Super Ball. Super Ball wants in on the action. All right. We have let's see here. Super Bowl, look at her. She's investigating. So this is sweet. We got this. So apparently, kittens, their claws, you can't have them on like cotton. So you have to use these. This is just a burp cloth, basically. As you guys can see. So their nails won't get caught. So even though this says cotton, like just a regular towel, they say don't use. They say go with this instead. What do you think? My little supervisor over here. What do you think? Is that acceptable? All right. I got the seal of approval from Super Bowl. I don't know. Oh wait. All right. You got this from Polly. Oh, okay. Capri Law. Aw. You got this, Polly. Thank you, Capri. Thank you so much for this. Oh, and I just scared her. Unfortunately, I just scared the expectant mother. Oh, and this is sweet. Little nail clippers. Little nail clippers. So that's cool. Thank you so much, Capri. That's awesome. So thank you for that. And Super Bowl, I think she approves. I'm thinking that she's put her stamp of approval on it. So we got nail clippers, and we got little burp cloth. Yeah, that's cool. And of course, little cat dancer. That's nice. Thank you. Little cat dancer. So thank you, Capri. That was very sweet of you. Let's see. I'm sure Super Bowl will be all over that. All right. Who's the daddy? We don't know. That's the thing. We don't know who it is. We were hoping it was Rafa, but it wasn't Rafa. Rafa tried. Rafa tried. We watched him. He tried, but he just could not quite get there, unfortunately. So, Capri, there you are. Thank you. Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate that. Hey, Trial Junkies United. Good to see you. Yes, we've got Super Bowl Slim and Ember. So for those that don't know, let me see. That's Ember. That's Slim Pickens. You saw Super Bowl. She's right here. Polly's like running around. She wants to go out, but we don't want to let her out. And Rafa, he's in the other room too. Not quite sure where he is. Hey, 666. Happy anniversary. I'm happy for you. Thank you. You're a good dude and amazing channel. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right. So our first guest is, I think, forgot or he thought it was going to be last Saturday, and I know it's going to be the 31st. Today is the 31st, right? So, all right. Well, Sneaky, do you want to come on early? Sneaky, you would be next up. It's up to you. If you want to come on early, come on. I have Sneaky scheduled for 12:30, but Sneaky, if you want to jump on now, feel free. I'd be more than happy to have you come on. Sheila in New York, thank you. Appreciate that. Where in New York are you? I spent 17 years in the city and then a year and a half up in Woodstock before I made my way down to South Florida. All right, Sneaky, 5 minutes to get the dog sorted. Cool. Yeah, come on. Come on. No, it's not RA. RA's at 1:30. I hope he knows that it's at 1:30. Oh no. Scott, I hope you know it's at 1:30. Hold on. Let me see. I have Scott at 1:30. I have him at 1:30. Okay, 1:30. Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Thank you. So, yep, Scott will be on at 1:30. All right. Fanny Pack, member for 2 months. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Can't think of a better name. Sorry, didn't mean to cause confusion. It's all good. It's all good. We roll with the punches here. Oh, you're a mod? Yep. No worries, Josh. We did some work together at Sarah Boone, so I have access. Scott has access to us, and we have access to him. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. So let's see. We first started streaming because Erin is an avid trial watcher. So when she's working, she wants to listen to movies or TV shows or trials, right? So once kind of, I guess it was Johnny Depp. Well, we watched Jodi Arias. That was kind of the first one we watched, but that wasn't on YouTube, right? That was all Court TV and Law and Crime. And then I think it was the Johnny Depp Amber Heard that YouTube just exploded, right? With true crime lovers, if you will. So we got on that train of watching everybody that was covering that, and then everybody that came out of that. So it was, Emily and Rob and Runkle and everybody of that sort. And then Recovery Addict, we got connected with you. That was fantastic, and of course Peter, and then just everybody else. So we were watching Karen Reed, and last year, right, round one, and it just kind of dawned on us. We're like, why don't we start a channel? Why don't we start a channel? So out and about. Thank you so much for your $5 Australian. Appreciate that. So we're like, because we're always looking for something to do on the side, right? So I'm a graphic designer. Erin's a designer as well. She's a programmer. And I was doing, I came out of the publishing world in New York. And so I was always looking kind of for a side gig while we have a marketing agency as well. And I created some books, coloring books for kids, right? That those are available on Amazon. It's under Cam Publishing. Shameless plug. But so anyway, so I created 2 children. Was it 2 or 3 books? You know what? I can show you. Hold on. Let's plug this in. I know. What's up, dude? Oh, you have stinky breath. All right, so I created these as just a side hustle, right? So this one, so they're just, it's like coloring book, right? So I created all these little characters, right? And I have name your own dinosaur, right? So they're just, it's Cosmic Hatchlings, Alien Baby Dinosaur Coloring Adventure, right? So that's the publishing company I created, right? So there's that one. I did this. Oh, this is, let's see. So that was volume 2. This was volume 1, right? So this was my first attempt, right? So again, just name your own dinosaur, so kids get to color in, right? So there's that one, and then I did this one. So Alien Baby Dinosaur Coloring Book. So this would be your ABCs, right? So, and this I actually came up with names. So these I actually came up with names. So it goes from, as you can see, so it starts with A, right? It goes all the way, should go all the way to Z. So I came up with all these names: Zinxiosaurus, Ubisaurus, right? Then I branched out into floral mandalas, right? So these are just some mandalas for people, because my mom, she loved coloring books. She loved word puzzles, stuff like that. So this was kind of homage to her, because she passed away in 2020. She was a statistic, unfortunately, of COVID. So I did this for her, in honor of her, right? So anyway, so we're always looking for, this was my side hustle, if you will, just always trying to figure out, another source of income, and just, a release creatively as well. So I was doing that, and Aaron's watching Trials. And then we just thought, well, since we watch Trials all the time, why don't we start our channel, or start a channel? So we did. So that's kind of that's sort of the long story of it all, of Trial TV Live. That's how we were just sitting around thinking, because that's what we do. And we thought, well, why don't we create a channel ourselves? And it has grown. We are at 7,258 subscribers right now, which is just amazing in a year. We never did this to, we did it because we just wanted to do a clean stream. That's what we started off with. We just wanted a clean stream, and it worked. It worked from basically June until November, the Monday before Thanksgiving, which I think was the 22nd or 25th. Now I forget anyway, it was the Monday before Thanksgiving. And we woke up to an email that said, from YouTube, you've been demonetized because you don't meet our criteria of content creator. Like you're not changing the content enough. Because basically we were just taking the streams that everybody streams, and I was not on it. Aaron wasn't on it. We just put our logo on. We created graphics. We would do, in between breaks, like when they would go to lunch, so we were doing like our own thing, we thought, but we were just providing a clean stream. And YouTube didn't like that. So they demonetized us, and we appealed, and we created this whole video. I was talking on it, explaining what it is we do. We were, we spent like a couple weekends, after hours, trying to work this thing. And we put together, I think, about a 3-minute video. And they looked at it and said, nope, you guys still, that your appeal did not work, basically. So we were demonetized for 90 days. So three months they demonetized us. So that's when we made the decision that somebody has to go on screen, somebody has to talk. So that was me. And Sarah says, I found you all because Jules was all over X telling people about the demonetization and how ridiculous it was. Thankful that got turned around. Yes, and thank you to Jules. Yeah, absolutely. Jules was amazing. Is amazing. She's such a wonderful, wonderful soul, beautiful person, inside and out. And yes, Irish Amy, and the squeak caps were born. And thus is the birth of the squeak cap. Yes. Katya, she's doing well. She's actually doing a lot better. She's home. She's doing a lot better. And I'm not going to say anything more. I'm just going to leave it at that. And later in the show, I'll talk more about it. But she's doing well. Nothing bad. It's all good. So yes, the squeak caps were born. So there I am on screen. And I want to think it was Elisa. Sorry, it was Elisa and Trevor, her husband. So we were doing a rewatch, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, that was the one where we put me on screen, and the little man in the corner, like Scott. we became a little man in the corner, and yeah, we were doing a rewatch of Elisa and Trevor, and he's the one that. He abused her over the course of like 3 days. She was divorced from him, and he had a lawyer, but then he decided when she was up on the stand, he decided to ditch his lawyer and become pro se, only because he wanted to cross-examine her. So she then came into our chat, right? So she came into our chat, and I asked her to come on the show, and she did. She came on the show. Ah. Zach, still saving up for that membership. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate the $199. So yeah, so she came on the show. We talked about DV. We talked about SA. We talked about what her experience was. Do you remember, Fire Girl? Do you remember her being on? Gordon, squeak caps are the piece de resistance. Nice. Yeah. So, and then, okay. So then these recaps just kind of came out of that, because I always like to hear, everybody does a recap, right? I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to be able to do as insightful a recap as lawyers do. So I just take it as best notes as I can, and give it back to you guys. So, all right, we have Sneaky in the house. Are you ready, Sneak?
Hello. Happy birthday!
Whoop, whoop, whoop. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Oh, we are fantastic. It is so good to see you. You look fantastic. I love the hat. What does it say?
So it says happy birthday. Sorry that it's
Okay.
it's a little bit shiny here.
I got it now. I see.
I ran out this morning with the dogs because they love being in the car, to go to the dollar store to get some noisemakers and a fun little hat. Now I couldn't find birthday noisemakers, so we are Team Bride today. So I just was like, all right, let's do this.
I love it. And thank you for coming on somewhat short notice. Our first guest, I'm not sure what happened, but hopefully we'll find out. I hope they're okay. But thank you for coming on. And
sorry I couldn't get on earlier. I apologize for that.
No, you have nothing to apologize for. I'm the one that should be, saying thank you profusely for jumping on earlier than expected. So thank you.
May I say that I love the skeleton in the background with the guitar? It just means that you're like absolutely rocking in the next life. So that, and like your dogs are like dogs and cats next life rocking with you. So now, it just is like,
it's cool. It's perfect. Well, thank you. Do you know the backstory of both of those? You know the story about the guitar, but do you know the story about the skeletons?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right.
Well, fill me in.
Yeah, this is a good time to tell you. Okay, so we were watching the dog park murder trial, right? That happened, I think it was in February, if I'm not mistaken, February or March. And the what happened was these two guys got in an argument. One was one side of the political spectrum. The other one was on the other side of the political spectrum. And they got in a fight, and the one guy ended up shooting the other guy, right? So there was some question as to how this happened, because the guy who shot the person said he got attacked and he was falling down and all this stuff. And so in the courtroom, they had a dummy that looked like, and I think we named it. We had a contest of name the skeleton, right? And he looked like Jack Skeleton, right? And but his head was like this big. It looked like he was plastic, right? And he was and he was like. And they were like, he was going up to him. The prosecutor was going up to the skeleton, and he was like jabbing him and doing all this stuff. So
I'm so sad I missed this.
I know, right?
Oh, man.
It was like one of those moments.
You're describing it as amazing still, though. So I'm glad that I got this in retrospect. So. I'm laughing and like getting so heated up that my glasses are fogging up. So I just have to stop for a second.
Take a moment.
Oh no, please continue. I just needed to take my glasses off because I don't want to stop the fun.
So and of course, therapist, comes in, in the chat saying,
Of
well,
course.
well, guess what? My husband has a full-on skeleton that he used to put in his truck as a truck driver in the passenger seat, and people would just look at him like, "What the hell is that?" Right?
That's amazing.
So
oh my gosh.
yeah.
I'm
So
just opening my window that's right here
sure,
because you guys are making me laugh.
Yeah. So
Good times.
yeah. So So therapist, of course, has like anything and everything. She's like, well, it's just sitting in my barn or garage or something like that. So why don't I send it to you guys? So we're like, yeah, sure, why not? So it comes in like three different packages, and she did an amazing job packaging it up because we did an unveiling. We did an unboxing.
Nice.
Yeah, we did an unboxing, and the head was separate, the body was separate, the arms and the legs were all separate, right?
It's like a true murder mystery. It's just like it comes in boxes or a suitcase, and you're like,
right?
There's only a torso here.
Now I was under the impression this was real bone, so I'm smelling it. I'm like, oh, it smells like bones. How old is it? And then unfortunately, I was under the impression that it was true, but it's not. It's I forget what it's called, medical grade maybe, or medical something.
It's a
or other.
medical grade recreation, so that they use it in medical schools and doctors' offices, things like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
That is so neat.
So then, of course, we had a name the skeleton contest.
Yes.
So we did because it was the NCAA, it was basketball, college basketball, and how they do the tournament and all that stuff. So I thought it would be fun. So I told our chat, throw out all kinds of names, right? So we went through this naming contest, and it pared down, and then it was finally Slim Pickens, and I believe Pammy. Yep, there we go. Pammy was the one. Her name suggestion. Yep.
Oh, Pammy, that's good. I like that. Oh gosh, you guys are okay. Sorry, I haven't been around, but you guys are making me laugh like so much, so many laughs per minute that this is great. Just God, this is too good.
We had fun with that, and again, the whole point is for me to possibly use Slim in demonstration purposes,
Absolutely.
if you will, because we were watching the Todd Mullis trial. We did a rewatch of him, and he's the corn rake. I don't know if you remember him in Iowa.
Oh yeah, the wife, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. She was stabbed in the back. Like she had like 8 or 10 prongs in her wounds in her back, and the rake was only 4 or something like that.
Yeah, and the son was the only other person on the property. It was like a really that was an oddball.
Yeah. So Aaron and I had watched that when it was live, and then we were I think it was over the Christmas New Year's break, where we're always looking for rewatch stuff to rewatch and do. So we rewatched that one, and then so I think it was that one where I was like laying on the ground here, and I'm trying to figure out how on earth did he or anybody, because he was saying that she fell back, right? So I got on the floor and I'm demonstrating, and I think I got what did I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to remember what I used for the rake. I can't remember what it was, but anyway, so that got me, because I love demonstrations. I'm all about demonstrations. So that's why ultimately that's what the skeleton is supposed to be for, is demonstrations.
I really like that his name is Slim and he's got a guitar, because he totally sounds like an old blues or jazz guy too. So it works on so many levels.
Well, there is a real Slim Pickens. There is an actual there is a real Slim Pickens. Yeah. Oh, Krista. Oh, thank you so much for the 27.
Hi, Krista. So nice to see you, Krista.
Fantastic seeing you. Yes, I hope you're doing well, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Always good to see you.
Sending love.
Yes. Okay, so that's the story behind Slim Pickens, and then this little guy over here.
Yes.
Yeah. We were watching. Well, we are currently watching Carlos Dominguez, right? And he's out of California, Davis, UC Davis, the school up there, which is near Sacramento, and we have people in the chat that are going to it, right? Deanna's going to it, just Shamrock. Yeah, so Deanna's been calling in. And then the camera operator, Newton, he's in our chat, right?
No,
and
sorry, no way.
yeah, yeah.
That's so great that you have Deanna and camera up. This is so good.
Yeah. No, it's
Sorry.
amazing.
I'm
So,
so unhappy that I haven't been around. Oh,
no,
I
no,
need to be around now.
no.
I have more time now, so I need to just
Fantastic.
have you guys on in the background.
Fantastic. No, hey, whatever. It's all
I
good.
was
It's all good.
stripping wallpaper in my kitchen the other day, and I was just like, I need to just have you guys on in the background, even if I can't like watch what's going on in court. I can just watch like or listen to the stuff. Anyway, sorry.
Sure. No, it's
Wallpaper.
all good. It's all good. It's all good. So, so in the process of this trial and hearing Carlos's story, so he's got schizophrenia. State's saying
Mm.
no, defense is saying yeah. They've had like 4 experts on, and everybody's saying yes. He has schizophrenia. He stabbed 3 people, and two of them passed away. So it's really terrible story. And actually, the first person he stabbed, he's known as the compassion guy, David Bro. And you would definitely get into this. He would stand on corner in Davis with a notebook, asking people that walked by, define compassion. What does compassion mean to you? And he collected like 10,000 people's interpretation,
Really?
definition of compassion, and he wrote a book,
Oh
and he
my
went on a tour.
gosh.
Yeah, and they dedicated they made a memorial, a bench, compassion bench, and he was unhoused, right, by his own choice, right. He
Yeah.
went to Stanford. This was his choice, and actually, I think he was like in a day or two before he got stabbed, he was going to, he had found lodging, right. He was getting tired of
Yeah.
being sleeping in the park and all that stuff. So he was stabbed in the same park. He wasn't stabbed on that bench, but he was stabbed in the same parks.
Hmm.
So
Poor
as this
guy.
trial
He
is,
sounds amazing.
he has a channel. I think it's Compassion Guy. He has a channel, and
I'll
it's just,
go look it up. Thank
yeah,
you for letting me
yeah,
know.
yeah. He's just one of those unbelievably special. And his sister testified. She was the first one to testify right out of the gates, right? Number one witness, and he told her like a year before, something like that. And I'm paraphrasing, but something to the effect of, if anybody does, end my life, please tell them, offer them compassion. Don't be, you know, angry at them, or something along those
Try
lines.
to offer forgiveness
Yeah,
eventually, or like
yeah,
try to,
yeah.
you know.
So yeah, so that's kind of the backstory. Then as this trial is going on, we hear about this cat named Ember, that Carlos was taking care of this cat with his girlfriend, and they
Yeah.
break up, and he's taking care of him, and then eventually he stops taking care of the cat. The cat is like hanging out because he lives in a fraternity. So the cat starts to hang out with some of his, this other roommate, and the roommate has a girlfriend too. So the cat starts to hang out there. And everybody's like, what happened to the cat? What happened to the cat? And Deanna's in there, and we're like, Deanna, you have to go ask, stand up in the middle of the court and say, we want to know about Ember. Tell us about Ember. And right.
Justice for the pets, Chloe
Exactly.
Ember.
Exactly. No, of course, it's all about the animals and the pets, right? So, in one of the testimonies, the defense asks, "So what happened to Ember?" Or somehow it came out that Ember got hit by a cat. Ember got out and got hit by a car. I'm sorry. So Ember got out of the house and got hit by a car, and everybody in our chat was just like, "No!" We were just
Oh,
crying. It was. And we were in the middle. Okay, so we were in the middle of doing a name the pet, name the cat. Same thing as we did
yeah.
with Slim Pickens, and we had gone through like 3 rounds. We had like 50 names, right? So we were doing this whole thing, and we had gone through 2 rounds of name the pet, name the cat, and after, as I heard about poor Ember, and I was just like, I at a break, I told the chat, I'm like, guys, I can't, we cannot continue naming the cat. We have to name the cat Ember. And I asked everybody what
Mhm.
they think, and we had like 99% of people said yes, yes, yes. So we are now
Excellent.
remembering Ember with let's see, that
Slim
little guy back there.
Pickens.
Yeah, yeah. So Ember and
Slim
Slim Pickens.
Embers.
Slim and
Amber
Ember.
Slim. Both of those sound like they could be like band names also, like our fun game
Right.
that we play.
Right. Ember
Yeah.
and Slim Pickin' and Ember, right? Ember and the Slim
Yeah.
Pickins. Oh,
um
so
I I
enough
thought
about
of a
me. You
question.
go.
I
Yes,
thought of a
yes.
question that I wanted to ask the founders.
Sure.
And it's that, you and Aaron have been together and been doing, like different ventures together, both work and personal for,
Mhm.
you know, quite a while. But
Mhm.
with this venture here over the last year, is there anything that you both learned about each other that you did not know previous to starting Trial TV Live? Like, even if it was something small where you're like,
Mhm.
I didn't know that about you.
Right.
I just was
There's
wondering, as a weird, because
yeah.
like there's always little things that come up, and I was wondering, did Trial TV Live bring that up somehow? Just because you work on it every day.
Right. That's a great question, and I'm sure there's probably 1,000 things that we've learned about each other um, that we
Putting you on
didn't.
the spot is hard.
Yeah, no, no, I don't mind. I do want to pull this up though while I think about that. Zach says, "Tell you that he says hi."
Oh, Zach's
And
been reading his Canadian US English
gotcha.
vernacular. Yeah. Nice to see you, Zach.
So something specific though. Um, that I have learned. Well, Erin is a fantastic designer, and her design skills
Mhm.
have vastly come out, right? Because up until I would say this channel, she was all programming, right? I mean, and she still
Mhm.
does that. I mean, she's the programmer. I do more of the visual stuff, but she would also do a lot of designing as well. But now she's doing a lot of the thumbnails. Matter of fact, like the majority of the thumbnails. She's coming up with, like Monica Sementilli, she had some
Mhm.
brilliant ideas, with some of those
Yeah.
thumbnails. You remember those?
Yeah.
So, so
Yeah,
I'm
those
just,
were good.
I am discovering her design side is really blossoming and flourishing, and it's yeah, it's really taking off. So that's, I would say that's probably first and
That's
foremost for me. Yeah,
that's a great answer. I really enjoy that answer.
yeah, yeah.
So
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, yep. Irish Amy. Yep. The beaker thumbnails were
the
everything.
beaker, yeah, they were just everything and more. So
Yeah.
it was quite something.
And yes,
Um
Monica did provide a lot of the art and inspiration.
Monica, I believe, does have a fledgling career as, an incarcerated artist of sorts.
I agree.
She's a niche crowd, but
Hmm.
she's gotten some exposure.
But
Sorry.
good one. No, that was yeah, that was perfect.
It's just hanging there.
Yeah,
Anyway, yeah,
exactly.
no, it's
I
been
love it.
uh it's been a lovely year getting to know you and Aaron. I think I've maybe known you for 8 to 10 months, so I wasn't here for the very beginning, but I got to
Mhm,
see you for most of the growth of the channel, and
mhm,
watching it has been fantastic, and it's
mhm,
been so thrilling. So, congratulations on over 7,000 subscribers.
mhm. Thank
And
you.
you had, what was it? How many views? You had like a really big uh milestone for the amount of views that you had on your videos.
Yeah,
And I'm
40.
475,000. Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
That's huge.
Yeah, yeah,
People have come to your page almost half a million times.
yeah, yeah. It's
Like,
those numbers
in a
just
year.
become. I don't even. I don't. What's the right word? I don't get wrapped up or caught up in that. I check it out because we have a counter over here, so we're at 7260. So I just keep an eye on that, but I don't obsess about it, I guess. And it's like out of my realm of concept to think that almost a half a million views. Yeah, that is pretty. I just don't even think about it in that way.
I think it's really good not to have it in presence of mind when you're doing your everyday work, right? Because you guys are both kind of thinking about, especially you have other businesses, you're trying to do day-to-day stuff. And so I think in terms of maintaining your kind of mission statement and what you want to do, that's a really solid thing. Like, it's just a really practical, pragmatic thing. And I think it's really actually helped with your growth, because people see that genuine kind of connection that you have with your viewers, and they see that you're not trying to be someone else to get an algorithm. And that's the thing I hate on YouTube, is people are like, let's try and get the algorithm, and I'm like, okay, go away. Like, just go away. So like, I really do think a lot of your growth is because you guys can connect with people on a great level, and that you're not necessarily counting the numbers every day, but that you're counting the engagement and the level of discourse in your chat, and like what you guys get out of people, and and how you are able to create this community. So I think it's just great. Sod Girl, thank you.
Nice. Yes. And thank you for saying that. And we didn't start this to make money. We didn't start this to have 1 million subscribers. We didn't start it for that. We started it because we watched trials and we wanted to provide something for ourselves. We wanted to provide something for ourselves, and we watch the trials we want to watch, not what everybody else is watching. And we kind of make a point of trying to find those off the beaten path trials as well. So our numbers may not be the best as other creators, which is fine. There is no competition. I think a really great creator once said that the internet is big enough for everybody. And I would agree with that sentiment, that we're not in competition with anybody, and I don't want. I guess it's an internal competition. If anything, if there was a competition, which there really isn't, but if there was, it would just be, always pushing ourselves to do better. Do better thumbnails, more engaging thumbnails. Do better recaps. Pay attention to the trial.
Your recaps are great, though. By the way, like, I don't even ask questions if I'm just jumping in on something, and I'll jump in on things and just not go into the chat, because I know I'll be kind of not adding anything, but I'll just go and read your recap at the bottom, and then I'll listen to your recaps when you're doing the court breaks, and they're really, really good. So it's a really great way to get a lot of information in a short amount of time.
Thank you. And you're right. The descriptions, that's another thing we pride ourselves on is and that came out of going to other channels and what's this trial about? What's the backstory? And then going into chat and everybody's asking the same question, and you get tired of it, quite honestly, having to answer the same question 20 times. So we're like, no, and we're also about knowledge and education. I come from a educational publishing background. So I've always been big proponent of education, especially, children's education, but, as adults as well. So, and Erin is, her thirst for knowledge is the same, and she always, ever since I've known her, she always educates people. That's like one of her claims to fame, if you will, is that she likes to teach people. So
she's got a really cool brain, by the way, though. Like, I love the way that her brain thinks, and it's not necessarily the way that everybody else's brain thinks, and it's really refreshing. So,
absolutely.
Sorry, Erin, I know you may not like us talking about you right now, but anyway, continue.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I think she's okay with that. So the descriptions have now become as important as the stream, as important as the recaps, because again, everything's kind of born out of a need, a necessity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And quite frankly, I was just getting bogged down with people asking the same question over and over and over again, because I would have to take my focus off of the trial and answer the question, because I want to answer the question. I don't want to, whenever I see somebody ask a question, I don't want to hang, I just want to be able to
Yeah.
answer that question. And I want to have that at my fingertips. And if I don't know the answer, if it's not in the description, which happens a lot, I go over to Google and I figure it out. And what's Zach saying? You should release squeak caps at the end of the stream as a separate video. Serious idea. For once.
You know what? I really love that idea, Zach. I do.
It's there already, right? The content is there already.
It's a great idea, and
Right?
the content is there. So it's just Zach, that's a great idea.
All right, Zach.
Zach, I've even missed you. Jeez.
See, things are born out of jam sessions too. Here we go. We're having a great jam session with our chat, and Zach, that's a great idea. We'll have to give some serious thought to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoy that. Jeez,
All right,
I enjoy the people in your community. It's so good. Like, just the people in the community at large, like the people that you guys are in, the channels you guys are affiliated with, like, you guys all have such great communities. You have such great people. And it's wonderful. I wanted to say, I am so looking forward to Therapist and Dr. Rachel's show. Holy crap. And so you're doing a show with them, and is it once a week?
To be determined. We're not quite sure. Yeah, they're kicking around the schedule, trying to figure out what would be the best for everybody. So yeah, that's to be determined. But we are going to launch that on Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern. And that's going to lead into Lori, although Lori may not happen Monday because they still have to find a jury, seat a jury. But they came to us with that idea, and we love it. And
so good.
We're going to run with it, and they're going to be on at 4:00 together talking about it. So chat, definitely hang around for that. Awesome. Because Dr. Rachel and Therapist Juno will be on teasing their new show, Dead Serious, that you can watch here on Trial TV Live.
Dr. Rachel and Therapist, I'm very much looking forward to that. So I will be here at 4 to listen to you guys have a chat about that. So people, stay tuned. Stay tuned for our coming guests.
Exactly. So how about you? What have you been up to? Anything?
You know what? It's been like a lot of family stuff. I've been doing a lot of stuff around the house. I've been doing like a lot of stripping of wallpaper. I painted a room, like a lot of just not very fun stuff. Like, I don't know anyone who likes painting. If you do, then
are you kidding?
All power to you.
I love painting.
Do you love painting?
I love painting. Yeah.
I guess if you get into it, it's like a very zen thing. But I always have like the dogs trying to cause chaos, and I'm like trying not to have them step in a tray and be like with little toes and like little.
Yeah. Then there's that. Yeah. Then there's that. Yeah.
But so I'm just a bit busy, and I'm trying to engage in getting things cleaned up here in the house because just with illness and stuff, things were not being taken care of here. Now that I'm feeling a bit better, I'm able to kind of tackle some of this. So that's what I'm trying to do, which is great. And so trying to do that and spend some time with my nephew and do just like everyday adult stuff, like legal stuff and all the stuff that's like just not that interesting. So but other than that, I'm trying to think if I've done anything fun. I went to Vancouver for a concert in February, and that was really fun.
What did you see?
I saw a Swedish hardcore band named Refused. They broke up in the 90s.
Okay.
And I was too young to to have gone to their shows, but they broke up during their first North American tour.
Mhm.
And then after they broke up, it turns out the record that they made became huge and really
Okay.
influential. It was called The Shape of Punk to Come.
Okay.
And so they ended up getting reuniting in 2012 or 2013, and I had
Mhm.
tickets for that show.
Mhm.
And I had a surgery beforehand that did not go well, and it was a bit rougher on me than expected. So I had to
Mhm.
give my ticket away to a band that had
Mm.
not reunited in 20 years.
Wow.
And
Wow.
I was so sad. And so I literally, the guy who took my ticket and my
Mhm.
other friend, I'm just like, I just can't have you guys talk about the show in front of me. Just please don't do it. Like, I'm
Oh.
so glad that you had fun, but just I can't.
Yeah, that would have been
Just
tough.
it's
Yeah.
my misgivings that I can't do that yet. But
Right.
I they are saying, like, we're doing a final tour. This
Mhm.
is our farewell tour for North America, and there's
Uh-huh.
no way I'm going to see them in Sweden. So I was just
Mhm.
like, this has to happen.
Mhm.
But because of some things that happened around here, I wasn't really going to be able to afford to go down. So my friend um, used all of his, like, well, not all of them, but he used his air miles points to fly me down to Vancouver so I would not miss it. And I
Mhm.
was so,
Nice.
so thankful for that
Mhm.
because it was one of the best concerts I've ever seen. And it was a
Mhm.
really rowdy Monday night. It
I'm
was
sure.
great.
How large was
Yeah.
the venue?
The venue wasn't too large. I would say it was no more than 1,500 people.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's good.
And then
And
they had 2 more dates before the end of their tour, and their last date was at Coachella.
okay.
So, that's a good way to end your North American tour.
Absolutely, absolutely. I remember you had mentioned their name, and you had mentioned that you were going to see them, or you. I think
Yeah,
this sounds familiar. So I'm glad that you told me
yeah.
again because yeah, and I looked them up, and I did like what I heard, but I haven't listened to them since the last time we talked about that. So uh,
Well,
thanks for
the
kickstarting that again.
the lead singer, when he was, like, 18 or 19 years old, he had some of the best dance moves I have ever
Hmm.
seen and they were, like, a hardcore band, so it
Hmm.
kinda was, like, really mismatched, so I really loved it, but I was like, I really hope that at, like, 45, 50 years old, this guy still busts a move, and he was, like, dancing, like, whipping his mic around, doing all sorts of stuff. It was a
Nice.
ball. So, yeah, I had a great time. So,
Nice.
just
That
thank you
sounds like
to
yeah.
my friend Merlin for flying me down, and it was a nice memory for me. And now I'm like, to my buddies, I like, you guys can talk about the show now. Like 15 years later, 13 years later.
Well, now you guys can compare how they perceived their show 13 years ago and how you perceived it now. A little bit, they're a little bit older now, right?
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because I told my friend that I was supposed to go with, my friend Cal, I'm like, so in like 2 weeks, I will be able to hear about the show from 13 years ago and not be such like a bitter hag because I'm going to see them in Vancouver, and
Hmm.
I will be a bit better about this. And he's like, "Oh, really? Me and my wife are going to see it, so we'll see you down there." So I ended up going for breakfast with them that day, and I haven't seen they live here in town,
uh,
but I saw them like
like,
8 hours
yeah.
down south, and I haven't seen them for like 3 or 4 years here. It's just my social life is wrecked. It's so funny. It's a
Oh.
dumpster fire, but it's funny. Like, my friends are awesome. So, just
Yeah.
it was a
Well,
great time. So,
you are awesome, so I can only imagine the people that are around you are as cool and as fun
mhm.
and enjoyable as you are. So,
Oh, and I like to keep my friends for a long time. So this is like Cal is a friend I've had for 20 years. So
mhm.
it's
Nice.
yeah, I'm I'm very fortunate and very thankful to be able to have lasting friendships with some people that I very much cherish. So for the people who have those, cherish them and hold on to them for sure. So
It is hard. Yeah, it is hard to find those kind of
it is.
friends, and I'm finding, by this channel, we are finding friends such as yourself that
Hmm.
I feel that we will be friends until I pass away. And,
Hmm.
I'm looking forward to many decades of our friendship for sure. So,
Lots of laughs.
yeah,
Because,
yeah.
like, honestly, we like to joke about lots of stuff to make things later. So I think it's just going to be lots of years of, like, just inside jokes and things.
And it's only going to get better and better. I know. I love it.
Yeah, so it's going to be good. But I think that this first year has shown the promise
Hmm.
of how much love you guys and how much attention you guys have put into it. And so I just wanted to say to everybody, thank you for being here to celebrate with Trial TV Live. They are very special. I know they are very special to you. That's why you are here. They're very special to me. And to be able to celebrate, to get together today is a very special thing. So thank you for inviting me. Thank you for having me here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for all the guests who are coming on, which I am really looking forward to because you have all of your friends basically coming by here.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. And you certainly do not have to go. That's kind of the vibe of this, that I had scheduled people every half hour. So if you want to stick around, stick around. We have our guest at 1 o'clock has not shown up yet. So you can certainly stay. And I would love for you to stay, to be quite honest. But if you need to go, that's fine as well.
What I'll do is I'll stay until your next guest gets here, and then
Okay.
we'll do a little bit of banter, and then I'll let your next guest come on, and I will go see how my dogs are doing and make sure that they're not getting into trouble.
Fair
And
enough.
yeah, and then I'll watch the show, and then if you need or want me to come back on later, if there's time to fill, I can maybe try and do that.
Okay, no,
But
that sounds great. I
yeah.
did want to ask you about Diddy
Mhm.
because I know you
Oh.
were covering him way back when. Have you been
Mhm.
following and keeping up on what's going on with him?
I have been keeping up on Diddy.
Hmm.
So that has been quite quite the case. And so for anybody who has not been keeping up on Diddy, it's in the Southern District of New York, and there are no cameras allowed in those courthouses, but they do have a number of people who are in the courthouse every day that do take notes and report every night.
Hmm.
And when it comes down to it, the first week or so, a lot of people who I think were being paid by Diddy were going on talk shows and saying, like, I don't see any Rico here. I don't see nothing. But then
Right,
we started getting into week 2, and we started getting into arson and firebombing people's cars.
right.
And we started getting into the transportation of people over state lines for certain purposes.
Hmm.
And we started getting into, what what things you need to make a Rico. And I think it'll be interesting because I think that they have flipped his main co-conspirator, which is a woman named Christina Karam.
Hmm.
And so people are saying there's no Rico here because nobody else has been prosecuted except for Diddy. And a Rico, you need other people to be prosecuted.
Hmm.
And the thing is that no, you don't, because the feds are giving deals to the people who are testifying
Hmm.
against Diddy. So, when it comes to certain types of work for money, that is illegal work, and people have been testifying to doing that on the stand. So that's technically illegal. They would technically be part of a RICO, but they are getting deals to testify. So they would technically be a co-conspirator, or his girlfriend, who was being abused and, very much taken advantage of, would also be a co-conspirator. But because they're all getting deals, that's why you're not seeing a whole bunch of people being tried. And so there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what a RICO is and how you can get there, I think.
Yeah.
But I think
sorry.
it'll get there.
Yeah. I have just dipped my toe in just a little bit because I'm seeing thumbnails of like who's testifying and what's coming out. And, and like, it does seem like an interesting case. Like initially we were like, yeah, we're not going to touch it because it's, it's Diddy and just, it's going to be one of those things. Not because of who he is or what he did, but just because, well, I guess it is who he is, because it's just, I thought just everybody would be talking about it. And I'm like, as I explained earlier, we like to go the off the beaten path trials, that kind of, so like celebrities like that, that's why we would kind of shy away from it, because like I figured everybody would be talking about it. But surprisingly, of course, it's Karen Reed. Everybody's talking about Karen Reed, rightfully so. So that's why I'm like, maybe Diddy would be a fun rewatch, and even though there's no like camera, but it would be fun to like do a reading. Maybe we could do a reading or something. We'll get like 10 people or 5 people, and we'll do like a transcript reading of it at some point. I think that might be a fun idea.
Yeah, and I know some of the transcript would be so there are a couple of different outfits, like different reporters live tweeting from the overflow room, because they have an overflow courtroom that I think the certain people can live tweet from. And there are certain times where something will happen and then all of the outlets will stop tweeting for a bit. And that they've touched upon something that pretty much is too explicit for all of the outlets to touch.
Wow.
And they can't find a way to put it in a so even with the transcript, there's been some stuff that I know will come out of that, because you see those outlets go dark for a certain amount of time where they're not tweeting anything. So something will start, like there'll be a story that starts and then people stop for 5 minutes and then something else starts. And you're like, that's not good.
Right.
But one of his ex-assistants was on the stand yesterday and the day before, and she was talking about abuse in SA that she suffered at his hands, and it seemed pretty bad. And she said that because she was such good friends with Cassie and she loved Cassie so much, like his girlfriend, she would have taken it to the grave. And he was threatening her to say, I'll tell Cassie that you wanted that and that we were having an affair. And so he's just a despicable man.
Yeah.
So
No two ways about it.
Yeah, the amount of people that you can make feel uncomfortable, or like with you and Aaron, the amount of people that you can make feel comfortable, like your presence, it exudes something, right? It exudes like a certain energy, and people can pick that up. So I just I know that there are a fair amount of outlets that are being, or not, I don't know, but I would hazard a fairly educated guess that there are a fair amount of outlets that are being paid to say better things about Diddy than.
Wow. That doesn't surprise me. So I want you to stick around. So our 1 o'clock has not shown, but we do have True Crime Addict. If
Hello, sorry. Hiya,
there
sorry.
you, no.
I was just giving hello. I
There
was
you
giving
are.
instructions to my husband to for now to not make any noise now. Sorry.
No, I appreciate you. I saw you in the chat saying, because we have you scheduled, I think, for let's see.
2:30, I think it was your time.
Yes. Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Nice to see you.
2:30. I had you at 2:30, but you say you have a soccer game you have to deal with?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to email it and then I forgot it is the final of the Champions League. And I watch it every single year. And I was like, you had me right when it starts. I was like, oh, no, I need to come on early. I'm still probably going to be watching the stream on the background 2 at the times, but football game is football game. Well, soccer, sorry.
Yeah.
Soccer.
No,
My
football.
bad.
Yeah, call it
It's religion. No, call it football. We don't mess around. Like we know we bastardize the.
Hey, Emily.
We feel awful.
Yeah. I was like, I keep forgetting like is soccer and football is 2 different things for you guys. I'm like, oh no.
No. Well, I think like
when you say football, you mean real football. Yeah. Like American football is something different. Sorry, Chris. I know that might be also a very controversial statement. I'm Canadian, so I'm a weird one. Yeah. I'm not Switzerland, but I'm kind of in the middle.
I'm the weird one that is crazy.
No. But it's nice to see you. Nice to see you. How you doing?
What's going on with you? Tell us well, you have a channel. We'll go ahead and talk about your channel.
First of all, happy anniversary, guys. I can't believe 1 year. It's been like it was yesterday that I found you guys. Exactly, yeah. So happy anniversary. And yeah, you guys are doing incredible. I've been lurking around the shadows on your channel because doing my channel, we stream basically at the same time. So sometimes it's really hard to be doing the streaming and then being at the people's chat. I do try, but sometimes it's absolutely impossible, especially, YouTube is funny enough that you have to talk, isn't it?
Yes. Against my better wishes, but I'm kicking and screaming. I am now enjoying the talking and interacting with people. So
I think you get used to it. You just hi Josh. So you get used to the talking and to the talking to yourself. Well, basically to yourself. I'm talking to myself because normally when I'm doing this, no one is home. You still have Erin. You kind of can pretend that you're talking to her, but you get used to it. It's one of those things.
I know.
Yeah.
So what's going on with you and your channel? Tell us some new things, good things about you.
We're doing this trial, right? I don't know if you heard the Maxwell Anderson trial.
Oh no, what's that about?
He unalive murdered Sade Robinson. She was a 19-year-old girl, and he dismembered her.
Oh, is this the first date? Is that what it's called? First date?
Yeah, the first date murder trial. Yes, that's the one out of Wisconsin, and it's absolutely incredible and sad and absolutely horrendous. The way they did it, and like yesterday we saw some footage of that he was on a bus with a massive backpack, and it's believed that her head was inside of the backpack.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I know. It's absolutely. It's like they've been comparing him to Jeffrey Dahmer.
Wow.
And he's absolutely insane. Yeah.
Cool. So no Karen Reed for you? You decided to go a different route?
I mean, I did Karen Reed for a little bit because I was in between trials, and to carry on, make YouTube happy and not let the go of the algorithm. But we did a Karen Reed, but then it got to the part it was getting too much. I was like, please, and then the trial started. And then a friend of mine that was in chat, she's actually been my court watcher for us. And so she told me about this trial and was like, yeah, we'll go to it. And yeah. I mean, Karen Reed, I'm not against Karen Reed. I know there's a lot of opinions on that one. I'm one of those that's like, I don't know, I do not speak English when it comes to Karen Reed. So yeah.
So I got to pull this one up. Hannah said in the Women's International, England destroyed Portugal.
Hannah, I'll have a word with you later.
Sorry, just had to pull that one up.
Yeah.
I suddenly have something to do.
Mhm.
No.
Ah.
It's show business, definitely. Sorry, I was just looking at a comment. I am not gonna attempt to say the name of the person, because me and saying names, they have also compared her to him to show business, the guy that of the trial. So it's absolutely, it is very what they describe in the openings of the prosecution was my days. The trigger warning, I had that on a loop of every 5 minutes, because otherwise it was that bad, the openings. But it was very good. It's very good. It's still like watchable and everything. So, and I hope that we can get justice for Sade, because she was a beautiful 19-year-old girl. She had a lot to live for and everything. So yeah.
So why is it called the first date? I'm guessing they how did they meet, or what's the story?
I think for the background is that they were on a date they met, I think, on an app or through some people. Oh, SneakySide went.
Yeah.
I know.
It's okay. Yep.
So they went on a first date, and she never made home. He invited her over to his house. She said yes, and that was the last time, and that she was seen alive. And then obviously family reported, and this was on April Fool's of last year. It's actually quite a recent case. It's just last year case. And she disappeared. She was reported missing on April 1st, on April Fool's Day. And then he was arrested on April 4th. And then it's been a crazy wild thing. It's been held on a $5 million bond.
Yeah,
so he's still in jail.
Yeah, they do not want him out. Is he representing himself, or does he have?
No, it's not that exciting. No, he has the two attorneys. They are very good. They are private attorneys, because his family has money. They are very well known in the area of Milwaukee, and so they are good, but they're doing their job. They're doing a defense job, trying to create the reasonable doubt and everything, which I hope they cannot get. I don't think they get, because all the evidence and everything that there is, it's almost impossible. But we've seen some surprises this year in trials.
Absolutely.
So
yeah. Now, is it like DNA? Like how
there is a lot of footage of him. Like there's footage of him in the woods to kind of almost dismembering the body and letting go of the body. And then there's the footage of him burning the car of his victim. There's the footage of the buses, because this is in Milwaukee, so in Wisconsin, and they have cameras all over the place. So they literally tracked his movements with the car, because he was driving all around town with the cars. So there's all of that. We had yesterday, about 10 witnesses, and all 9 of the 10 witnesses were detectives.
Oh wow! Okay.
So literally, it's been going. And it's a fast-paced trial. We are on witness 34 already, on the third day of trial.
Wow! Yeah, that's amazing.
It's amazing, and you wouldn't believe they have a 2-hour lunch break.
Wow.
Judge Bev never.
Holy smokes. Yeah, it's amazing. Like some trials are just really efficient. They just fly through, you'll get like 10 witnesses in a day. And then other trials, you get like 1 or 2 witnesses,
Yeah, that's like they're like literally go. And this judge, she has there was been 2 sidebars or 3 sidebars so far for the whole trial. There's barely any objections. It's really straightforward trial. It's very easy, very smooth listen. The sound is perfect. So it's like the dream trial almost. There's no dream trial, but
I hear what you're saying. Sure.
But what I mean.
Yep. From a technical standpoint, watching standpoint, no, and for what he did, no, of course not. It's terrible.
We even wore pink yesterday, and we tried to raise awareness for the victims, and we tried to help them on, because we have the court watcher, and we tried to, because pink was her favorite color of the victim, so we tried to to do that in her honor and everything. So
Sure.
yeah.
So you have somebody in the court and they're in your
Yeah.
chat and everything? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we have a court reporter, which is awesome. We actually have two, but one hasn't been going because she's been unwell, but it's okay. But yeah, we've gotten the inside scoop of the jury and how like the jury looks and what do they think. It's a heavy one, and there's been some heated situations in the gallery already. So it's
between the families or
between the
who?
families, yeah, and someone calling her the defendant a monster.
Yeah. Wow.
So
yeah, well, there's probably a lot of police then, you know, to protect him, to protect the families, you know.
Well, the way that this courtroom, if you guys ever see it, is that the courtroom is separated by a glass wall type thing. The main part of the where the judges and the lawyer and the jury is in one section, and then the gallery is divided by like a glass wall type thing. So
cool. Do you know how long it's going to be going on for? Have they given any
they say it's
indication?
about 2 weeks. So
2 weeks. Wow,
it should be either next week or the week after finish. So
Yeah,
it's not too long of a trial. I have something against long trials.
I know.
It's not my cup of tea.
I love the 2-week trials too. That's like the perfect zone for me. Yeah.
It's like because I saw the Carlos Dominguez trial and I was like, oh, that would be a great trial. But then I saw it was 1 in California, and then 2 was about 10 weeks. I was like, yeah, no.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was going to be 10 weeks until I think we actually started streaming it. Then it came to my attention that it was going to be 10 weeks. I'm like, oh, okay. But there was nothing else. Oh, we were going to do a rewatch. We figured, okay, we'll just do a rewatch of something.
Yeah.
We had a couple trials that we were going to do a rewatch on. But it's going faster. The judge says it's going quicker, you know, faster than what he's anticipating it to be.
That's good.
Here, I'm going to bring Sneaky back on. She's got... Aww, look at you.
Aww, okay.
Happy birthday to Try to Be Live. Happy birthday, because everyone is here. And Piper's right there. Happy birthday, because we're out here. And I had a cake.
Yay! Cake.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Do not set any fire alarms or any alarms with that.
No.
Don't set any dogs on fire. Nothing with fur.
No dogs on fire. Sorry you couldn't blow it out, but I figured from Florida, even like a butterfly flapping its wings probably couldn't make a tsunami over here or whatever. But it's just it seemed like a gimmick that seemed fun at the time.
Awesome. No,
I'm gonna go put this away.
Okay, it scored. Also, it landed.
Disappearing on April 1st seems like a really, really bad
that was
to disappear.
Yeah. That's not probably the worst day to do disappear and to do anything like that. It's
yeah. So 2 weeks, so you're about 3 or 4 days into it. Do you have your eyes on something in June then? Well, actually, it would be like middle of June.
There are so many coming up in June that it's hard to choose. But then again, it's whatever we can find a feed and we can find that is actually going to be streaming that. But there's one out of Florida, actually, that I've been following since literally it happened. And if it doesn't get postponed, because you know how courts happen, they always postpone everything. But there's one, this is a crazy case. Happened in Kissimmee, the pizza delivery one. So the girl was an attempted murder, and she was delivering a pizza. She was not happy about the tip, so she went back and stabbed the person.
Yep, I heard about that one. So that's coming up in June. Yeah,
that's supposed to come up in June, but then again, they might delay it again. There's Donna. If they don't delay it her again. In terms of trials, I think that's the only 2 that I know there's in June, but I'm sure something will come up and, there's always something around and some digging. I know that Sean Higgins has a hearing as well, because that one was your guys' fault that you got me into that case. Because I think was your last stream on him. That was a hearing, and I'm like, oh my days, I'm hooked to this one now. So
it is the 10th. It's June 10th.
It's the 10th. Okay, right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we will absolutely be covering that, and I hope you do as well when that actually kicks in. That's going to be
we'll see, because I
fascinating.
mean, it depends on and then there is Steven Stern's coming up soonish in September. Obviously,
Yep.
Brian Koba again. Are you guys gonna
Probably
cover?
not. Probably not. Yeah, we haven't been covering any of the pre-trials. Yeah, just Stearns will do, but Kohlberger, yeah, I don't think we will.
Is it the length or is it the case in itself that?
Probably the length for me, and I think Aaron's just not. Yeah, just for some reason, we're just not. We're not jumping on that train right now.
Yeah, I'm still unsure. Like I've been battling backwards and forwards about Brian Kohlberger, but I'm really hooked on it right now. I went down a rabbit hole when the Dateline thing came out. I went down a very unhealthy rabbit hole of doing Brian Kohlberger investigations and looking into things that is like I want to, but also the time difference. It's not the greatest for me. So I am it's not being picky, but because I'm in the UK, it is very hard to stream some cases. Like, for example, the Carlos Dominguez is out of California. That would be absolutely kill me. Laurie Daybell, sorry.
Nice.
For her, it's like I streamed the other one, the Charles Vallow one.
Yep.
I'm not gonna touch this one because it finishes at 1 a.m. for me. I have to be at work for 5 a.m. So
I commend you for that. You have a day job, regular job, and then you also stream on top of that. So
yeah, exactly. So I have to be careful with the time zones that I find my cases. Yeah. So I tend to stay on the eastern side.
Here,
of things.
Yes, OnlyFans says he feels you because for those that don't know, OnlyFans is literally 12 hours behind whatever we're doing right now. Add 12 hours.
Yeah, exactly. So it's already Monday there. Ooh.
It is.
Well, Monday, no, Sunday. I'm thinking it's Sunday today. Never mind.
No, please. I need Sunday. I need a day to relax and not do anything.
Oh, my days. I've been off for a few days, and I don't know my days anymore. It's just like all getting intertwined.
So that leads me to like what do you both do for when you're not watching trials, not covering trials? What do you do to like decompress, get away from it, shake it off? Dare I say, use a squeegee and get rid of all that negative
to disinfect.
energy.
Yeah. What do we do to Windex if we can? That's a branded word.
I just saw Jules is in chat, so hi.
Oh, there she is.
Been such a while, Jules.
Hi, Jules. So nice to see you.
Hello. But sorry, I just had to mention Jules is in there. She's a great friend. What do I do? Well, I sleep because after I don't have time for work and true crime, I sleep. That's the only time left. No, I watch football, soccer, sports, spend time with a hubby, spend time with my newborn niece. My niece was just born a couple of weeks ago. Let me show you. That's her.
Oh,
so
sweet.
she's 7 weeks this upcoming Thursday. So spend time with her, get my cuddles, spend time with friends, chill, sleep, relax.
Yeah,
yeah.
Sneaky, what do you do? How do you Windex off?
I have been getting into, and I wouldn't call it necessarily gardening. But I've been taking all the weeds out of my garden, so I've been weeding.
Okay,
and
that's very therapeutic.
Yes, it is. And I read a medical study like years and years ago about how like the soil has microbes that actually boost your serotonin. So like gardening actually will help boost your mood because of the dirt, the actual dirt. There's like a physiological thing. And I thought that was fascinating back in the day. So anyway, I've been doing stuff in the backyard and in the front yard and pulling weeds. And, my lawn in the back just grows so fast. I have to cut it like every 6 days.
Oh my gosh.
It's just like the front yard does not grow like that, but the backyard grows like a crazy, crazy Amazon jungle. So it's it is therapeutic. So
Have you ever done earthing? Have you ever heard of the term earthing? I believe.
Is it like grounding where you put your feet on the you know
Yeah.
what? I've always heard about that. And you know what? I even had a doctor, like a specialist, say like people have told me that this has helped them. And
Mm-hmm.
because you don't have many options, like you could always try it. And like
Mm-hmm.
there have been studies that proves that there are benefits to it.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Yeah.
I've meant to try it. Do you do that on a regular basis?
I do, and I love just being barefoot. Erin's barefoot all the time. I have sandals on, but during breaks I'll go outside and I'll just we have a huge yard, so I just literally just put my feet on the grass and the dirt, just try to connect and get back to what makes me feel good, which is nature. And I grew up in the country, so that grounds me. And when I was living in New York City, where there's obviously nothing but concrete, I would go to the parks. And whenever I had a chance to get out of the city and go hiking, I did, and it's funny how I now find myself back to a country setting. And I think it's important, whatever it is that I think makes you connect back to feeling good about yourself and life and humanity, because that's what we cover all the time, is the worst of humanity, so it's nice to, you just have, for me, I feel you just have to get back to whatever it is that you choose, as long as it's not detrimental to yourself, like drinking or drugs or whatever. If you go out and look at the stars, if you look at the moon, if you go play with your niece, your pets, or go roll in the grass or whatever it is. That's so important.
That's definitely it, because what we cover and what we listen to all day long, it can get heavy and it can get to you. So definitely, I do speak that several times. And even, for example, we have a song, there's AI generated, that is called, actually, a friend of mine did, there's called Touch Grass. Basically, it's just to go outside and wind, to do, because it can get very heavy what we do and what we listen all the time, true crime and all those things, and do things that, like you said, that ground you and gets you back to yourself, and don't let that subject have a weight on you. It's very good. So I don't understand anything about gardens, so do not ask me any. My husband does. He's a gardener, so.
All right. I have an incredible treat for you guys right now. I've been kind of teasing this all week, that we were going to have somebody come on, and it was going to be a game time decision. So that person is ready. So I bring to the stage Jules. And recovery addict.
Hey!
Oh my gosh.
Welcome
Hi,
in, guys.
everyone.
Welcome in.
Hello,
How are
hello.
you guys doing?
Hello.
Well,
may I say something?
Jules, go for it. Yeah, we haven't
I
heard from you
would
in
like
such a long
to
time.
say something. You all know that I have been having a health crisis, and I need to shout out 3 people and give an apology to one in particular. But Erin and Chris have been extremely supportive and giving out updates when I was able to or wanted to update my situation. And Scott, I owe you a huge apology. I know that you've been in touch. I have not returned your calls. It's not because I don't love you. I do. I just was not in a place.
Well, no apologies needed. No apologies needed. We did reach out, but as soon as I realized what was going on, what you're dealing with, you taking care of you was the number one thing. And Chris and Aaron have been keeping us in the loop that way. And we've got nothing but hopes and prayers going your direction for the best possible outcome for your health situation.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate
Absolutely.
that.
Yeah, Jules, you have no, and I appreciate what you said, but you have don't apologize to anybody for anything. This community is so behind you, and people ask about you all the time, and we have to weigh our words as to what to say, and we go off of your direction. And I can't tell you how thrilled I am that you are with us today. This just makes my heart soar. So thank you for joining us.
I made my debut back on YouTube.
You did.
I think this may be the one and only. Listen, guys, I've mentally have shut down. physical body has shut down, but my brain has shut down. My life isn't going to be the way it was 6 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I do pop in. I don't chat, but I do every now and then. I'll hit Recovery Addict. I'll hit Trial TV. I hit Andrea, Lori, and I pop in. But you guys don't know I'm there, but I am there. But my enthusiasm is not the same. But I appreciate
focus your energy elsewhere. That's all right.
Yes, and I appreciate all the prayers that you guys are sending up. I am a firm believer in the power of prayer, and thank you so very much.
Jules, that's awesome. It's great. It's great to be here on with Jules. I love it.
Yeah.
I know. I miss Scott so much.
we've had some pretty good times together.
So let's talk about that, because we all connected for Sarah Boone, but how far back do you guys go?
Scott and I go back to Kowalski versus J Hatch.
That's right. Yeah, Scott, you traveled. You drove down, right? Was that 1 or 2 days you drove down?
Yeah, it was. Well, it was an overnight trip. The only reason I drove down is because they mentioned me in one of the filings, and as soon as they did that, started putting screenshots from my live show. I'm like, okay, I'm going to show up. Okay, I'm not going to get pushed around by you guys, and and so it was great. Got to meet with Dr. Joe, who I see has been posting some things on some YouTube shorts and things. Now it's great to see him back active online. Got to meet with Jules. Got to meet some other great court watchers and fans of my program as well. Just amazing.
And you got to meet the Kowalskis.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And the lawyers,
at least one side. You left them out.
Scott, did you have your live view at that point? Were you streaming, or did you just go into the court?
I did the live view. I did a live view on that one.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. And
it was terrible because I was trying to charge it at the same time I was running it, and I was in the courtroom. And it's the first time I've done it like that, and it's a little bit loud. So the power that goes, and I'm like, every time it fires up, the bailiff's like looking over, like, who's making that noise? I'm like, he's gonna kick me out. I know he's gonna kick me out because I'm in the courtroom with it, right? I'm not in the media room.
right. So you're shrinking down, hiding.
I'm trying to like cover it up a little bit and cover it with my feet and try to mute the sound.
You're just looking around. You're like, what? Who, me? No, what? Yeah. It must be that person over there.
Yeah, but
that's great. Well, then Sarah Boone, we all connected with Sarah Boone, and you were gracious enough to lend us your live view equipment, and
we did Ashley Benefield too.
That's right. Yep. Yeah, we watched it, and I think, Jules, that was the one where they called to the stand Ashley Benefield, and your head, you popped up like this, and I think and the expression on your face was just brilliant.
That little clip of Jules popping her head up going,
yep.
That made the rounds. TYO Toys picked it up. It was on some of the live.
That was good. That was good.
I had no idea she was going up on. I mean, it was like, what? Wait, what?
Yeah. I had the same reaction because I'm watching it and working, and I looked around. I'm like, are you kidding? Because we had no idea that she was going to come to the stand, and then I saw your head pop up and your eyes go like this, and it was just and it was brilliant.
And I talked to her lawyer that morning, and he made no mention she was going to take the stand.
Complete surprise.
Just came right out of the blue. So, Scott, while we have you, because I know you have a family obligation later, I just kind of want to touch upon a few things. First of all, how do your kids react to you being a YouTube star? Because you traveled to, was it Tennessee, and you had little ones in the background, and I thought, oh, that would be a really good question to ask you. Do they think of you as like, oh, Dad, whatever, like when you're doing your birthday song or you're talking and you're doing your thing, or are they do they generally like dig what you're doing?
Well, they still wear my shirts. They're Recovery Addict shirts. They like those. So I think they're a fan. I will tell you, my kids are amazing. What they put up with me yelling, "Hey, quiet! I'm live!" We're going live because I don't have a soundproof studio. It's separate from the house. I'm in a little room. We're right in the middle of an old house, and they have put up with all sorts of stuff. We've sort of trained them just to be good, and they're amazing kids, and I spoil them rotten off stream when we can and spend as much time with them as we can. So
absolutely, that's so important. So that leads me to my next question. Like we were talking earlier about what we do to kind of decompress and figure out how to get our lives back in order after covering such intense stuff. Like, what do you guys do? I know you take one day off a week, right? At least one day.
Sunday's I do nothing. I mean, I won't even pop in and say hi on a channel. I'm like, I need to do a complete reset for my brain. Also religious, so I focus in that area on Sundays. And I like to, if I've got time, my go-to would be either fishing or metal detecting. And fishing takes too much work. So it's metal detecting. And if I can just pop out to a park and find a ring, or, a couple quarters or something, I'm back. I'm back. That's me getting my feet in the ground, getting grounded again, and to get my hands in the soil and reconnecting.
All right. My father-in-law watched your first few videos when you used to do the metal detecting and absolutely loved it. He doesn't like true crime, but he only watches the metal detecting videos every now and again. I told him that you still stream, and he's been asking me, like, ask him when are you going to do any more metal detecting videos, because you've got a fan waiting.
You've got something for everyone.
He's well-rounded when it comes to streaming.
Yeah, exactly. So he needs to know when you're doing another one, because
Well, I was just today. I was looking because I'm getting prepped for a little remote filming project we're doing up in Virginia, separate from the channel, and it's going to be really complex and no power, and we have to be isolated for 3 days and still have all the. It's going to be nuts. So I'm going to have Starlink running, and it's going to be way over engineered and a lot of fun. But as I was doing that, I was thinking maybe I should take a metal detector. And the reason was not to, like, look for Virginia treasure or something, Civil War treasure, but I'm like, I know I'm going to lose a screw off of tripod or something in the middle of this. I'm like, I need a metal detector now to find where that screw is. So I'll put them back together.
Good excuse.
But, you got to be prepared. You have to be prepared for anything and everything. And that sounds like, that's your go-to for finding something like that. That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's good.
They're just hanging out with the families as well.
When Scott was down here, when it came down during the post trial motions for the Kowalskis, we were talking about his metal detecting, and I told him he needs to come back down and go to Siesta Key, because that's where all the people that have money hang out, and it's the most beautiful beach in the world. The sand is like walking on cotton, and everybody loses jewelry there.
Which one is that one? I need to write
Siesta.
Siesta.
Because I'm planning to visit the US next year, and I'm doing my stops map, so I need to put that one on my stops. Doing a US tour. No, I'm joking.
No, that's great.
Nick Strabo will be here in September.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he's coming in. Yeah, he's coming in. So
Well, I'm still trying to find when you guys don't have a tornado, a hurricane, or any other natural disaster. So I'm trying to find out the times, the correct time of coming.
You'll never,
tomorrow.
You'll never come.
Tomorrow officially starts hurricane season for us, and it does not end until December 1st.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when it's not like super hot or super cold, it's like, I'm trying to find the perfect time.
It's never super cold, Katya. It's never super cold.
Well, in Florida, but I see in other states that it's.
Well, other parts of the states would be summertime, but Florida would be probably March. I would say March or April would probably be a good time to come.
If I go to Florida, I will burst out in flames. That is not an option. In summer,
Well, how did you fare during all of that flooding we had back in the what was it, in January or whatever? I don't remember. How did you make out in that?
Are you asking me?
Me?
Or
yes.
Yeah,
North Carolina.
I'm in Eastern North Carolina, and most of that went west, and so we got to Usually we have like crews coming out helping us, cutting trees and stuff. We got the opportunity to go, and I actually ended up traveling down to South Carolina and being a cleanup crew with chainsaws and stuff down there and help out. So we got spared entirely. I mean, it was like we got like an inch of rain, which is a Tuesday for us, and the rest of everybody else just got deluged. It's still, I mean, driving through to Tennessee, there's still damage that we can see. I-40, the closures, the width restrictions and things, they're still trying to clean up from that hurricane.
Wow.
And it's going to be years before it's fully restored.
Wow.
My cousin lives in Pisgah Forest. Is it Pisgah Forest or Pisgah Falls? I always get that mixed up, in North Carolina. I was worried about her, but she's at the top she lives literally at the top of the mountain. So it didn't affect her or her home or anything like that. But she was stuck at the top of the mountain for weeks because she couldn't go down. Everything was washed out.
Yeah. We do a lot with radio communications. I'm a ham radio operator as well, so we like to help as well. And just cool. Because we can move in and set up equipment to get messages in and out when the cell towers are down and all that. So it's fun. But
that's really cool.
That is cool. Yeah. So are you able to you talk to people around the world on that, or how does that work?
I'm the world's laziest ham radio operator. I only do it during emergencies. There was a time when I was like, let's see how many QSOs I can get and what's the longest range. Now it's just like, I want to have all the emergency equipment to keep my license up for that, but I just don't have time to just sit and chat with random people that aren't on the internet.
Gotcha.
So
I wanted
on the internet and stuff.
I wanted to ask you about, we sent you back your equipment, and there was a little snafu about that. Like how did it end up being down the street yet was signed by? Like I had somebody sign for it. So how did that work?
It was my mistake.
Okay.
It came to the right place. The mailman who knows us, because we're in a small town, so he knows everybody. Right. He's like, yeah, this is going to the right place. And he basically took the box and said, signed for, put my wife's name down, said signed for, just dropped off because he knew we'd want it. I put it on the porch. And the problem was the last time the box, which had a little Apple AirTag in it, the last time it had connected to an AirTag was way down the road. So I get a notice that it connects to an AirTag that's been received, and it shows that it's 3 blocks down the road, and that it's signed for when no one in my house signed for it. I opened an investigation with the inspector general of post office. I don't know who all was involved, and they're like, actually, we've got a GPS location that shows it was from your porch, and we went to the front door. There it was.
Okay.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, wow.
We were sweating bullets to put it mildly.
I can imagine that. I mean, losing any equipment like that, or anything. It's a big responsibility.
That equipment. Well, I could never do it. I mean, God bless Chris, but we had a blast during Boone's trial with that equipment. I mean,
and nobody got to see that, but the hoops that Chris jumped through to make that work, because I sent like the parts and pieces, but the actual configuration he needed required a whole bunch more cable and extra power that we didn't. We had all these considerations that Chris, in the last minute, urgent, under the gun, and in a town and out a hotel room in his car, put the pieces together. We're getting stuff mailed in and confusion there, and throughout it all, pulled it off, and it was amazing. So
didn't you get something sent, Chris, to the 7-Eleven across the street?
Yeah, Amazon primed something.
Yeah, there was somebody in your chat. It was a person in your chat. We needed a battery, and I thought I gave the correct address, and then they were. Yeah. And Amazon said, oh, well, we deliver to 7-Eleven. I said, well, there's one right across the street. So, of course, it was sent there. So I go over there to the manager because it says it was delivered because your person in the chat, we were texting back and forth. And the manager's like, no, we don't have that here. I'm like, are you kidding? It says it was delivered. He's like, I don't know anything about it. So I'm running around, trying to find this. I never did find it. It never. So somebody got I think
down there has a really nice battery.
Yeah, exactly. But we had so many great stories. Jules and I would do daily recaps, right? And there was always a story to be told. And one of the best ones, Scott, was that you had to do a reboot with your system, and I needed a paperclip to push in the button on the live view unit. And I'm in my car, and you're like, "Oh yeah, you just need a paperclip." I'm like, Scott, I don't have a paperclip. So I think I may still have. So I went around to all the other texts, right? Because all the news stations are there. So I went around to all the texts. And Jules, you know the reporter, the one blonde reporter, right? Who was in the courtroom with you. So I'm asking all the texts, and I go, "We don't have
Miss Booby." Sorry, I call it like I see it, and that's what she was.
All right, hold on a second. I think I can find it real quick. Hold on a second.
With her tight
I
ass clothes on, like she was like she was doing glamour shots in the courtroom. I don't know. It was insane. It was insane. And then when I was doing my interview with Sarah's lawyer, she tried pushing me out of the way. No.
Yeah.
No.
Anyway,
So
I'm sorry.
So this is what they had. Josh from Chick-fil-A came to the rescue with this pin, whatever. I can't even open it now, but this pin on the back. That's what I ended up resetting.
So now Josh doesn't have his name tag anymore because of you, basically.
Pretty much. But that saved the day. That literally saved the day, or else I would have gone over, because I went into the court, I went to the courthouse, not in the courtroom, but I got friendly because the restroom, I would go use the restroom. So I got friendly with the security people there. So I went and I asked them, they're like, "No, we don't have it." Even though the public defender's office is right there. I'm like, "Really? Nobody has a paperclip that I can borrow?" But anyway, so Josh, Chick-fil-A, Josh saved the day, because every day, Scott, every day there was at least
something new.
5 to 10 things.
The first 5 days or so, you had the battery packs on the dashboard of the car, and we didn't know that it was supposed to be hanging in an upright thing.
There was modems.
Those were. It was a learning experience for both of us. So.
Those were the modems. I had them laid out. And of course, this is Orlando.
Right.
Thankfully, it wasn't June, July, or August or September. So it was middle of October. So it wasn't as hot. So it was like, it would get to like 88, 89. And my car, truth be told, I didn't have air conditioning because my AC crapped out. So, and I didn't have time to get it fixed. So I had no AC. So I'm watching.
Yeah, but we used my car so you could have AC. I mean, not all the time, but not all the time. But yeah.
Yep. A couple times
I wasn't driving in your car with no AC.
No, I know. So we did use your car. There were a couple times I didn't have AC, and there was generally we used Jules's car. She's right about that. So I'm dying in there, and the battery. I think the first day we discovered that the battery it only lasted like 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, 3 hours. So I'm watching it go from like 100 to like 50, and then it gets down to 20, and then 10, and then 9. I'm like, oh. So I'm like, I got to sort this out, or else we're going to lose the feed by lunchtime. So again, I go to the techs, and Scott, you and I, we've talked about that. Like, techs help each other, because you never know when you're going to need something, so everybody helps each other. So I go to whatever the local channel, ABC, NBC, whoever it was, and I said, "Can I connect to your electricity or whatever?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." So one guy gave me this long power cord, like a 25-foot power cord. But I ended up, the box the way this is set up, for those that don't know, there's a pool camera, right? And they send the feed out, and then everybody else can connect into that. Generally, it's inside, right? It's inside where it's air conditioned.
Not in Orlando.
Yeah.
Not in Orlando. Orlando, it's outside, and it's literally the silver box, right? And everybody's in their cars, they're in their vans with their satellite dishes, and they're plugged in, and they're having a grand old time. And I'm in my little VW Rabbit or Jules's car, and I've got wires coming out of it, coming out all the windows. And I opened the other side of the box.
But we left extra early so we could park literally in front of that box.
We
didn't
get
have
there
tables long enough to get. We had to get right to it.
Yeah,
so
we had to.
Further.
Yeah, I had to park literally within feet, like 2 or 3, right up against the curb. And thankfully, the box was right there. It wasn't like 20 feet in. If it was like 20 or 30 feet in, we would have been screwed. But anyway, so
sorry guys, I have to duck out. But
yeah.
everybody, really lovely to see you, Jules. Sending
Nice to
love,
see you.
and
Thank you,
everybody,
Sneaky.
have a
All
great day.
See ya.
Bye.
Thanks.
Miss you,
Thank
Ari.
Thanks for the cake. So on one side of this silver box is the connections with the all the BNC connections, and you've got cameras, TV screens, so you can see the live feed and everything. But then on the other side, I just opened it up just to see what was on the other side. Thankfully, there was a power strip, but there were only two connections, and one of them was being used. So thankfully, I was able to plug into that, because if I wouldn't been able to plug into that, it would have been disaster. Yeah. So
we were so unprepared. We really were. I mean, we were flying by the seat of our pants during that.
We had the bare minimum.
The
bare
half.
minimum.
And once we got,
yeah. So Scott, on your end, I know what I was going through. We were talking all the time. On your end, what were you sweating bullets as well as us? Because we were uploading to top mark, right? So tell us about like what you were experiencing.
My issue was with LiveView and the company I buy all the data through, because each one of those modems has its own dedicated, unlimited, agnostic cellular service. So each one can connect to AT&T or Verizon or anybody else, T-Mobile. If whatever has the best signal, it will connect to it and I'll use their data. But to get that to work and to get the LiveView to recognize all four, they have to authorize my account, because normally people just use 2 modems. I wanted all 4. So they have to authorize my account to recognize all 4, and we've only got 2 to connect. And so they're trying to fix it, and they finally say, okay, we fixed it. We realized we hadn't checked a box on our side. All you have to do is just push that little pin in on the reset. When you restart, you just use a paper clip. I'm like, okay, Chris, I need you to get a paper clip. But yeah, it was wild. But other than that, I mean, you were doing all the hard work on the ground, really, and I just got to watch the feed come in and there. Yeah. And it was really good. It was great.
And I appreciate you saying that. And it as hard as it may have seemed, it was a lot of fun. I had a blast working with you. Obviously, Jules, that was fantastic. Loved working, quote unquote, working with you. But Jules I would be in the car by myself. You'd have to go into the courtroom. And so I would see you.
Except a couple of times I had to leave the courtroom because I was on chemo at the time, and I would go into the car and go to sleep for like an hour and a half, and then rejuvenate and get back into the courtroom. But yeah, I had to do that a couple of times. So
yeah.
It was. I will tell you this: every event has a little aspect of that in it. Every single time, it's always different. And so, I mean, I like to have like triples of every. That's why I have. Let me show you cables. Hang on a second. Let me show you the spare cables I have in my studio.
Oh, the cables. Cable talk now.
Well, you need it.
Oh, definitely. Oh no, don't. My cable is so disorganized. No one will ever see them ever.
Of course, you have it all. Okay, it's all wrapped up in a nice. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
This is about 35 pounds of spare cables.
I love it.
Ethernet on one end. Everything audio can connect. Every audio from others. XLR, 1/8 inch, 1/4 inch, you name it. RCA can do that. Power in the middle. We've got all the audio cords on the other side for XLR, long runs, and SDI.
And even that might not be enough. Even that, because a cable could crap out on you, or it might be working one day and then something happens. It breaks,
I ordered a new cable today. This morning.
So if I need any cables, all right, I will be calling you. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
And then you have to troubleshoot. And if you're not knowledgeable enough to figure out right away what's wrong, you got to troubleshoot all that. I could never.
Jules, the best thing that I do is just turn on and off. On and off, it
most
works.
Of the time
that works. Exactly. It does. Turn on and off and it's done. It's sorted.
When I retire, I'm going to throw a huge garage sale. It's going to be like cables, $5 per handful or something.
Can I Can I have a 12-hour notice of that table sale? So I have to travel. You have to be fair for the international people.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I have a message for Scott from Dr. Rachel.
Oh.
Yeah.
She just sent me a message and she wanted me to make sure that I relayed this to you. She blames you 100% entirely for the Melody Ferris conviction.
Oh.
She said it's all your fault. I don't know what she means by that.
I do.
I'm just a messenger.
I think most people know about
Care
that.
to expound upon that, Scott?
Yes, Scott. Like,
Scott, just say you don't speak English. It's fine. Just say it.
What was born out of that one?
I have to sit
you
down
have
for that
time.
one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got time.
Okay.
Melody Ferris, we had that was a fascinating case. I loved it. We've got a missing gun, we've got a dead body, burn pile, family dynamics that are unique and interesting. A little bit of money at play. Everything you want for a fascinating case to follow. And there was a point in the trial when Rusty was on the stand, and we're hearing about Martha Jane, and Rusty's talking about Martha Jane and about firearms that Martha Jane had. And he mentions just in passing, she had a .38 special. And I'm like, hey, I think I know what they're asking these questions. They're going to ask, what happened to Martha Jane's .38 special? That's the one they're going to say that they think that that Melody Ferris used. And I'm saying this live, thinking out loud, just spitballing against the wall during court. What I didn't know was that Martha Jane was watching my live stream. She was on the witness list, but she had not been sequestered. She had not been told not to watch anything. And so she's watching, she thought she was watching court TV with the man on the corner with the headphones, little man in the corner with the headphones on. And she heard me say, Melody got Martha Jane's .38. And she was aware that her gun went missing about that time. And no one had asked her about it. And she knew that Martha Jane was the only person who knew where the gun was.
Wow.
Had access. And so she then called the investigator and said, I've got to get something off my chest. I was just watching court TV, little man in the corner with the headphones, and I'll tell you my .38 special's missing. And Martha's the only one who knew about it.
Wow.
It is all your fault.
So
I still say her son Scott was the guilty one.
Man, that case is wild.
That case is wild.
It's got some questions still for me as well. But the obviously the defense hated this because this is a terrible bombshell to be dropped on you in the middle of a defense case. Oh yes. And so they sort of attacked me as best they could, and they pulled up a screenshot of me doing some look on my face. And like, is this the guy when you say the little man in the corner with the headphones?
They always get the good angle, always.
Oh, yeah, good angle. They did me dirty on the pause game is what happened. And so they're like, do you know his name is actually, he goes by Recovery Addict, and he's a YouTuber, and he makes money talking about trials on the internet. And she's like, I was on court TV and little man in the corner with the headphones. And so they admitted my picture in as evidence in the case. A screenshot.
Wow.
But
why don't I know this?
I don't want to brag about this. I don't try to be involved in the case.
I know, right?
Yeah, well, you can thank Dr. Rachel for that.
Now, Samantha, who is one of your mods, says you were heard on the loudspeaker during trial. So the judge was actually watching you as well?
That was in the Zachariah Anderson case, and I'm not responsible for him being guilty. I was actually saying something to help him.
You sure?
Okay.
You're sure about that?
So
that's another one. Zachariah Anderson, he is not guilty. I'm sorry that they didn't prove their case. No, I really think that his ex-wife, that's another one.
Yeah,
that's one I really enjoyed talking to Solomon afterwards. Even though we have different opinions, I think the jury I could see why the jury reached that conclusion, but I feel that he deserves a new trial. That it was not a fair trial the way the judge handled it. Some of the things that happened are inappropriate. He should get a new trial. But talking to Solomon was fascinating. Great guy. I mean, especially coming on knowing that I thought his brother was guilty. Just incredible, well thought out, able to argue. Nearly convinced me to flip sides really well. But
so you didn't flip sides.
I agree that he needs a new trial, that it was not fair. The conviction should not stand because of how the trial went. But for me, the DNA where it should not be was enough, and it's circumstantial. But I couldn't get past that.
Yeah, that's another one that went south for me. I'm Karen Reed. I don't think she's going to get by this time.
You think?
I don't. Here's the thing. Even during the first trial, for me, I felt that the Commonwealth did not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt that she actually hit him. Hit him with intent, or even that it was an accident. No, I am not buying the frame job thing. Wait, let me walk that back. I'm not buying that he went into the house and was beaten to death and put outside. That no. The frame job, I'm on the fence with that because of Michael Proctor. Okay. And how everything snowballed with that investigation. I do not believe, if she did hit him, that it was a deliberate act. She was drunk. She may have clipped him or whatever. I don't know. No one has proved to me that he actually was hit.
Well, then, if by going by that, and that there's if you have reasonable doubt, that's it.
I know, but because this is the second trial, and I have to say, Brennan, he's very underhanded, but I think what's more damaging, and Brennan was smart for doing it. I don't agree with it, but he was smart. Those clips of her interviews is what's going to do her
out of context.
In. Yes, that's the problem. Out of context.
Well, Jules, I am wearing my my red Solo Cup shirt for this occasion, and I have my Lexus taillight with me. That
no way.
No way you have one of those.
I did. I bought it on eBay. It's a Lexus. It's the exact model.
Okay, so tell me something. How could even if she did do it, whether it was on purpose or not, which I don't think it was on purpose, how in the world did that taillight shatter into teeny little pieces by striking his upper arm?
It doesn't add up. As a matter of fact, the only thing the taillight, I will say, nearly convinces me of is that evidence may have been planted, and that alone is enough to find her not guilty, regardless of any guilt she may or may not have. If evidence was planted, even just to strengthen the case that already existed, which I think the Commonwealth had a fairly strong circumstantial case. If evidence was planted, even a single piece was added by police to make sure they got the conviction, she should walk free, because we cannot use a dirty justice system to convict someone. That is not justice.
Do you think the defense is going to call Proctor?
I don't think they will now. They sort of played their hand a little bit and said, we don't want to call him and have you be able to walk through line by line your closing and give like a double closing with Proctor confirming everything, because his hands touched everything. You could ask him about anything in the case if in cross-examination, and you can lead him to it for the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
So I think it not to. I hope they get to call his buddies in and sort of get all the Proctor evidence in without him.
I don't think Auntie Bev is going to say yes to that. I think she's going to deny it first thing Monday morning.
Yeah.
Do you think the jury is hearing this name, and if he's not called, they're going to question, like, why didn't the state call the lead investigator?
I think anyone would question that. I would question that as a part of the jury. If I heard this name so much and then I did not hear from that person, I would
I've never seen a case. I've never seen a criminal case where the lead prosecutor did not testify.
Yeah.
So I would think every one of them will question it. Will that be enough to push them over the edge to say not guilty? I don't know, because you never know what a jury's going to do.
Well, if the jury instructions are done correctly this time. It depends on Judge Bev, I guess.
Now, Karen has a woman who's a lawyer that was on the jury the first time on her team. Is that correct? And I would assume she's probably watching the jury, right? There's always somebody watching the jury just to kind of get a feel, read the room, if you will. So she hasn't talked at all, right? She's just been in the background.
I think her sole job is part of the jury selection. That was where she was really brought in for. But I haven't really seen her in court. I think she's still on the team, but I don't think she's going to do any cross-examination or directs of any.
So I'm assuming she's probably watching the jury and then relating it. Hey, you guys are doing really well with this. You're not doing well here. That kind of stuff.
I think her job is to jury watch for sure. Yeah. Absolutely agree.
She may also be watching.
Rumor has it. I mean, I'm not in the courtroom, so I can't say this 100%. I'm going according to Vinnie Politan. That this is a young jury, that he's never seen so many young people on a jury before. And it's true. Every trial I went to, the majority of the jurors were 40 plus, right into retirement age. I've never seen a young jury. If what has been reported by Court TV is correct, that this is a young jury, young people nowadays question everything. Mm-hmm. So they do too.
Mm-hmm. But it also makes me wonder if they're actually being truthful and keeping out of social media, because how can a young person these days keeping out of social media and all of these things?
Yep. Even just something popping up on your screen, because we're going through that with I think it was Dominguez. Even if it just pops up on your screen,
your screen, it's like, how truthful are they actually being that they are not on social media and they are actually truly impartial? Because I know the person probably has more self-control and everything, but a young one, I know I don't have any self-control. I say, I'm not going to watch anything about a trial. I remain just go blind and then see what the evidence takes me. I can't do that. I'm always watching. There's always something popping up on the phone about it. So
I think the thing is, it's going to pop up. You're going to see alerts. It's whether you go into it or not. You just have to not go into it.
An alert can give you an opinion. It's like she's talked a lot about in the media. There's a lot of information about her, because I'm sure about in Canton area, Karen Reid is the talk of the town right now, and she's always been since this whole thing started. So I'm sure that there is a lot of people talking about her.
Truth be told, if I was on the jury, I wouldn't go seeking out looking for coverage or something like that. But if an alert popped up, I ain't gonna lie, folks. I'm gonna look at that alert. I am.
Yeah. All right. That's fair.
I'm not gonna go out seeking, searching and doing my own research. I would never do that. But if an alert popped up, my curiosity is going to get to me, and I'm going to read it to see what.
Sort of like Dr. Welcher during his testimony and the smartwatch.
Oh my God!
And that's the things, like we all know that you speaking to your phone, the phone is listening to you, and it's going to recommend you things based on what you're talking. And if the phones are in the area that Karen Reid's popping up, and they are talking about Karen Reid, I'm sure that they are scrolling innocent through Facebook, whatever, and their own Facebook feed, and then a Karen Reid thing is going to pop up. Are they going to be quick enough to get off or something?
Well, to Scott's point with Welcher, that freaking blew my mind because he kept going to his computer. She finally told him to actually close the laptop.
Yeah.
I had no clue an Apple Watch on. And then, and then I can't remember if it was Bev who caught him or was it
Alexi?
Yeah. But the next thing I know, I hear her say, do not be using your watch. And I heard him say, well, I'm checking emails. Who checks emails while they're on the witness stand in a nationally known high profile criminal case? Yeah.
Well, Lori Daybell, the Charles Vallow, they're a jury. You guys have heard about this juror that they were allowed to keep their phones in the jury box.
Jury 15, yes.
Juror 15. He ends up I think like twice. He disrupted the court. One time, his phone was so close to. And when you come on, we'll talk about this. I guess his phone was so close to a speaker that it got picked up. There we go. All right, Joe. welcome in, Joe.
Hey.
So we're talking about juror 15, right? So his phone was close enough that it got picked up by the courtroom speakers, right?
Can Joe hear you?
Joe?
Right, Joe.
Joe? Can you hear us, Joe?
Yeah, I can. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I've got an echo going on. It's going to take me like 10 seconds to track it down.
No. Echoes are the worst.
I want to go back to Scott. Go ahead, Jules.
I was not aware that happened during that trial. I don't know if that was a day I missed or what. But during Maya's trial, there was a little old man. He was always so happy. Always so happy when he entered the juror's booth every day. But he always forgot to turn his phone off. And his phone would go off. And then he'd be like, what?
Was he in the jury? Was he a juror or no?
He was not. He ended up being an alternate, but he was the cutest little old man ever. And I really, really enjoyed him. But his phone went off several times. He knocked, you know how they give the pictures of water? He knocked it over twice.
Oh, jeez.
Water went everywhere. Yeah, he was a walker. He fell out the door when they were leaving.
Sounds like me, very clumsy.
Yes. But he was a joy. He really was a joy.
So Joe, with this juror 15, he disrupted the court like at least 2 or 3 times, and he was like texting his daughter or something.
Yeah. He had to get called back by the judge 3 separate times, and this is before the after verdict interview on TV when he said what he said. But 3 times the judge called him in. The first one was for having his phone go off and interrupting court, and he happened to put it down on the wall in front of him on that little bench that's in front of the jury. He was in the front row, so he put it down there. Happened to put it down right next to a microphone. So when it went off, it was this weird, like in Close Encounters of the Third Kind type of
and the witness, I remember the witness was a law enforcement, I forget, detective or something. He's just kind of like looking around like, what?
The judge was too. The judge was too. The court staff was.
Yeah.
Joe, was this the same juror that gave the interview saying that the day before
he was driving home the day before? Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Carl. Yeah. So then the second time, they had Captain Keller on, who was with the fire department, and during Captain Keller's testimony about their attempts to revive Charles Vallow, afterwards they asked for jury questions, and there were 4 very medically specific juror questions that came down to the judge, like very specific. And we're all like, somebody that has a medical background is asking these. Turns out he was on his phone during Captain Keller's testimony. Judge called him back, says, were you texting on your phone? And Carl said, yeah, but my daughter had just woke up, so I was texting with my daughter. And that was it.
Why was he not thrown off the jury?
Yeah.
Or just have his phone removed. Just leave your phone.
That's the first time that I've heard that a jury can have their phones, right? Usually they're not allowed their phones, right?
Never.
Well, in the UK, from what I know, in the UK, you literally have to leave your phone in the jury room, and a guard will literally search you if you have your phone or not before you go out in the jury box.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
At
just
least
amazing.
In the UK. So I don't know how in America you guys do it, but
Can I show you guys real quick what happened with Dr. Welcher?
Sure.
Right here. This is Dr. Welcher from the day he had his smartphone on.
There's the watch.
He gets an alert right here. Like right now, he's about to get a message.
Yep.
Watch the screen, and it just changes. The messages automatically come up on his watch. He doesn't have to do anything to get them to show up. Mm-hmm. And there's the email or the message that's got all words. Okay? It's all words on his screen.
Wow.
And then there are times when he holds it down in front of him and looks down at his arm and everything. So
wow.
Yeah.
I did not like him.
So somebody could be texting him. Somebody could be texting him anything, right? Answers or whatever, and he could just nonchalantly glance down and if he needed the help.
I didn't like him. I did not like him. During his direct, I thought, "Ooh, okay, all right."
Mm-hmm.
Until I saw those stupid demonstration video, which 2 miles per hour. And you position your arm just the way. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a turn off for me. But then during cross, he couldn't remember. He was like, "Well, wait a minute." He was so antagonistic. He would not answer the questions that were being asked of him. Instead, he would go on to, but wait. No, I didn't like him, and I'm hoping the jury didn't like him either.
Mm-hmm. He's a modern day version of the Salem witch trials, or maybe Monty Python's witch trials. I don't know which, but his experiments are just terrible. They're so bad.
Yeah. Well,
why didn't he use a crash dummy and actually make the car go backwards 60 feet at 24 miles an hour and hit a crash dummy?
Right. Or even himself, because he got paid enough for it.
Mm-hmm.
No, because he knew that his little experiment wouldn't have worked out for the Commonwealth if he did that.
I think at the end of this, he's going to sell the Lexus to himself for like $200, and then bill the Commonwealth for the rest of the cost.
There's one guy who has who did a reenactment. So he has a car backing up, going like 25, whatever, and he has an arm, fake arm, Jello arm, whatever it is, and shows the arm would break at least in several places. Nothing, right? John's arm wasn't broken, right? It was just the scratches. So Scott, how are you?
Bruising. There wasn't even bruising.
No bruising, exactly. So Scott, how are you going to do this reenactment? I'm interested.
Well,
are you just
we need to know.
Break it, or are you going to slam your?
Videos.
Yeah.
Originally, I was just going to punch it just as hard as I could, and everyone was like, "Don't do it. Your hands are too valuable." Mostly, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to dissect it. Because some of the experiments that have been done, honestly, they've been done better than I could do them. I don't have the equipment to set up it and replicate the crash. And even if I did, I would be basically Dr. Welcher trying to prove the way I think it happened. And you get one shot at it. I say instead, I want to take it apart and understand more the layers and the components and how it would break if it was broken in some way. But what I can't see is how you get like Jules said, how you get those microscopic little pieces that you get when you smash something with a hammer wrapped in cloth in Joe's or in John's shirt from a body impact. And I can tell you one thing, that the way the state says this happened, it could not have happened.
Yeah,
and I hope the jury sees that. I'm not saying there wasn't a collision or that there wasn't, but the way the state says it happened, it couldn't happen. They're trying to prove that it happened that way, and that the science is bad.
Yeah, it defies physics, it defies logic, and I still want you to do the ragdoll experiment. I'm still going to hold your feet to that one. Well, if you're not going to, I will.
During the first trial, I did take my car over to the school when I was living down in Port Charlotte before I moved in with my son. I took my car down to the school parking lot and I threw it in reverse. Mm-hmm. I got 8 miles per hour when the steering wheel, I could not, there's no way I could have gone straight back anything over 8 miles, let alone 24 miles per hour. You know, I couldn't do it.
I think Turtle Boy did an experiment way back when last year when we first were kind of hearing about him, or at least we, you know, Aaron and I were hearing about him. And I think he and his friend, or he was standing out and his friend tried to back up. I don't think they were able to achieve 25 miles an hour. I think the fastest that they could go was like 18 or something like that. So, and they tried it like 3 or 4 times. And it's just, again, it's dark. She's been drinking. Again, for everything to line up, and I'm not saying it couldn't, but for everything to line up the way the state is saying was just like perfect for her to be able to hit that mile an hour, for her to make contact with John, for him to spin around. And I'm going to go back to this, Scott. When you get thrown into the air, you just don't put your back with your arms to your side. It just doesn't. That alone for me is like,
and it does, and there's no proof that there was an actual collision. But Scott,
right.
I do have to ask you this. I think you might be the only one on the panel that will be able to answer this, or not. In any case, the time shift with Burgess. I'm sorry, but I couldn't. First off, I can't believe anything that comes out of that man's mouth now that I know that he lied totally and completely about his education and all that. But let's set that part aside. This time shift, I did not understand it. I don't think I ever will be able to understand it. Why was he shifting it forward but not backwards? I mean, what? Can somebody explain this time shift to me?
The problem is there are a lot of different clocks. Generally, your phone is going to be synced pretty close to like a satellite clock. And there's not, I mean, if we all held up our phones in real time and looked at each other, we're probably all going to show the same time, or very close to.
23.
Well, let's see.
2:23 Eastern Standard Time.
I got 2:23. Yep.
I have 7:23, but I'm in UK.
Yeah,
so our phones link to the cell tower, and the cell tower will link to like a master controller, which has like a satellite link to the clock, and we're relatively on the same time frame. That's why when you get like when everyone sets their alarm for the same time, all the alarms go off about the same time. Now, if you start playing somebody's watch, it's like a little Casio watch, not a smart watch, but I set the clock on that. It's going to be a little different. Okay, I set it to be 24 minutes after 2. But I might be 20 seconds before, 20 seconds after. In the case of the car, there's a master clock that's keeping time, and other clocks turn on when they're requested or when they're powered on. And like the infotainment system, which I hate that word, when it powers on, it takes a couple seconds and then it's on. And so it's a few seconds delayed. So it's got the time command to turn on, but by the time it warms up and starts going and counting, it's a little bit off. And sometimes it takes a little bit longer than others, depending on whatever checks the car is doing and the battery voltage and who knows what else. It's really technical. I have to say the science behind understanding the clock shift, I think, is real. They didn't do enough testing to really understand how much the shift was, and so I really liked the way the defense witness, the first defense witness, I can't remember his name right now.
Sorga.
Yeah. I liked what he did, because he said, we don't know. We don't have enough information to know if was it all the way up here or was it all the way down there? It was probably somewhere in this range. So I'm giving you all the data. They should have done more testing to find out what the actually shift was. But I think with this jury, I'm not sure if they care as much about the 0.3 of a second one way or the other. I'm not sure if this is
and especially if it is a young jury, they don't want too much technical stuff and too much in detail. I think sometimes they go into much detail they don't actually need to go into.
You think so? I would think a younger jury would get the tech more than an older jury.
I agree with Chris. I think the younger people want that they rely on that. But why?
Whether they want it or not, just they would probably understand it. I would think. Versus me, who's older. I mean, I get tech, but
they're more technically savvy than us older people.
I would think.
But why was it that last year's trial, Jen McCabe was 1:45 a.m., 1:45. Oh, I'm sorry, 12:45 a.m. 12:45 a.m. She stuck to that timeline, and in this trial, I was mistaken, and she shifted it earlier.
That's because she pulled a Burgess and she heard the facts and realized her story didn't match up, and she had to make an adjustment.
Right. Now, did they call her out on that? Did defense call her out on that and say, "Hey, well, last year you testified to this"? Did anybody call her out on that?
I don't recall them doing that. Yeah. I don't recall.
Because they always talk about, well, at the grand jury you said this, at this pretrial you said that. So I would have thought if there was any inconsistency, they would have.
This time around, the way she answered sort of prevented cross-examination from really chasing that down.
Okay.
So she's, I've got to say, these people are the best prepared civilians I've ever seen for a trial, for knowing the right words to say to shut down cross-examination.
Was anyone shocked when they found out she lied to the FBI on who she was and whether she talked to anybody?
She doesn't consider that a lie.
That blew me away.
She doesn't consider that a lie because later she told them the truth, right?
Who is shocked that she lied? Nobody. She is Jan McCabe, so no one is shocked that she was lying.
She's had a year now to go over it in her head what she's going to say, and then before that she had a year first time around, right? So I mean, she's literally had like 2 years, 3 years to. When did this happen? Was it 2023?
22.
22. Okay, yeah. So the first trial was 2 years, and now this second trial is 3 years. So, I mean, think about that. She's probably just been playing this over and over and over and over every day. So I'm sure she's like as smooth as.
And I think she had the hots for John anyway.
Seems like a lot of people did, right? It seems like
a lot of good-looking man.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong,
English in this part.
Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead, Joe.
She didn't even tell the grand jury, I hit him, right? She didn't say that until the first trial.
Correct. You're absolutely correct. And she was in front of the grand jury 3 times and never mentioned it.
Yeah.
Never mentioned it.
Crazy.
It stinks. I'm sorry that we're not covering it, but I'm also kind of glad we're not, because Scott, every morning, because we're not streaming until like 12:15. So we wake up, we have breakfast, and we put you on, and I get so boiled over with just watching. I'm like, I'm so glad I'm not covering it. Listen, I'm like screaming, not at you, but I'm screaming. I'm screaming at the trial. I'm like,
listen, for someone who, and I think because Joe actually goes into courtrooms the way I did as well, I think Joe will 100% back me up on this. There was much to do on Twitter. Yes, Paul got taken out of his seat and put to the back row.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I don't know if it was for him staring down the jury or staring down Karen, but he, was moved. Now, people on Twitter have been saying that one of the deputies, or the court bailiffs actually, is sitting next to Mr. Reed because Mr. Reed was accused of inappropriateness with the jury. And no. I've been in many courtrooms, okay? There's always a bailiff on each side of the jury box. They are there to watch the jurors, okay? In that courtroom, the way that courtroom is set up, here's the jury box, and this is where the spectators sit, okay, for the defense, and the opposite is where the O'Keefe family is sitting. So yes, that's the only seat there for that bailiff to sit, and there's always a bailiff at the courtroom entrance as well. So people need to stop with their insane speculation just because there's a bailiff who happens to be sitting next to Mr. Reed. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well,
hey, I hate to do this, but
Okay.
I do want to say congratulations on a year. It's amazing. I do need to jump
Thank
because I've got
you.
my son's graduation I have to go to. You guys are wonderful.
Oh,
Understood.
congratulations, son.
Congratulations to your son.
Congratulations. On to
you guys
college next.
Thank you
Yeah.
for that, Scott. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. This community is amazing. I love the relationship we have between our two channels and how we work together. I think it's just onward and upward from here. And all of you, thank you, Jules. Wonderful to see you, Joe. Great to see you on screen with you as well,
Yes.
TCA,
Nice to meet
and
you.
Squeegee as well. You guys are amazing.
Thank
but
you,
I've got
Scott.
to bail, or else I'm going to
Yep.
miss
All
the
right.
walk.
Yep.
Thank
No
you,
worries. Go
Scott.
run. Thanks,
See ya.
Scott.
Thank
Have a good one.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Congrats.
I adore that man.
Yep.
I really do.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
I got you, Scott.
Incredible. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm
I
bigger now.
really,
I'm bigger now.
I adore
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, no, he's great. Scott has been so supportive of us. You know,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like it's just been spectacular, giving us
Same.
you know, his equipment. I mean, this is thousands and thousands of dollars worth of equipment. It's not like Joe. Now you know, it's not $500. I mean, he entrusted us with thousands and thousands of dollars. Shipped it, you know, from where he is to where we are. I mean, we talked. Obviously, it's not like we were just strangers and nobodies, you know. But we did talk to him. Spoke to him on the phone, all that stuff. But I think what really solidified it was the Sarah Boone. You know, we really bonded. And Jules, you know, we kind of knew you, you know, from chat and all that stuff. But you know, getting to hang out with you, you know, obviously you connect with people. And now Joe, you know, we're doing all these recaps and Katya. I mean, it's I love this community that we are building together. It makes me feel good. So I appreciate all of you guys.
What is that about the rising tide raises all boats, whatever that quote is?
Exactly.
Getting emotional now here.
I tell our community when we watch really divisive stuff, we watch Michigan versus Shore, where he's a white cop, killed a black guy, shot him in the back of the head. Brutal stuff. So not only was it race thing, even though all the lawyers were saying this is not about race, but
You're talking about Christopher Shaw.
Christopher Shore, yeah, Michigan versus Shore. So it was about race, and then it was about law enforcement, you know, brutality, all that stuff. Because
that those two trials, because there was another trial exactly at the same time out of
Tennessee, right? The Tennessee. Yep. Now those were some African American officers, and the kid was the same. So that was more of like a law enforcement.
I don't understand how they were found not guilty.
I know. I was enraged. I was like, when I saw the verdict, because while we were on verdict, or Christopher Shaw, that verdict happened, and I was actually asleep because someone was doing the stream for me, and they literally woke me up with that verdict, and it was absolutely insane.
Yeah. My point of bringing that up is more to the point of like we had people in there that were going at each other, and we're like. And that was just like the first day, right? And I was like, we're a community that we're going to build each other up. We're not going to tear each other down. Yeah. So to your point, Joe, you know, I want to be that boat or that rising tide or whatever you so eloquently just said, and I just totally destroyed. But as we kind of laid the groundwork, we did the lines in the sand. We're not going to do this. We're not going to tolerate that. And to be quite honest, our community responded, and we had our opinions, but we were like, I respect your opinion, you know, and I'm not going to attack you. And we as creators have to be, well, at least I know, you know, I think you guys are the same channel in the sense of we don't want to be those other channels where it's just the Wild West and people yell at each other and scream and tear each other down. I don't want to be a part of that. So
no, some channels thrive off of that division and that conflict. And no. But you've got to have good mods. So Squeegee, you have some good mods.
That they are in the same wavelength that you are, even though you might not like share the same opinions on a verdict or on a case or anything, but just that want the same end goal of like it's a safe space for people to come and hang out and talk, and they can feel safe that they can express themselves and they're not going to be attacked by just being themselves. And
and
look at us.
I think Law and Crime has the worst chat ever.
But they have no moderators.
I don't even think that
they have now. They have one person now, but
but it's not effective, Katya. It's just not effective, and the people are downright nasty. I mean, so I can't even go to Law and Crime. I can't.
Even by saying hello, you get attacked by saying hello. It's just
Right?
incredible. It's just like because it's the way you said it. Because if you say hi, it's because you say hi. But if you say hello, it's because if you say hello, if you put the exclamation point, you're yelling. So it's just yeah.
Well, as soon as they see my name, they
go
automatically. They get irate with me because they know me from Maya. Out of all these other trials that I've been to, okay, it always goes back to Maya, which is crazy.
Well, it speaks to us right here that all of us have. Well, Jules, you don't have a channel, but you are in everybody's channel. You know, so people, you might as well have a channel. But Joe and Katya, we found each other for a reason, right? I mean, we're not. I think our channels are kind of that same community building. We want to lift you up. You know, we don't want to tear you down. So, you know, we don't have, like right now, you don't see somebody in this chat that has a divisive channel that yells at their subscribers, you know, that does all that. So I'm glad that I don't
have a channel because I'm not technically savvy and this is too much work. I rather
Jules, if I can do it, anyone can do it.
No. I'd rather do guest spots. You know, I did Jeff's channel. I did Melanie Little's, obviously Scott, Chris, Rob's,
mine.
What do you call it? Because if they're yes, yours. Because if I was covering a trial, you know, being in attendance, the people that were streaming it, then they would say, "Would you come on?" Yes, I was quite happy with that. I did Nerd Report for close to 2 years with Louis Lecca. I was co-hosting with him practically every day. And so I was fine with that because I didn't have to do any work. You people have to deal with all the technical bullshit, all that stuff. I don't have to do that. And
but it makes it fun. It makes it challenging. I do like it. It's a lot busy because I have 2 jobs. I have the YouTube side and my own job, but it makes things exciting. And the time difference makes it even better. No, I'm joking. It doesn't.
I was going to say
no.
That's a whole nother challenge that I don't really have to worry about.
Just being in Pacific time in Arizona for this entire Lori Vallow Daybell thing has thrown me way off.
Whereabouts are you, Joe?
Joe, what is the rumor that where did I read it? I read it last night. Something about that she put in a motion that she wants the judge removed again, and I'm hearing that this is happening.
No.
No. No. Yeah.
Judge Bereski is not going anywhere. The rumor was because they ended court early yesterday, and I did a live on it last night to explain it. So I'll just recap it really briefly here. Jury selection was supposed to happen, and last time jury selection happened, the judge had a jury seated that same afternoon, like 3 hours from the time the jury walked in until the time there were 16 jurors selected. It was 3 hours. So we were all expecting the same thing this time, but we come back from lunch, the jury comes in, and the judge says, "We're not going to get a jury seated today. Something unforeseen circumstances have come up." It probably has to do with an illness, whether it's Lori or whether there's something going through the Maricopa County Jail, because the judge mentioned, he mentioned to her outside of the presence of the jury, quarantines happen in jail all the time. And that's the first time he's ever said anything even remotely like that. So it's significant that he said to her, if you don't think you can make it Monday morning, you need to notify your team as soon as possible. So it has to do with illness. It doesn't have to do with him being removed from the case. Like the day before that, so Thursday, he sent the case to Judge Green. Judge Green ruled that Lori's motion to dismiss him had no merit, has no legal basis.
Oh, okay, good. All right, good. Good.
So are you in Arizona?
That judge, her judge, reminds me a lot of Judge Cranick in Boone's trial, because Cranick he had the patience of a saint. He never lost it with Sarah. And it seems like this judge, my son is home. And this judge seems to have a huge amount of patience when it comes to dealing with Lori.
He's losing it, though. He's losing his patience. You can tell from the last couple of hearings.
Is he?
And
I haven't been
because
watching.
she's been pushing his buttons. She's been very. She's been pushing everyone's buttons, but the judge.
She's like, hold on. You know, she'll cut him off. Like, I just cut you off. I didn't mean to do that, but to make my point, you know, she'll just cut him off and say, hold on. Then she'll turn to her counsel and then he's like,
goes,
can I finish?
And yesterday, or no, the day before, Thursday, in the second hearing after the first hearing that kept him as the judge, he said, I didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. And he kind of raised his voice a little bit. And he is not the kind of judge to raise his voice like that. Like one of the hearings she had was at 10:30 one morning, and he had a full docket before that of like 10 other cases, and they were all felony cases. And he did not raise his voice one single time. He was very level, very measured, just like blah, blah, blah. They were even in a case where there was a plea agreement, and the prosecutor almost backed out of the plea agreement. And the judge was like, okay, Judge Bressy's like, fine. But yes, to answer your question, Katya, I am in Arizona. I came out here for other reasons last late November. My son was living out here at the time, so I came out to visit my granddaughter. But Lori had 2 hearings in December. And then I stuck around for the winter because it's a lot nicer to be in Arizona in the winter time than in Indiana in the winter time.
So I have a question for you, Frankie. Shush. It's only Michael. Joe, you were in the courtroom with that trial. I'm talking about for her husband's murder. What is your take? Because watching it being streamed is a whole lot different than actually being in the courtroom. You get a whole new real vibe when you're actually in the courtroom. And since I wasn't in the courtroom for that and you were, do you think she was enjoying the attention by representing herself?
Absolutely. 100%. She was.
Give us some examples that we didn't see on camera that you were able to see.
I don't know how much you could see on camera, and there were days where I had better seats and there were days where I had worse seats because the court security would seat us differently like every single time. But she would lean over and share a little giggle with her paralegal, or she would lean back and have a little laugh with her advisory counsel sitting behind her. Just flashing her smile because she thinks she's so pretty and charismatic that she can just win the entire courtroom. But what I learned in that first trial, and I have to try and do better in the second trial, is to pay attention to the things that you can't see on camera, which is especially the jury. And I was, by the time we got to the end of that trial, I was paying really close attention to the jury, especially juror number 15.
That's you have to look at the questions that the community asks, like our chat. You have to look at those questions, and generally, it's like, how is the jury reacting? What did they catch up on? Did they catch that?
On that? Yeah.
So that's I hear you on that. Paying attention to the judge, paying attention to the jury.
Because I'm gonna use that because Chris Brown. I don't know if you guys know all the situation with Chris Brown in the UK. He has a hearing coming up in a couple of weeks, and I'm gonna go down to London to watch that hearing live. Obviously, I'm not gonna be able to live stream because UK it's dumb and they don't live stream anything. So I'm gonna try to get like the inside scoop of inside of the courtroom with Chris Brown because that's good. It's a massive one for us. And we just had a case that they are comparing to Darryl Brooks out of Liverpool, that a car crashed into a massive crowd.
Oh, how many?
Yeah, I saw that.
How many people?
And so far, no deaths, just injured, very injured. I think it's about 27 to 30 people that have been injured, but
it's
so
good
far,
passed.
no fatalities. But It's crazy. So they are literally comparing him to Darryl Brooks, and everyone is like, "Who's Darryl Brooks?" I was like, "Let me explain to you."
Sit down, because this is a good one.
Exactly. Sit down, because if you have time, because you're gonna be a lesson on him.
Right.
Yeah, I've had to balance all of the duties of being there in court and having my channel and coming back and doing a live recap with Chris, with Squeegee on this channel, and taking notes, because I'm a note taker.
Yeah.
And I sat and one day of the Delphi trial, was it 30? I think I took 35 pages of notes in one day of the Delphi trial. And I can't do that now, because I also, when I'm paying attention to my notes, I'm missing things that are going on in court. I'm missing a subtle little exchange between the defendant cross-examining a witness. I'm missing the jury's reaction to something. So I got to take it all in. And yesterday, so Nate Eaton from East Idaho News and Justin Lump from Fox 10 Phoenix were sitting right behind me. And on the way home, so we all leave early, and on the way home, somebody was reading Nate Eaton's live Twitter recap, or X, whatever you want to call it. And his notes were like freaking courtroom reporter notes. Like, he's saying everything that's going on back and forth between the judge and Lori, and the judge and Trina K, and the jurors' reactions. And I'm like, I can't do that. I cannot afford to spend that much time on my laptop not noticing all of the things that are going on in the courtroom. I have a more broad perspective that I have to take in. So that's what I've learned.
Yeah, you guys are lucky that you can, like, as non-media persons, you can take notes. In the UK, non-media people, you can't take phones. You cannot use your phones. You cannot take notes, not on paper, nothing. You have to do it by memory if you're not media. And getting a media pass here, it's next to impossible as a YouTuber. So good memory.
You can't while the court's going on, you're not allowed to take notes. You have to just
you have to. I was in court a few months ago for a case that happened where I live, and I was really into it, and I did a video about it. I had to remember everything by memory, otherwise. And this we went on a break, was me trying to type it all out so I would not forget anything. And then when we went back, it was just like, forget what I just heard, and then just inculcate the new information, and then do the same thing. Lunch break, had to write it all down, and So.
That's a good idea, Sinbad. To Joe, just ask Justin or Nate to screenshot their notes.
Yeah, exactly.
so you can pay attention to the subtleties of what's going on in the court, and they just use their notes.
Right. This has been amazing. Happy anniversary again. I have to shoot because soccer starts in 10 minutes. I need to get myself prepared. I need to grab a brew from the fridge and get myself ready for the football.
Right.
I love it. Well, thank you so much
for an amazing afternoon. Nice to meet you all. Nice to meet you, Joe. Nice to see you, Jules. And happy anniversary, Chris.
It's been a minute. I'm not ignoring anyone. I just want everybody to know I'm not ignoring
Let's see you later.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Bye. Thank you.
Listen, Dr. Joe also has been very helpful to me over the past few months. He started his YouTube channel back up, in case you wanted to know. On the healthcare system here in the States. And thank you, Sneaky. I appreciate you. On how we should be advocating for ourselves and all of that stuff. But in any case, his lawsuit has been moved to federal court.
Okay.
Which is actually better for him. But he has mediation court. It's been court ordered mediation. I believe it's in July. So fingers crossed.
So it's no longer
goes his way.
So he's no longer at the state level. It's federal, not.
Yes. Yeah. Federal court.
Okay. Wow.
Which is literally right down the road. But I'm just physically I can't
I
go.
know.
I wish I
Yeah.
could, but I can't.
That's all right.
Update on the Kowalski family. There's only so much that I can give out, because I don't want to give out too much personal information. But I will say that they now live only 15 minutes from me, which is great, because I thought it was going to be, because when I was moving to Tampa to move in with my son so he can take care of his mother, I thought I was going to be further away from them, but they also moved, and I think the universe was meant to be, because now they're only 15 minutes away. Jack is doing very well. Kyle graduated high school. He's doing very well, and Maya, she is dipping her toes into acting.
Really? Wow.
She's done a few commercials. She's been going back and forth from here to California. She has enrolled in a college that has I don't want to say what college it was, because I don't want her to be harassed, but that has, what do you call that? The arts, whatever, where you study that stuff. So yeah, so she's doing good. And
so had she always been interested in acting? Is that something that you knew about her before, or is this something new?
No, what she loved to do before she was diagnosed with the CRPS, when she first started having all that leg pain and how it progressively got worse and blah blah blah. She loved singing and dancing. So this is something different from her, Thank you, Susie. Yes, Jamie, thank you. So this is something new. But she's liking it, and I'm very happy for her. And
awesome.
Now I can honestly say, getting to know the family during the trial, was incredibly important to me. And, seeing firsthand what she was going through, even during the trial, with those naysayers, I witnessed what this kid was going through. Now that the trial is over, she's doing better. But I have to honestly tell you, you never are able to relate to someone with what they're going through unless you've gone through the same thing. You could only imagine what it could have been for her, but you don't really know. With what my situation has been over the last several months, I say to myself, holy moly, now I know. So but she's young. She's got everything at her fingertips. She can grab what I do believe that she is going to succeed. And no, the appeals court has not made a ruling yet. It's been what? April, May, June. I think it's been 3 months since the appeal was heard in front of the judges. We're probably going to be sitting in a no-fly zone for about a year before we hear anything. And even if the appeals court rules in the family's favor, Jay Hatch is going to appeal it and go, to the Supreme Court of Florida, and so this case is far from over.
Right. I'd like to bring in another special guest, and we can talk more about this. Florida PI Sam, welcome in. Hello.
Hey Sam, how are you?
Okay.
How are you?
How are you?
Good. So
Anniversary to the channel.
your audio's a little wonky, just a bit. It's okay. Yeah, take your time. I have a question for Joe. So while you get that sorted.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I had a question for Joe too.
Well, my thing is, okay,
Jules.
So Jules and Joe, you guys are basically the same thing in that court watching in that regard. Jules, do you have anything that you can relate to Joe to, like any insight that he could look for that would help him?
Yeah, don't get involved in the court case. Don't become part of the court case. Don't, because unfortunately that happened to me post-trial. Don't become part of the court case.
See, I was actually going to say, how can he get involved in the court case? Or I was more going to say, so you made this connection with Maya and the family. How can Joe make that connection?
Okay. All right. Well, let me just make it clear. All the trials that I have attended before the Kowalski trial, like even the trials when I was living in Georgia, Fred Tokar's was one, the Sarah Grinstead, Tara Grinstead trial was another. Anyway, down here, Casey Anthony, Michael Keatley, the popcorn toss guy, I just sat and I observed, I took notes, and that was it. With the Kowalskis, that whole thing took an unexpected turn for me, and I became close with the family. And what was happening is when I was being asked to do call-ins, etc., with the YouTubers that were covering the trial, I spoke too much. In regards to, in other words, I didn't stick to the facts of what was going on in the courtroom. I brought in stuff that was outside of the courtroom in regards to the family. And I have learned, don't do that. I will, and I didn't do it with Sarah Boone, and I didn't do it with Ashley.
Yeah, I've gotten to know a couple of the members of the family, and they've been on live streams with me, and met one of the jurors from her Idaho trial, and we became friends like almost instantly. We just had a connection.
But that was post-trial, right, Joe? Post-trial.
No. Megan showed up at. Megan is Lori's niece, and she showed up at almost every day of trial. But we knew each other before that through YouTube, because she invited me on her channel, and she had seen that I was going to some of the pretrial hearings. So I got to know Megan, and I got to know Kresha, who is so Megan is Lori's cousin, Kresha is, or Lori's cousin, and Kresha is Charles's niece. Anyway, they're family members and we've gotten a little bit close. We've gotten to know each other. Not like on a deeply personal level, but I've gotten to care about the victims in this case as much or more as I did about Abby and Libby in Delphi. I would have to say probably more, and I've gotten to know more about them. And being on lives with Kresha, she's shared videos of JJ when he was younger, and JJ like right before the horrible things happened, and it touches me, and it's touched me, and I'm not ever going to not care, and I'm not, but I do have to be careful. I do have to watch my words. I do have to watch my reporting, and it's. People know that I care. People know that I care about the victims, and I care about the family members and the survivors.
Isn't it hard though? Isn't it hard, Joe, though, when you make that connection with these people that it's so hard to hold it in. Like you just want to, you know, this is what happened today with them. And I mean, it's like, it's almost like talking about your own family. You get so caught up.
Yeah, I think I'm able for the most part, and I may be wrong because I'm self-analyzing, and sometimes we're wrong when we self-analyze. I think I'm able to objectively report while still showing that I care, for the most part, on daily court activities. When we go back and we look at the history of the case and we look at the things that happened to the kids and that happened to Charles and that happened to Tammy, yeah, I get emotional about those. But that's not reporting on what's going on in the court. That's reporting on the background story. So.
Yeah, and that's what happened with me. I got lost in the weeds when it came to the Kowalski family. I didn't stay on track like I always did before, but I don't do that anymore. Have you met Lori's son?
Colby, I've been in court with him. I have sat right behind him in court, but I have not met him. I have met Kay, who is Charles's sister.
Yeah.
Just in passing in court. I didn't there wasn't like a formal introduction or anything. I said something to her about knowing Kresha and how much she and Kresha remind me of each other. Kresha is definitely Kay's daughter. But no, I haven't met Colby. Brandon was in court yesterday. He was in court a couple of times in the first trial. Haven't officially met him, but I have sat, directly immediately behind him in court.
So you were in the Delphi? You were at Delphi?
I went to a couple of days of trial in Delphi, and then I went out to the Monon High Bridge, and I took some video footage out there at the Monon High Bridge.
What's your gut telling you about Richard Allen?
I don't know. What my gut tells me is the police did a really horrible job of investigating and forensic examination of the evidence. Even collection of the evidence was crappy. So I don't know. I don't know whether he's factually innocent or factually guilty. To this day, I don't know. That's just my opinion.
I don't know either. I don't know either. And I don't understand how he was found guilty.
Hi, Florida PI Sam. Hi, new guest.
Hi.
Yes, well, this is a good opportunity for us to introduce Florida PI Sam, because you have your own channel, a fantastic channel. You are 14 subs away from hitting 1,000.
Yeah.
So for everybody in here, go.
I'm already subbed. I'm already
Thank
subbed.
So chat, go check her out.
I thought that you had already exceeded that. I didn't realize you're only 4 away. Come on, guys.
14. I think it's 14.
14. Yep. You got two
14.
subs just now.
Okay,
so
guys,
14
you
more.
can do it. Get over there
and also Joe.
and,
Let's give Joe some love too. I think a lot of us already subbed to Joe, but if you haven't subbed to Joe, definitely go give Joe a sub as well. Sam, I wanted to bring you in with this because this is really important because you've done shows about law enforcement and prosecution and how their investigations can be, let's say, not the most up and up. Do you want to take it from there?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been ranting about the shady shenanigans, I guess, of the prosecution for several months now, as many of your chat knows. It's frustrating and it's not getting better.
Mm-hmm.
You would think, I guess I would think that as so much attention is now on true crime, on the criminal justice system, of us watching all these trials, for me working on some of these cases, that it would get better, right? That the standards would be higher, that the attorneys would be more careful, that law enforcement would make sure to do it all exactly right, and they're not. And just this week, a Hillsborough County, I'm in Tampa, Florida, Hillsborough County state's attorney was charged with child pornography.
yes,
So,
yes.
It's just, as I have gone along, when I went to law school, I intended to come out and work in family law. I never thought I would end up in criminal defense. I didn't even know the job I do existed when I came out of law school. We had, one murder case that was getting ready to go to trial where I was working, and I was like, I'm not going anywhere near that. Well, I did deeply and tried it. Was part of the trial team that tried it twice. And I can't get over how, as discovery is coming in, how badly it's still being done. And I'm watching Karen read to the extent that I can, which is to say not a lot, because I do have a lot of cases on. I hit 1,000. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Kat.
Thank you.
We got you there.
Thank you. Oh, I really appreciate you guys. As I have watched sort of the recaps, I guess, of Karen Reed's case, I'm just baffled by the judge and the digital experts, and it's I don't know. I have so many thoughts that spin around my head about all of it, and it's frustrating for sure.
Well, we Joe and
Judge Ball and Judge Canoni, I don't know which one is worse. I really don't.
Yeah.
First
Joe,
off, Judge Gold wouldn't let that trial be televised.
Wait, who? Which one? Which judge?
Judge Gold.
Oh, was that's the Delphi? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I am so off of that trial. I mean, I wanted to be on. We would have covered that if it was streamed. We would have absolutely covered
There's
that.
supposed to be transparency with trials, and there was no transparent. Yeah, I can't talk.
Transparency.
So Florida PI Sam, are you familiar with that case with Delphi, with the facts of the evidence?
Only a little bit. Honestly, only a very little bit.
It would go right along. It would go right along with your rants that you've been on.
From the some of the attorneys I've watched about the who were very deeply involved in the case. Yeah, I can see where that's coming from. I do work full time. Like, I am a criminal defense investigator in Florida. So, like, I was on Sarah Boone's case way back in the beginning. I spent some quality hours of my life that I'll never get back with Sarah Boone.
And Trevor was it Trevor Summers?
Trevor Summers.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we had you on with Alyssa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had you on with Alyssa. Yeah.
Sam, who was worse, Trevor or Sarah?
Trevor.
Okay.
In
by
what
far,
way?
Trevor.
Yeah, like, I mean, we all know what he did, but what's why did you?
The slime factor. I don't know how it's. I mean, for anybody who's as old as we are, that used to watch the opposite, or who used to watch Ally McBeal, the Ick Factor.
Yeah,
Trevor Summers he just gave me the ick. Sarah was, hands folded across the table, very polite, very, I mean, when I was working on her case, it was 2021. Is that right? 20, you guys, the years, where did they go? 2021, I think. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
you're right. It was 21.
So 4 years down the road, she's showing a lot more anger and frustration and everything like that. But she was always polite and respectful to me and forthcoming. Of course, I when I watched the trial, I hadn't seen all the discovery when I was working on her case. I don't know that we've gotten it all. The videos stunned me, just stunned me. Yeah. So, Trevor is definitely.
I was on the fence with her, Sam, until those videos came out. And then I was like, I'm not talking about the suitcase video, because with the suitcase video, I was still on the fence thinking she was so freaking drunk. She didn't know what was going on. And I didn't think that she deliberately, did anything. But that one video up at the top of the staircase when she was verbally
Yeah. That came in
Vicious.
during rebuttal. That was the rebuttal, and that's that to me, because I had never seen that before. That blew me away.
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh,
That was
It
a mic
went-
drop
yeah.
moment.
Yeah.
If
Yep.
I had, I thought she might. I thought, okay, if this is the case until rebuttal, I thought she maybe had a shot, and then I was like, oh, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I formed an opinion about her early on when I saw the interrogation / interview in the police at the police station. And I think they showed her video then, maybe not. But the one thing that I love about Florida is the Sunshine Law, and I wish every single state in the union would have the Sunshine Law, because I FOIA'd early on in that. I FOIA'd the medical examiner's report and the tox report on his death, and he's like 5'2", you know,
Yeah.
100
He was a tiny man.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
He was, and subject, and maybe she was a bully, and if she was a bully, then that fit into my impression of her narcissism and all the other things that we can talk about with, you know, all kinds of suspects that are in similar positions in court, like Lori Vallow Debo. But
when I met Sarah, I hadn't even watched her interrogation video. I just went in completely clean. I wanted to see what she had to say. I think maybe I had read like an initial police report. I was there for different purposes. I'm normally in the role of fact investigator, and I was there sort of in a different capacity at that time. But I went in to hear her story, you know, and it's always interesting how selective defendants are about their stories, you know.
Yeah.
And she certainly didn't tell all of what happened, but her perspective on being sort of a victim, but also a savior. Like, she took over the dorm and they're so happy because of all of her efforts, but also she's this horrible victim of this, you know, George's terrifying love. She presented very much like how you all saw her, except she wasn't as angry when I met her.
Right. Now, did you meet her by yourself, or do you go in with somebody else with her?
I went in with Billy.
Okay, right, with Billy. So her
And
representation
Billy's cool. I met him.
Yeah. She doesn't have representation then when you meet with her, or when you meet with people?
So a lot of my cases, I don't go in with the lawyer. Like, sometimes I do, but a lot of times, especially for the cases here in Hillsborough County, what happens is the lawyer, when they get a court order for me to work on the case, they also just fax a letter over to the jail, and it says, you know, PI Florida Sam is on this case. Give her computer, you know, whatever professional contact visits. And my letter is basically an open invitation to go to the jail to see that person as long as they are under the same booking number. So other counties, though, like I have to go to Pinellas on Monday. I can go back by myself, but I have to have permission every single time, and I have to have specific permission every single time for a computer. In Hillsborough, I can actually even take my phone in and tether it to my laptop and get online. In Pinellas, there's absolutely none of that. It just depends. But yeah, I mean, I build up relationships with the defendants, with the clients. But I've got a couple that are very old that are going to go to trial this year, and Chris, you and Aaron and I have talked about them. Because I do think at least one, if not three, will be streamed.
Cool.
I've started to step back now. I'm not building the relationships that I was before with the defendants, because nobody's ever happy, right? And I was just starting to get a lot of hate from baby mamas and family members, and I was just like, you know what, I'm just going to shut this down right now. So once this batch that I've known for like years now, once they go through trial, then, you know, I'll just go to the jail as needed, instead of like, I don't know how to say it. Like, a warmer relationship. You know what I mean?
Sure, sure. Well, you have to take a step back, I think, as well, because like what we were just talking about, I think as you were coming in with Jules, becoming so involved with the players, and you have to be careful, as you're
Yes,
talking about.
yes. But in my defense, that was I'm not making excuses. I'm just telling you like it is.
Yeah.
That was
No,
my first civil trial. All my
Mhm.
trials prior to that were all criminal trials, and I never ever got involved with anyone. I just went in there, did my thing, and left. This was my first civil trial, and the family was so likable. And as the trial went on, and hearing the things that they were put through, yeah, I did, because I started out on the defense side. I was for J Hatch till I realized, oh my God, this is not right. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. So I moved from J Hatch over to the Kowalski family, and then them seeing me in there every day, and somehow I don't know how they found out, but they found out that I was doing reporting with Scott and with Rob from Long Lumber, and it just snowballed, and I became close. And it wasn't just the trial. Here we are, almost 2 years out from the original trial, and I'm still close with this family. And then, and because of what happened post trial, moving forward. But then I've never been to another civil trial. Now it's just been criminal trials, with the exception of Dr. Joe. His is a civil trial. I won't, and I can't not with Dr. Joe, because Dr. Joe and I have already formed a relationship. So, but I know I learned.
Sure. Right.
Let's just say I learned.
Right.
I won't make that mistake again.
I think it's human nature to form bonds with people you see day in and day out. So, Sam, when you're covering a case, how often do you see those people? And Jules and Joe, think about it. You go into a court. You're there 4 or 5 days a week for 2, 3, 4 weeks, however long. So I think it's kind of human nature to form those bonds when you see people, again, like you see them day in and day out. So, Sam, how often do you meet with the defendants or their families, or however that works?
Well, every lawyer's favorite answer is it depends.
Right.
So at the beginning of a case, if I'm going over a lot of discovery with them, I may be going out there a lot. Because we're getting so much surveillance video, because so much is coming in electronically, right? So I'm the one that shows up with a computer and takes them through that. So then, like I said, I've got one from 2018 that will finally go to trial this year. So, I've known him now for however many years that has been.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him probably in about a year, but I'm ready to start going back and going frequently. So there could be lulls in it, but like the client that I have, that I spent a lot of time with over the course of a number of years, was Stephen Lorenzo, and he's now on death row. And the last time I saw him, like, he wanted to go to death row, and his case is all kinds of crazy. But the last time I saw him, I was like, this person who has done these horrible, horrible things and been convicted of them asks me about my cat, like we had kind of a friendship, and I'm like, this feels so weird to me that like we can sit here and sort of like gossip in a way, chit chat about whatever. And it's I don't know. I figured that I'm old enough now that I need to know when to, set deeper boundaries. So I think by the end of this year, that will happen. But I go as frequently as is needed in terms of, getting through their discovery or
Mhm.
anything else the attorney asks of me.
Right. Joe, how do you feel about that? Like, do you think it's natural to make those connections when you see people, or do you have to struggle to not get close to people that you're seeing every day in a shared experience?
No, I think because we all share the people that I see every single day are the other trial watchers that I'm with in Delphi and in Lori Vallow's here in Phoenix, Maricopa. So I don't have a problem, and I've actually made some really good friends. Trace on the case, Tom Evans, among others, and I've met some interesting people. And we all, for the most part, I met Nate Eaton, and he's a really nice guy and really a really giving individual. But if I had to meet like any of the participants in the actual trial, that might be different. Like as an investigative reporter, I have the opportunity to like request to interview Lori Vallow, and she's never going to grant me, like I'm nobody, that interview, but I would probably like have to put money in her commissary account or something like that for her to even pay attention to me. And that would be icky. That would be gross. And I'm not going to do that ever. But I mean, it's that temptation that just like flits through your mind and you're like, nope, 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 nope. I'm not going to do that. Like when the jurors came out after the last trial and the reporters go running down the sidewalk, chasing them down, mobbing them. And I'm like, I'm not one of those. And and I just,
that's the dark side. That's the dark side of doing what you're doing and what we're doing. Sam, you don't have to worry about that, I don't think, at this point yet, because you're not at like a live trial per se. But Jules, it's you. That's the dark side. That's where you become like the jackals. You become the
exactly.
hyenas.
And that's what the three of us are different from what Sam does. And Sam's actually working. Sam's working hand in hand with the defendant, and but we're just in the courtroom observing a trial, but she's working behind the scenes with the defendant, and she's not reporting on what she's doing with that defendant. You know what I mean? It's different, but I would not want to be in Sam's shoes at all.
Yeah. So Sam, I guess that leads me into a question for you. Do you get to pick your clients and the defendants that you work with, that you have to work with, or are those chosen for you?
So, like I said, I'm in Florida. I'll try to make this as short as possible. Public defender's office has to conflict off a case, right? So if you're charged and for some reason they can't represent you, they have a conflict, they have to come off. Then the next level in Florida is the Office of Regional Counsel. There's another C in there. I can't remember what it stands for. They also have to conflict out. Then what happens is a private defense attorney that has a contract with the Justice Administration Commission, the JAC, has to be appointed to the case. Those attorneys then can hire experts and investigators, people like me. So, an attorney can come to me and say, do you want this case or not? I usually say yes. I've only ever said no to one. So, and that's, I guess the answer is I can choose, but you never know when somebody's going to plead. So, at any given moment, I might have what seems like a really big caseload and a lot of work, but in a week, 4 of them could plead out and be done and gone, so it doesn't behoove me to turn down work because I'm an independent contractor paid hourly by the Justice Administration Commission. So to answer your question, sorry.
No, go ahead. To answer the question, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say, yeah, I do have a choice, but it depends on whether I want to keep the lights
and
on.
If you said no to all the people that you got presented with, you wouldn't ever make any money and you wouldn't have a living or a career.
Correct. Yeah. That's
get it.
right.
I get it.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about the balance of having day jobs and and having a YouTube channel. Sam, you obviously you're telling us about your day job, and you also have a YouTube channel. So how do you balance it? And also, a question I've been asking, I think we've talked about this. What do you do to get away from what you do? Like I do this, like this is the only thing I do. But then I also have my other work, which is design work, and I have clients. You literally do the same thing, right? You're in the justice system, you're dealing with these defendants, and then you talk about it. So what do you do? How do you balance that? And then what do you do to Windex it all off?
Right. Well, it's honestly, it's not easy because there are cases that are being covered on YouTube that I do want to watch very much.
Mm-hmm.
I miss being in your chat. I just can't, I would be in chat and I would not be working. So
Mm-hmm.
I've had to really kind of shut my YouTube interaction down, which is really unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still just doing live streams right now, once a week. And then, like I said, because, you have to take the work when the work comes.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got, like I said, these death penalty trials coming plus federal cases. And they're saying the federal funding is about to run out. So I'm trying really hard to do that.
Right.
In terms of what I do on YouTube, I have some help researching and trying to pull my thoughts together. I would very much like to spend more time working on my YouTube channel. I'm hoping I can get there, right? And what I do is I no longer listen to true crime podcasts because, for one, they got some of my case facts wrong, and that made me mad. But you cannot eat, breathe, sleep true crime all the time. You just can't. There's too much darkness there. So then I go and I watch television shows like Hacks on HBO, which has absolutely nothing to do with crime, and it's funny, and I had to really, I think after the Murdaugh trial, this was way before I had a channel, I was very, very much invested in the Murdaugh trial. And once that ended, I think I shut down any incoming criminal social media information of any kind other than my job. I just shut it all down, because I would listen to books or podcasts or watch and I just had to stop. So I'm trying to balance. I'm not doing it very effectively. I would like to do more with being a content creator, but hopefully I will get there.
That's where your heart is doing this full time.
Yeah. So I'm a super creative person who ended up shutting down a creative business to go to law school. I was 37 at the time. Now I'm about to be 52. I can't believe that. But right. I was telling my mom, I was like, I was almost made to be a content creator because I am creative and I like to teach. So, and I also like to be entertaining. So for me, I love to get the information out there. I love to try to open people's eyes. I'm not, as I say all the time, I'm not here to make sure the guilty walk free. I'm just trying to add to the integrity of the system, right?
And to assure that they get their rights are met, that they get a fair trial.
Yeah. I mean, look at the amount of money that has been spent on Karen Reed's defense, right? Sarah Boone's defense was maybe a tiny increment on what has been spent on Karen Reed. And the truth is, Karen Reed is a unicorn. Most people don't have that kind of money. I heard Jules talking about the popcorn trial, and so Richard Escobar here in Tampa tried that case. And a lot of money went into that defense, a lot of money, and I've been also complaining that since August, I've been trying to get a sentencing. I have a sentencing of a kid who is now 19 who committed a crime when he was 16. They want to give him life, and trying to get an expert to work for the JAC rate of $150 an hour, which was set in 2007, has been an absolute nightmare. So this kid, the verdict was in August. He is his sentencing is currently now set for June 10th. And it has
And
taken all that.
And nobody will take this on.
We finally do have someone, yeah, but it took a court hearing with the JAC and the judge to say, this is ridiculous. You can't expect these people to work for this money, you know? So,
so the 150 was set back in 2007 and that
Mhm.
hasn't changed, obviously. Wow.
So for investigators, we got a $10 raise like two years ago. So it went from 40 to 50. If you're a mitigation specialist, you make 75. Attorneys only make 100 an hour. So they come in at a flat, like you're supposed to agree to the flat fee if you're an attorney. I believe capital M is $25,000. If you want to bill over and above that, you have to start tracking your time immediately, which is what I have to do, right?
Yeah.
I have to be very accountable to the Justice Administration Commission, as do the attorneys. But even then, if they are billing beyond, because it's an extraordinary case, they're still making like $100 an hour. It's ridiculous.
Sam, I have a question for you, and if you're uncomfortable about answering it, it's cool. I get it.
Oh boy.
No,
With that.
this is a tough one. It's a tough one, and she may not want to answer, and I get it. But maybe offline, you can answer my question.
Well, now I want to hear the question and the answer.
I'm going to give you the question, Chris, so shut up. I'm starting to get a little bit
I got smacked by Jules.
I'm starting to get a little bit of my spunk back.
Yes,
All right.
That's what we love about you.
I get it that public defenders are definitely overworked. There's no doubt about that. They have an enormous caseload and they're not paid very well. Given what I just said, Sam, because you are in that area of the public defenders and all of that, do you think, because of the fact that they're not paid well and that they are extremely overworked and their caseload is enormous, that the defendants that they defend are not getting like a defense of Karen Reed? Or I won't even use the defense of Karen Reed because that's an anomaly, you know. Let's go with Reeves. We'll go with Reeves or Michael Keating. Do you think that they don't get that same kind of defense because they're not being, you know where I'm going? And if you don't want to answer, I get it.
No, I'll answer. My opinion is that many public defenders get a bad rap. You get a lot of young people coming in out of law school because of the student loan forgiveness program. I don't think that's a bad thing because they're eager, they're hungry, they want to learn, they want the experience. Then you get public defenders who've been there, they're lifers basically, and they've become very good at what they do. I think there's probably a middle ground of burnout, right? From the young ones that decide they want to stay in public defense. Some people just do, and it doesn't mean they're bad lawyers at all. I think on my channel, I have my friend Scotty on all the time. He's very young and is working as a criminal defense attorney. He did an internship or clinic with the public defender's office, and now he works as an independent criminal defense attorney, and I work on a lot of his cases. He's a fantastic lawyer, absolutely fantastic, and he's so young. So, you know, it probably, like every part of the system, it's not perfect by any means. One of the big concerns I have, and I see it getting bigger every day, and I don't know that it's a public defender issue or if it's just a criminal defense issue, is that we don't get the training and the access to the resources that the state does. You know,
I was just going to ask you about that. I was going to ask you, what is the in the how does the balance work in that? I mean, essentially, from my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, basically the state has unlimited funds that they can do whatever they want, but there's a cap in the public defender's office with how much they could spend on a defense. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct in the fact that the prosecution or the state, I because I'm in Florida, I call it the state. I know in some places it's the district attorney, but here it's the state's attorneys. Yeah, they flew the FBI in for my last trial for, to give their cell phone analysis. The lack of technological understanding and knowledge in general scares me, because law enforcement has access to everything, right? Celebrate is designed for law enforcement. I had to go claw and kick and scream to get just a little bit of information out of them. I don't know what the defense budget is, but I have been told, and the JAC did run out of money a couple of years ago, and people were going unpaid. And the JAC is responsible for paying all of the defense in the state of Florida. So if you work in the public defender's office, I think also it depends on who's running that particular office, how aggressive they are about training, learning new things. It's kind of the Wild West out there right now as far as the digital forensics go. So I have to go if I want education, if I want more resources, I have to find them. I have to fund them. I have to. It's all on me to do that.
Who put the thing up about Signal? Who said that?
That was Sinbad. Do you use Signal?
Oh my
Asking for a friend.
that was funny. That's funny. I never heard of that until Karen, the Read 2.0. I never heard of Signal before.
We heard it. What was Sam? You came in with. We were watching a trial recently. I'll have to think about it because we're watching so many trials now. They're starting to run together. Oh, it was Monica. Right? Was she using Signal or no? They were using WhatsApp.
She was using WhatsApp.
Yeah, it was WhatsApp.
I'm so glad they found her guilty.
Yeah, there was another one that they used. Was it Signal?
Telegram?
Is it Telegram? That didn't sound familiar, but maybe it was
Telegram and Signal.
Yeah.
So
Viber. Yes. Sorry. Thank you.
Oh, yep, Viber. That's an old one, isn't it? So what I'm gonna do is coming up, like for now, I didn't want to be a digital forensics content creator, and I still don't. But we're gonna go back to it on my stream. So I'm waiting. I'm trying to gather some basic information, and then we're going to go back into it and look at some of these things, because it's just really interesting to me how, oh my gosh, how I don't think any of us truly have a clue as to how much information we are leaving behind as we go about our daily business.
Oh, the toothpaste.
We're being tracked. Yeah, the toothpaste. We're being tracked by everything, and you're foolish to think that you're not, right? You're foolish. Well, I turned my phone off, or I did this, or I did. I mean, we've done experiments, and you guys correct me if you, or let me know if you've done this too, where Aaron and I will just be talking, and then I'll look at my Facebook feed, and an ad comes up. So stalker ads, or we started to do this experiment, and and this was like a couple of years ago, and it freaked me out, Yeah.
So, the last gal that I dated was Hispanic. She spoke Spanish, and her family spoke Spanish. And every time she and her parents would come over to my place and visit, I would get Alexa ads and pop-ups in Spanish like all the time.
Yeah.
Like
they're listening. That is scary. I don't like it.
Yeah. Even though they say they're not tracking you, and or you can turn that off in the settings. Yeah, you'd be foolish.
It's a lie.
They are. Yep.
It's a
Joe,
lie.
Were you in the courtroom at the Monica Seminelli trial?
I was not. No.
Okay, where are you located? I'm sorry, I'm so out of touch with what's been happening on YouTube lately.
So
Okay.
I'm from Indiana, and I went to a few days of trial in Delphi, but I didn't
Okay.
feel like standing out in the cold for 4 hours every single morning, every single day. So, but
I'm
I've been in.
originally from Ohio. I can relate. I understand.
Okay,
I'm originally from Jersey. Not as cold, but cold enough.
Right.
But I've been in Phoenix, in the Phoenix area, greater Phoenix area, for the last several months, since the end of last year, for Lori Vallow Daybell's hearings and trial.
Joe,
Okay.
have you ever
Trials,
been
yeah.
in Phoenix in July? 2 years ago, I was in Phoenix in July, and it was for the very first time in my entire life, and it was horrible.
Mhm.
Yeah, they've had record triple digit numbers for a couple years in a row now. So
Yeah.
I hope Brandon's trial wraps up soon, and I can get back to somewhere a little more comfortable in the near
Right.
future.
So you
Make sure
really
you have
like
a lot of chapstick. You need chapstick in Phoenix in July.
so you really relocated yourself to be there for that purpose.
I did not come out here for Lori's trial. I came out here. My son was living out here. He's since moved out of the area, and I stuck around for the end of the first trial and the second trial.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
I didn't relocate just for this. I just happened to be out here to visit my granddaughter, and Lori's stuff was going on, and I'm like, well, I'm going to go check that out.
Oh wow, that has
I
to be
would've.
fascinating.
Yeah, I would have for sure.
Yeah, you're not a groupie. You're not a Lori groupie.
No.
Yeah, Ohio Palm Mom. Both Sam and I are from Ohio, so different parts, but Ohio nonetheless, and Indiana. So Joe, yeah, we know it, and then Jules, you're Jersey, New York. So
yeah, Jersey
yeah,
all the way.
We're all from that.
My
that
grandson
swath,
is
if you
driving
will.
down. My grandson's driving down from Jersey just to see me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wait, how old is your grandson?
Well, I have 3 grandsons and 1 granddaughter, but my grandson that's coming to see me is 28.
Okay.
My granddaughter that I live with my other son is 9.
Yes.
And then my baby has 2 babies, 7 months and a year and a half. 2 boys.
Because I didn't. Sorry, Sam. I didn't know about. I didn't realize your oldest grandson was that old. That's why when you said driving down, I didn't know that he was that old. So.
Yeah, he'll be here tomorrow, sometime tomorrow night. I'm so excited because it's been a long time since I've seen him, and he called me out of the blue. He calls me grandmother. My granddaughter calls me Nana, and the 2 little ones don't call me anything yet. But he called me and he's like, grandmother. We always talk all the time, but he's like, grandmother, my boss says that I haven't had any time off from work and that I should schedule vacation time. And I said, well, yeah, what are you going to do? And he said, I miss you. And I know that you've been going through a tough time, and I'm coming down. And I bawled.
Nice.
I mean, I bawled like a baby. And I was like, he's my firstborn. As a matter of fact, you could see him. He's sitting in my lap in that picture.
Oh, wow.
He was like, I think he was like 3 or 4 in that picture. And those are my 3 sons behind me.
Boys, yeah.
Nice. And so he's my firstborn. And I spent a lot of, even though I was no longer living in New Jersey, we spent a lot of time together because I always took twice a year, fly home. I would be there 3 weeks, stay with my oldest son. And so Robert and I had, even though we only saw each other twice a year, those 3 weeks, twice a year was very much quality time. And, and there's the big age gap, I mean, between my other grandchildren. And even with my granddaughter, I didn't get to they moved down here in 2017. Yeah, July of 2017. She was only, I don't know, 2, I think, when they moved down here, or maybe not quite 2 yet, but they moved down here. But then I was going shortly after they moved here. I started going through a divorce. I shut down. It was just, so I didn't really get to know my granddaughter all that well. But then when illness struck me, and as I became not being self-sufficient, my boys were like, she can't live alone anymore. And so my son Michael said, we're going to look for a bigger place. You know, Chris, you and Aaron were with me through that whole saga. So now, you know, I live with them, and my granddaughter and I are getting closer and closer. And, you know, I just wish I could get her to cook.
Well, she's still young. She's still young.
My grandson started cooking with me when he was 3 years old. I had him breading chicken cutlets.
That's true.
Chicken parmesan. But she doesn't want to have anything to do with cooking. But cleaning, I'm teaching her. I told her she will learn how to keep a clean house by the time I die.
That's important. That's important. Sam, did you had a question?
Yes, I wanted to ask you, do you feel like you're an expert now after all these hours of sitting and watching trials? How do you feel? Because I know when you guys started the channel, you did not intend to be sitting here watching and on screen all day, every day, and then recapping cases.
That's a great question. I think the recaps really make me dive into it and help me really understand. Like, yes, I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination, but I definitely feel more comfortable.
You've come a long way. You've come a long way in a year.
I agree with that. And then doing recaps like with Jules and Joe, for sure, you know, because you really have to pay attention, you know, and I do feel like I have a better understanding of the process, and it's kind of exciting. Like, growing up, my father was a lawyer, right? And so he asked me to go to trials with him, and I said no, and that's like a regret I have, because he passed away when I was like 25, and I look back at that and I'm like, oh man, I should have gone to some trials with him. That would have been really cool. But I kind of feel like I'm sort of doing him a little bit of justice and honoring his legacy and his name in that sense. So it's been cool. I'm enjoying it, and I like to learn. I'm always going to learn until the day I die, and then I also like to teach. I think Sam, you said that. You know, you like.
Yeah. My first career was as a high school teacher.
Oh, wow.
At the Performing Arts Magnet School in Dallas, Texas, and I was no joke. And the other teachers used to ask me for my hall pass. And one day I came into the classroom and somebody said, "Oh, my brother saw you at XYZ bar."
Oh,
and I thought, I'm too young to be a role model for anyone, so I'm just gonna cut this off right now. But in a different profession, I had the opportunity to teach adults, and then during the pandemic, I sat here and tutored law from 7 a.m. till 10 o'clock at night. And my mother was like, "You are reliving law school on a daily basis. Do you understand this?" And I'm like, "Yes, I do. And yes, it's just as traumatic." But it was also a lot of hand holding, having been through the very strange experience of law school. So yeah, I do very much like to teach. And that's a big part of my channel, or my purpose in having my channel.
Yeah. Joe, what about you? Like, what brought you to law and then YouTube in specific?
Oh, that's a really good question. So what brought me into law is just the investigative side of it. So since I was a little kid, since I could read, I read Sherlock Holmes, I read Jupiter Jones, detective novels. I read all of those when I was growing up, and that analytical and investigative side of that always appealed to me. But my career path, so I changed majors at Purdue 3 times.
Wow.
Oh wow, Joe.
Yeah.
Do you care to
I
share
just
what
want to do that.
what were they?
Yeah.
Do you mind?
So the first one was pre-law, history, political science double major.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
that bored the crap out of me. Political science and history were not my thing. So then I switched to computer science, and then I switched to my final career. I'm not going to share that here just because I don't need people doxing me, but
Oh,
I mean, it's not that hard to figure out who I am. I have nothing to hide. But the profession that I have actually engages a lot of those same. I love to do research. Like, I consider myself one of the best researchers in my profession, and it also involves investigation. It involves field work. It involves creating a final product that involves some type of artistic talent. So it's a good mesh. Like, it ended up being a good mesh. But then when Charlie crossed the Rainbow Bridge last July,
Charlie, sweet little boy.
When I got back to Indiana, the Delphi hearings were going on, the last 3-day pretrial hearings. And I'm like, I'm just going to go check that out. And for some reason, sitting in that courtroom on August 1st, 2024, brought some sort of filling in that gap in that loss that I was feeling at that time. And it just continued from there. And that's where it's at. My very first live on my channel was August 30th. So I'm 3 months behind you.
All right.
Are you going to have a celebration?
Yeah, you going to do a celebration? Yeah,
absolutely.
All right, cool. Awesome.
Invite me.
We'll be there, whether you invite us or not. We're going to crash it.
All right.
Exactly. Send me the link, Chris. You send me the link, and I'll crash it. I don't care.
I see Skylar. Is that?
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
You remember Chris?
Do you remember? Yeah. It was Christmas, right? Christmas, or was it New Year's? Yeah, Christmas.
Both.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, it was both. Yeah. How are you doing?
Good.
Yeah, good.
Tell them what you did yesterday.
What do you mean?
What did I have you do in the house yesterday?
Oh, yesterday I cleaned the whole house almost.
Wow.
Literally. Almost the whole house. I steam mopped almost the whole house. I cleaned off the table. So
yeah,
that's
she did
impressive.
It for me, not a mother.
That's more than what I did. I haven't cleaned. We haven't cleaned. I like to mow. I don't like to clean house. I'd rather do yard work than clean house.
Doesn't the grass bother you out there?
In what way?
When you mow. I can't be outside when the grass is freshly mowed.
Oh, no, I love that. There's nothing, I don't know, there's nothing better in my mind than gas and freshly cut grass. That just, to me, is like
that's so Ohio. That is so Ohio.
That is so nuts.
That is such a yeah.
I cannot breathe. No, I can't breathe when the grass. I like the smell of fresh cut grass, but it doesn't like me. It triggers my allergies bad.
Understood.
Charlie used to follow me around the backyard. So we had a riding mower, and he would follow around the riding mower, and he would come in the house, and his paws would be totally green from all that cut grass.
That's really cute. We had a Jack Russell Iggy. He would do the same thing when it was a push mower where we lived before when he passed away at that place. It wasn't large enough for a riding mower, so I had a push mower, and Iggy would follow me around. It was cute. I miss that. I miss our boys.
Yeah.
I miss my Mickey and my Lexi, but now I have Frankie, and you all know.
We all know and love Frankie. Frankie Cam. We need Frankie Cam. Was he like licking his junk at one time?
Oh, God.
Were we doing a live?
No, we were doing a live, and he was humping my bed pillow. No, I know when it was, Chris. It was after Sarah Boone. We came back
Yeah.
to my house because we were
Yes.
going to Ashley Benefield, and
Yep,
we
yep.
were live streaming in my house, and the camera picked him up on the couch, and he was humping the pillow on the couch.
Yeah, we had Frankie Cam on, and he was humping the pillow. Oh, Frankie's great. We love Frankie.
We don't, right?
I love
So-
him. He's playful. I like him.
Yeah, he's too playful. He's going to be 3 next month.
Wow.
And he,
Yeah,
and,
he's still-
he shows no sign of calming down. None.
Yeah.
He's completely different from my other 2 pups that I had.
Yeah. Our Jack Russells didn't calm down until like a month before I'd say maybe 6 months before they passed away. That was it. I mean, Iggy was full on up until he started to get dementia. So he started to go downhill a little bit. Yeah. Maybe 6 to 8 months. And then it was a slow progression, but yeah, he was playing, we were wrestling, we were doing all kinds of things, when he was like 15, 16,
So Chris, do you have thoughts on how long these trials are going? Because I know you guys have made specific choices about the cases that you're covering, and I think Monica Simonelli went on a little bit longer than you maybe had expected. Do you ever find that you're regretting any of the cases you've chosen to stream?
Yeah, I was. We were talking earlier, I think, with Katya, and like 2 weeks is usually pretty good. I like a 2-week trial. Not that it's longer trials for some reason. I'm not sure what it is. It's a slog. What I'm finding with Monica and now with Carlos, it's a slog, right? And it's a marathon, and you're just it's like the swamps of Mordor for like days and weeks. And then all of a sudden something will happen and that trial will just turn on a dime. And then all of a sudden it's like, wow, this is really exciting. Oh my gosh. Wow. And then it just kind of picks up steam. So does that happen in a shorter trial? Maybe in like a compressed way it might. And these longer trials are different in that. That's what I'm learning with these longer trials is like they take a long time. It's like a roller coaster. Remember the roller coaster? You're going up, you're going up, you're going up, and then all of a sudden you hit that top, and then it just explodes. Whereas the shorter trials, it seems to happen a lot quicker. So do I have regrets? No, I guess not. I don't ever want to regret a trial that we stream. But this one is the Mingus is supposed to be 10 weeks, and I think we're in 3rd week. I think we're going to.
Oh my gosh!
4th week.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. I had caught some of the Monica trial with you, but I'm not able to sustain these longer trials right now as much as I might like to. I just simply cannot do that. So, I'll like the other day when you texted me that there was a investigator on the stand, it's good to pop in and see everyone. But someone asked if I was going to be a part of a recap, and I'm like, I don't even know what case this is. I certainly can't be doing that. But do you find that you're invested? Do you find how that you feel one way or another about the lawyers or the judges or any of the people that show up?
Sure. No, I mean, I have my opinions pretty quickly, but they also change with the lawyers. Like the more you hear or the more you see somebody, the more you can base your opinion on them. So right now, what is Joe?
That's Joe good.
That was awesome.
It looked like you were jumping up and down, Joe.
I've got this new face tracking camera, and if
great.
I like get up and move, it gets all wonky like that.
That was
still
great.
getting used to my new technology.
I don't have my streaming stuff hooked up in my other room in my living area because when I was moving in with my son, I took everything apart, and now I don't know how to put it back together. And Chris when I told him that, Chris was like, well, why didn't you take pictures of what it looked like before you took it apart? Because who thinks of those things? Not me.
Yeah, I do that all the time because I don't remember. So I take a picture and then I can refer back to it. So
Well, hopefully when my grandson comes, maybe he can figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to bring on one of our fantastic mods, Dr. Rachel. There you are.
What's
How
up, everybody?
are you? Hello, hello.
What's
How are
up?
Oh, Rachel.
It's so good to see you.
Great seeing you. How are you
I've
today?
been listening. Good.
Yes.
I've been listening all day, but I had to go. I heard you guys talking about gardening. I was landscaping and doing some stuff, but I was not barefooted. I had shoes on. It was very muddy out. So.
You with flowers, right? You have an incredible knack with flowers. So let's start with that. Tell us about your flowers.
Okay. So how much do I really want to tell you about the real reason I do flowers? Okay, I'll tell you because this is a special day. Congratulations, you guys. Just
Thank you.
Put that out there. You guys are awesome.
Thank you for being a part of it.
No, it's like my pleasure. It's awesome. So many years ago, I'm not coming on to be depressive immediately, but several years ago, one of my best friends died, and after that, I didn't make this connection right away, but after that, I started getting into flowers. I was like, I want to grow flowers from seed. I don't even know where that idea came from, but it was like in something like intrinsic or in the universe. I don't know. Something came together. I was like, I'm going to do this. And I started indoors. I got all the supplies. I had an amazing first year of just planting. My husband built me like a raised bed garden, and I grew amazing flowers. I couldn't even believe it. And so I've just been teaching myself over the past several years how to do it, and it connected with me. I realized that, okay, this is going to go deep, guys. All right.
Yeah, that's why you're here. Let's do it. Let's go.
We're going to lighten it up. So like flowers are interesting, right? Because they have to die in order to live. So they have to fully die at the end of the season in order to come back and be alive and live and be beautiful. And so it kind of just like put to rest for me thoughts about, my friend dying and what death is and how like there can be beauty within it. And so it just like healed me somehow in that way. And I watched this woman, she has Floret Farms out in Washington State. And so if I ever disappear, that's where I am. I'm going to go live with her. But I watch her YouTube channel, and she had this special that she came out with on, it was like on Lifetime or something, but it was all about how she got into flower growing. And I was like sobbing the whole 4-part series. I'm watching her grow flowers and I'm sobbing. My husband was like, are you okay? I'm like, I don't know. Something so beautiful and healing about it. And what I do for a living, someone's always mad at me. Like, it's really nice to be able to bring flowers to someone. Like, no one's ever mad when you show up with flowers, right?
No,
like flowers, even when you're grieving, are great, right? And
okay,
so like,
well, I'm going to remember that, Rachel. So the next time you come to see your family here in Florida and you come to see me, you best have flowers in those hands.
Okay, I will.
Red
I totally will.
Red ones.
I feel like I've seen a lot of movies where flowers are being thrown at somebody. Like,
no, she won't throw flowers. Well, she can throw flowers at me, but bring me red ones or gardenias.
Oh, those are hard to find in the store.
Gardenias are my favorite flower.
Those are very hard to grow. I grew some once and it didn't. I'd have to try again. But yeah, they're really pretty. They smell really good.
I'm surprised because up by you, I would think gardenias would do well. Here in Florida, we had a hard time planting them.
Yeah,
because it gets too hot here.
Well, I think they probably do grow well here. I just wasn't good at doing it. I'm still learning. So yeah.
Right.
So yes, gardening is awesome. It's very healing. And oh my gosh, Brat, I knew someone was going to bring that up. The throwing flowers with the pianist trial.
Oh, Zachary Hughes.
Yes. No.
Yes.
No.
I was not referring to that, Brat, but that's a good memory on you. I was going like more of a Lifetime movie or something. Not that I watch Lifetime movies, but something like that.
Oh, sure you don't.
My secret is out. My secret is out. Thought I would just sneak that one in there.
I highly recommend getting into gardening, even if you feel like you're not good at it. There's just something about it. Yeah. So it's cool. Yeah, I love it.
Growing up, my mom kept.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, growing up, my mom had a garden, right? So that's where we grew up with fresh vegetables and fruits. We had strawberries, and she had everything you could imagine. So I would go out and I would pick snap peas, carrots, all that stuff. I have not, though. I keep plants, but I don't have a garden. So that's one thing I am missing is a garden. Sam or Joe, Jules, where do you guys land with gardens?
I do great in gardens.
Yeah. You can actually,
and I even do good. I just found this out recently because my gardens have always been outside. I could show you pictures. I grew broccoli. I mean, you name it. And it was a learning curve having a garden here as opposed to New Jersey, because here it's hot all year long.
Yeah,
but yeah. I grew eggplant. I mean, you name it. And my herb garden was unbelievable. I'm growing basil and a tomato plant in my other room.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
you should. You're Italian, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but indoors. Indoors.
Yeah.
This is indoors.
Put them in a sunroom. Yeah. Put them in a window.
Yeah.
They just need sun. That's all.
Yeah, and it's I have to tell you, Chris and Aaron know I was very on the fence about moving in with my kid. But they really have me set up really well here. I have my own room, my bedroom, but I also have, you go out my bedroom and you just go down through the family room, which they don't use. That's basically for me too. And then the apartment complex calls it a den, but it really isn't a den. But the room is probably about the same size as my bedroom. I've got that set up as a living room for me. So when I get out of my bed, I'll get a cup of tea and I sit in there, and I try, since I've been home from the rehabilitation center, I've been trying to sit up and not be bedridden as much as possible. So it's cute. And they have their own living room on the other side. And so it's for an apartment. This is 1,835 square feet. We have a lot of room, and we don't even have to see each other if we don't.
It's a perfect setup. I saw the floor plan. It is a perfect setup for your situation. It's a perfect setup.
Yeah, I'll have to take pictures of it and send it to you and Aaron, because it's a really nice complex. It's pricey, but it's a nice complex. I mean,
welcome to Tampa.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Not that you have to tell us the pricing, but
Sam, I'm at the Grand Reserve. I don't know if you know where that is. Grand Reserve at Tampa Palms, the gated community. Well, we've got our own Amazon hub.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we have the hub here. We have a car washing station, a dog washing station, a dog park, a playground for the kids, a pool, a volleyball court, a tennis court, and a basketball court. I think I covered everything. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
And now I have my own handicap parking spot too.
I want to hear about Joe and Sam and gardens. Do you guys grow anything? Are you able to keep flowers alive? Do you have gardens? Joe, you want to go first?
Sure. So my mother's father, so my maternal grandfather, was a professional tomato farmer in Indianapolis. He had acres and acres of tomato plants. He sold them to, I think it was the Hunt's processing plant back.
Oh, wow.
Back in the day. And so when I grew up, we always had a garden. My mom was the gardener, and we always had a ton of tomato plants, among other things, green beans, carrots, chard, a lot of other things. And we canned tomatoes every fall. We canned cases and cases and cases. So when you can something, you blanch the tomatoes, and then you peel off the skin, and then you put them in the can, and it's all got to be done in a sterile type of environment.
Right.
Yeah.
But so that's what we ate all the winter, because we had 6 kids, or they had 6
Awesome.
kids. I have 5 siblings, so that was part of what we ate throughout the entire winter. But I also grew a huge burn tolerance on my fingers. Like I can touch really hot things and I don't even know that I'm touching hot things. Like I have a burn on my hand.
Like chef hands. You have chef hands.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, exactly. I burned myself on an oven rack last weekend when I was fixing brunch for some friends, and I didn't even know I burnt myself until like the next day. I'm like, oh, that looks kind of nasty. But we also froze corn and peaches and blueberries and all that stuff. So my mom was like that Mormon.
Oh, Joe, you're my kind of guy. I do all of that too.
Oh, really?
I learned that when I was a child, though, growing up in an Italian family. I learned that from my grandparents, and I just did it. And now my daughter-in-law, not this one, but the one in New Jersey, her and my son, I taught them how to can, and my son has an incredible garden, and he does all of that.
Nice. Very nice.
I make my own preserves too. Did you do your own preserves, Joe?
No, I did other things. I did lots of other things. But I lost my house in a house fire in 2019, and I haven't been able to have a garden since. And I do miss it a lot. I do miss that.
How tragic! How did you lose your house, Joe, to a fire? What happened?
It was probably an electric. It was when I was out of town and my son was staying there by himself. So all I know is I got a call in the middle of the morning when I was out in California, and he's like, "Dad, the house is on fire," and I'm like, "Oh no!"
Oh God, that must like your stomach must have just like dropped.
Yeah,
It was a total loss.
Yes. Yep.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. And they did an inspection. They couldn't figure out what the original cause of it was. It was probably electrical. It was an older house. It was built in like 1955. So not all the when we bought it, back a few years before the fire, not all the electrical had been upgraded yet. So we were working on it and it wasn't there. But anyway, I miss my garden. I had grown. So they have 2 different types. If you didn't know this, domestic tomato plants, there are 2 different kinds. There are the ones that will stop growing at a certain height, like about 3 feet high. And then there are other domestic tomato plants that will keep growing until they die. And I bought one of those, and it was literally as big as a tree.
I didn't say, did it take over your entire yard? Like
just about. It took over about a fourth of the yard. It did.
But doesn't it need something to climb up? Oh, there you go, Jules. Doesn't it need like a trellis or something?
No, it's a vine, so it will grow along the ground. So I did have like the trellis thing like right next to it, but only like 4 feet high. And once it got over the 4 feet high, it came down over the edge of it and then spread out along the ground and just kept growing.
Gotcha.
And that's the thing, when I first did vegetables, which I don't anymore, but I bought like 5 tomato plants thinking, like, how much are they going to produce? It was out of control. So it's like, you really only need 1 tomato plant. If you're
you have to learn though, you can cut those tomato plants back so they don't get all out of control. And with your cuttings, all you have to do is strip the bottom and plant it straight into the ground, and then you have another tomato plant too.
But I didn't want to. I didn't want to cut it back. I'm like, how big can this thing get? how far can it go? How many tomatoes can I get? Yeah.
All right, Sam. I want to hear your coming from Ohio. I want to hear your.
Well, I grew up in the middle of absolutely nowhere, so that's a good basis. My grandmother had herb gardens on her property. Big, they were like train track. What are the train tie? You know what I'm talking about?
Railroad ties.
Thank you. So she would pay me like a nickel to go and pick chamomile or lavender or whatever, and she would dry everything. And then my mom, we all lived on like 400 acres. And so we had separate homes, and there was corn and soybean. I lived in the middle of nowhere. We had small garden at our house, and we grew some little vegetables and things like that. And then we moved up to the city, and And my mother's landscaping, like the garden for the house, was on the front page of the social section or something one day.
Oh,
So
cool.
I have been in this particular apartment for 10 years now. The only thing growing here is Henry. and they put AstroTurf down for where the grass used to be. So I miss it very much. But she grew Lily of the Valley, and when my mother sold that property, she took the Lily of the Valley with her, and it went to 3 other houses, and she still has it. And so that's a very special flower for me, is Lily of the Valley.
Nice. All right, we have another
Wow,
special
that's a
guest
great
waiting for
story.
us. I'm going to bring our special guest out, and then I want to continue this conversation. So let's all welcome therapist
Boom.
Kristen.
Hello.
Up.
Hi,
I'm just filling out the
Kristen.
prize wheel.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. It's game time. It's game
No,
time.
So
it's
career.
It's always game time with you. I love it.
Kristen,
camera
it's so
is like-
nice to see you. But I'm gonna step out for a while. I am tired, but I'm gonna keep the link. So if you guys, after I'm done resting and stuff, if you guys are still on, I'll pop. Why are you going like that?
Look at what you just
I was
did.
waving at Rachel. She was waving at me.
No, you
No,
were
I was
cleaning.
cleaning my
you
camera
were
because
cleaning
you
the
came on looking so
camera.
clear, and I looked all
Yeah.
foggy.
I just
So-
noticed
Like, we got to clear this up before the show.
In case I don't make it back, congratulations, Chris and Aaron, for a job well done. It's been a joy and a pleasure working with you, and hopefully it'll happen again. We shall see. I wish you nothing but the best going forward. I know you're going to plant your seeds, and it will grow. And
Thank you,
so
Jules. Thank
nice
you.
seeing you again, Sam. Rachel, we'll talk
Yes.
later. Kristen, maybe I'll be back later, but I do need to. I need to rest.
Understood.
Love you
Jules, thank
guys.
you. Thank you so
Love
much.
you.
Go get some rest, and
Love
we
you
will talk to you
too.
later. All right. Bye.
All right. Bye bye.
Hey, girl. It's been a minute, Kristen.
Hi.
Hi.
How
Last
are
time
you?
I saw you was on New Year's Eve, I think. I'm well. How are
Okay.
you? I know we were playing some trivia. Whatever happened to some trivia?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
look, she's got she's got a wheel. She's got games.
It's ridiculous.
Kristen
No,
always
it's not
brings-
games. It's not games.
It's
I'm
it's
gonna
not.
How do you
send
have
somebody.
a wheel?
How do you not?
How does she not?
use
Don't
that
you
in
know?
therapy?
Exactly.
Come
How does
on.
she
How do you
not?
not?
Of course
Do
she's
you
going
use
to have
the
a
wheel
wheel.
in therapy? Like, let's see what we're going to
I
talk about
haven't used
today.
it. I just put it up together. Put it
Oh.
together last night.
What am I-
But I told Chat I would give away some of Squeegee's coloring books to Super Chats. And
Oh.
so
Cool.
don't worry about it, Squeegee. It's none of your business.
Oh,
So
okay.
people
Well,
have been
that's cool.
they're putting their names on the wheel. But
All
mods
right.
can't, sorry.
It's all fun
I'll
and
buy my
games
own
till somebody
coloring
gets
book.
their name on the wheel.
That's
Yep.
right. That's right. So yeah. So okay. So you use this with your patients. You put a disorder on and you spin it around and say, okay, what are we going to talk about today?
No.
Yeah.
I would
What
never
should I
do
bill
that.
insurance for?
I would never ever do that.
No, that she puts the individual traumas on the wheel, and then she
Oh, there it
says,
is.
"Which one of these are we going to talk about
Yeah.
That's
That's
what I
more.
remember in last session. You listed these traumas.
Ooh.
That's
Y'all are trying to get me murdered.
No. Gosh, no.
never.
All right. Well, now
What's
that we
going on?
have therapists in the group and we have an investigator as well, let's talk about how does, this current trial we're watching with schizophrenia, right? How does that, Sam, have you dealt with people that have disorders that are doing not guilty reason of insanity? I'll
No,
start there.
I
You've never
haven't.
done
I
that.
haven't done that. I have had at least one, if not more, that were sent away to the hospital for 3 months to see if they could be restored to competency to
Okay.
stand trial. But I have never had anyone plead guilty for that reason.
Gotcha. therapist and Dr. Rachel, what do you think about Carlos and where we're going with that? Do you want to weigh in on that now, or is that something for another show? Wait, I have a good idea. Why don't we do a show called, let me think for a second.
Wait, I feel like I need to mirror her. Wait.
Oh, sorry.
It should
I'm
be
just copying
something.
you.
It should be something that's serious, but not really serious. And what do you guys think?
I don't know.
All the screenshots. Y'all are assholes.
There you go, all the screenshots. All right. Well,
Zach,
I think
be quiet, Zach.
we've
Take your
teased it
$2.
already, but we have a new show coming out Monday at 10 a.m. Starting at 10 a.m. It's not going to be every Monday at 10, but it's just going to be this Monday called, drum roll, Dead Serious?
Dead Serious.
I was waiting for you guys to say it.
Oh,
Dead Serious. I was waiting for you guys to say it. All right. We have a new show called Dead Serious. Those two on the bottom are going to be doing what they do. So this is a little preview. We've had you guys on before, but this is a little preview of what we can expect to come. And Sam, you will be, I would love for you to come on and talk, give your perspective as well. Not that you have to do it this Monday. I'm not putting you on the spot, but going forward, we would love to have you on as like special guest to have you give us insights as we bring up these cases. I know you might not be watching them. I still would like to hear your
I would love to. Thank you. Just let me know.
And Capri, thank you for that.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Sam,
Mm-hmm.
You said nobody's ever pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Is that because most of the ones that you've dealt with have been narcissists?
That's a good question. It's a hard defense to put forward, so I've never seen anybody, I just, in the last 10 years, I've never come across a case like that. I think Ronnie O'Neill probably should have pled that way. He was here in Tampa. You may have seen him. He had his hair sticking like straight up.
Never plead that.
We wanted to do a rewatch of that. We couldn't find it. If they streamed it, they didn't keep it. Yeah.
It was streamed, at least parts of it were, but if you can still find the sentencing portion of it and what the judge said, it was just really that case. I knew the crime scene expert on that, and I remember being glad that was not a case I got, because that would have been a horrific scene. But he's the one that comes. Yeah, he's the one that comes to mind as maybe like that would have been the most probable person for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of them are narcissists, and the other thing that I cannot get past right now is the entitlement. And these teenagers, you guys think I'm making it up. I swear these 14-year-olds are out there committing felonious crimes against each other, felonies against each other. And their mothers are so, I don't understand. I'm so confused, and I don't understand. They don't think they should have to pay for their crimes. And, as I've always said, I'm just here to help balance the system, to make sure people get the defense they're entitled to, not so that guilty people can run free. But I'm shocked at what I am seeing right now. I'm just shocked by it.
So do you think that there is a generational thing that goes along with the younger generations that are coming into their adulthood, now their adolescence and adulthood, not wanting to be held responsible for their crimes?
That's a really interesting way of putting it. Yeah. I had a kid tell me that, and there was no doubt that he committed this stabbing. And he told me that, well, because he was under 21, he should only have to do 10 years and then get out and have a family.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, this other person is deceased. And the co-defendant actually got sent away to the loony bin. So, and I don't even know if he pled. I'd have to go back and look, Kristen, actually. I'm not sure if the co-defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity, or that he was just he was flat out found incompetent, period. I think that was the outcome of that. But yeah, they don't want to be held responsible, and they don't think they should. And their parents don't either. It's crazy.
So their parents would be in their 40s, I'm guessing, if they're like, say they're 20. Let's just say they're 20. So their parents would be 40s.
My clients are skewing towards 14, 15, and 16 years old, and I'm not joking.
Right. So their parents are more like in their 30s, I would guess then, right? Ish, 30s to 40s. And
yeah.
I've had this conversation, I think, with all three of you, and I'm going to bring it up again. Like our generation, and I'm going to speak because I'm probably the oldest one here. We grew up a certain way. I don't want to become that old guy, yelling at the clouds and saying, "Oh, this younger generation, their music stinks." But do you honestly think that because I read it all the time, and it's like this younger generation is different because they grew up with cell phones. They grew up with television access, internet, social media. Right. So there has to be something in that's making them act a certain way versus people that didn't grow up with that. Like
they turn around and put their crimes on YouTube, on Instagram, on whatever.
TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I found two guys who were getting ready to leave the country, but on their way out, they decided they just go ahead and give an interview in Texas. And I found them on YouTube. It's like, are you kidding? Then I had another one where I found him on YouTube, and he had a rap song. He actually had a decent following on YouTube. And I watched some of his videos, and then I read his police report, and guess what? His rap song mirrored his police report. And I said, "Do you see this on here?" And he said, "Oh yeah, but I made that over in Palm Beach. I made that before this crime."
Wow.
It's mind-boggling. They want to show each other how cool they are with their guns and their money and their drugs and the things they've stolen, and
and they're criming. They want to make their crimes their physical assaults. Like they will post on social media attacking another person. Like there was that case in Las Vegas.
Yeah, and here, like, obviously, I don't know if it's obvious, but I've never attacked anybody. But man, I think all the time about how, thank goodness I did not have social media when I was in college.
Right.
Thank the Lord.
Or high
I
school.
might not even be sitting here.
Or high school. Oh my God.
High school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Your judgment and just the stupid attention-seeking stuff. It's just, I
can't imagine being 9th, 10th, 11th grade in high school and having social media. It's it was bad enough without it.
It was. It truly was.
Right?
Yeah.
My middle school experience was not the best because I was a nerd. That was the 80s, and nerds were a thing in the 80s, and I was a nerd. I was like concentrating on my academics, and I did play basketball. But if I cannot imagine how much more so it would have been traumatic, like back if we had cell phones, smartphones, and social media back in that day. I cannot imagine.
Terrible.
Yeah. Now I always go back to phones are a tool, right? Just like and they, and the internet and social media, it's all how you use it, right? It can be like, look at us right now. We wouldn't be doing this 20 years ago, so it's all how you use that. And I always go back to a hammer. You can build a house with a hammer, or you can kill somebody, hit them in the head with a hammer. So it's same with social media, same with the internet. It's all how you use it. And I think a lot of people use it for the benefit. And again, look at us right now. We're living proof that it can be worked in the positive, but then also look what we're talking about. It can be worked in the negative, where kids are filming themselves. Look at that kid in was it Christchurch or whatever, when he shot up those people. That was all on live stream. I mean, I don't. So where's that disconnect? And where is it that some kids think that that's cool and they want to, hey, look at me, and other kids are like, wow, I would never ever do that.
Yeah, it's like fire. I have 2 tattoos, and only 2 tattoos, and they're not openly visible, but one of them is the Chinese symbol for fire. And it's because fire can be used for good and it can be used for evil.
Absolutely.
Just like social media, just like our cell phones, just like a number of things.
I wonder if it's not for a lot of the kids, and I mean that literally. Like I've said this. I was stunned to learn one of my recent visits to the Hillsborough County Jail that they had to open a separate pod up to house the teenagers because they're bringing them in groups now. But their parents are young. Chris, you were saying like 30s, 40s, and I think you're thinking more traditional. Whereas I'm wondering how much the parents' use of social media created a disconnect between them and their kids. Because you see people all the time who are just like on the phone nonstop. And then I also wonder what kind of role did the pandemic play in any of this, and I'm obviously not the psychiatric people, you guys are, but I have so many questions. I'm just constantly stunned at the world we live in versus the one we grew up in.
Yeah. All right, therapist or Dr. Rachel.
I have a thought.
Lay it on us.
Back in my day, whenever, like a long time ago,
5 years ago,
the parents basically
you're like 22.
Got to create the culture, and they formed what their children saw and thought in media, and what they saw on the TV, and what they saw on the radio, listened to on the radio. And now kids just are open to the whole world.
24/7 media cycle. There's no more reading the paper. I remember as a kid, I would I would read the cartoons and the sports.
Same.
I didn't read politics. I didn't read anything else. It was just and you would turn on the news. The nightly news was at 6 o'clock and 11, and that was it. And then now we have this 24 news cycle, every 24/7. Every station's trying to beat out the other one. And Joe, we were talking about that earlier. The jackals of running after to get that news scoop. You got to get that news scoop.
Yeah, and do you remember? It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a really good question. I wonder where these parents show up in my text messages, and they're blowing up my phone, the lawyers' phones. It's like, where were you when your child was out burglarizing 35 cars?
Right.
Just checking, like, why is this now my fault? Why is this now my problem? Yes, I'm here to make sure that, they get a fair shake in the justice system, but your indignation belongs directed at yourself, I would think. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't understand. I don't understand.
And I will say too, I think that parents have a lot to do with it, but I will push back a little bit and say that sometimes your kids, they're their own people. I mean, not sometimes, they're their own people to whatever extent. And, I've known excellent parents who it doesn't make sense, but the choices that their kids have made, or because of some underlying mental illness or other issue, their kids have done things that the parents would they don't even understand what happened because they did everything really correct or whatever.
My brother and I are like that night and day. I mean, could not criminal in another part of the, convicted felon in another part of the country, same.
Right. So
we're like 16 months apart.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
you have parents that have literally done everything they possibly can for their kid to help them be healthy and responsible and make good choices, and then they don't. So it's you do see some of that too. It's not always that the parents are absent. It's not.
But do you think at 14 right now? I mean, so what's happening is these 14-year-olds, and it kind of started as a joke because I had maybe 2. Now I have, I don't even know how many 14. I'm like, don't tell me it's another 14-year-old. Yes, it's another 14-year-old. But now they're going to be locked up for their formative years.
I know.
Even if they're my one kid who has turned 19 since he's been in county for the last 3 years. That's his developmental state. So you know, my big push on him and getting him evaluated prior to his sentencing is like, my focus is not on mitigation from a point of like, oh, there's something wrong with him, he's damaged, but no, this kid just made a really bad choice and is redeemable and rehabilitatable, and please don't, you know, don't lock him away in Florida prison because he could be something. Right. You know, but there's a generation of kids, and I wish I was exaggerating. I wish I wish I was not, you know, screaming this across the internet all the time. It's teenagers right now. That's the bulk of my defendants, and it's sad and it's scary.
And the adolescent male's brain doesn't fully form and develop till they're like what, 24, 25 years old at least.
Yeah.
26,
early 20s,
closer to 26.
They're all, I mean, these teenagers are literally, I talked about it on my channel because my friend Scotty, who's a lawyer, got this one kid who is looking at life, got him a 5-year, 5-year in and a 5-year out deal. So 5 years in Florida State Prison will knock off the time he's been sitting in county, right? If he behaves himself, he gets gain time. So he'd be out quick. And then 5 years of probation. Kid turned it down. He's got 7 cases.
Wow.
7 cases. 7 first-degree felony life. I mean, he is, and his mother said, "Oh, I think you can do better." Are you?
Wow. I mean, what
where's
do you do with
the
that?
logic?
Yeah.
What do you do with that? Like literally, what do you do with that? You know, it's mind blowing. I don't understand.
I have a feeling.
I need therapy, therapists. I need therapy.
I have a feeling that this has probably always happened, but maybe not on the scale that we're seeing, and also because we're more aware of it. Like there's always been people deleting people, right? There's always been crime. That's always been there. Has it always been young kids, 14-year-olds? That I can't answer to, but it seems like maybe we're just becoming more aware of it. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I wonder that all the time, if it's an awareness thing versus an actual happening thing. So I'm interested to know what you guys have to say about that.
I think society is evolving. I think that it's to some level, to some certain extent, it's awareness, and it's also society is devolving. And every person, every kid, every 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old that has a smartphone has his own television studio or her own television studio in their hand.
Like and movie theater.
Yes.
And gaming device.
Yes.
And
all in one.
And look at these kids that are like 5, 6, 7 years old, and they have like 10 million subscribers, and they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. I mean, then there's that,
And that's what they want to be when they grow up.
Yeah, but then how is that different?
If you're making millions.
Yeah, but how's that different
when your
than
kid's I want to be an influencer? You're like, what?
Right.
Yeah.
But okay, so how does that different than childhood actors? Look at going back to Shirley Temple, going back to the Mickey Mouse Club, going back to the kids in the Britney Spears, look how messed up she became.
Well, it's way more people have access to the ability to do that, but also I think it's unregulated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, essentially, you have to rely on the parents to make sure that's all being done appropriately, and to some extent, I don't know that you even can, because you can't control what other people that have access to your children are going to do. And that's the thing. So,
right. And even if you have parental filters and their child manages to get past the parental filters, which happens all the time now, and their parental filters are almost non-existent for the majority of society now. Then what we rely on is societal filters, and society will encourage negative, bad, violent behavior. They will get likes and clicks and views and even money from the horrible things that are going on their whatever they're producing. I mean, it's All
right. I went to a radio and television technical school, right? And I went to a college, and that didn't work out. So I wanted to go to like a trade school, basically. And the local news reporter, the main guy, came in, and one person asks him, why is the news nothing but blood and murder and killing and all this stuff? And he's like, because it sells. That's it. It's unusual. It's unusual. Even though they show it every day, day after day after day, it's unusual. It still is unusual when somebody shoots somebody and kills them. It's still unusual, but that also sells. And there's an old adage in marketing: sex and blood sells. Sex sells. People want to see that. Look at the Inquirer. Look at the Daily, or was it the Mirror? I think out in England. People that sells. And when you're trying to make that your living, that's what you're going to do. It's a demand.
I think
it's a demand.
that like one of my theories is if the media wouldn't broadcast school shootings, they would go down a lot.
Yeah.
Because I think that's why a lot of kids do that, is to be known and to have their names known. And if nobody, it takes away some of the
Yep.
whatever that word is.
The eyeballs. Yeah, the notoriety or the eyeball. Yeah, it's the eyeballs, basically.
Right.
Just
sure.
a theory.
And then once that one gets the notoriety, then you get copycats who also want the same notoriety. I mean, you have a couple of them who have specifically mentioned the Columbine shooters or other school shooters when they were planning their shooting.
Absolutely.
Because it becomes reality and a possibility for them.
Right.
You're showing them that, wow, this can actually do this.
Well, any serial killer, Son of Sam, I remember they were very concerned. That was like 1977. I remember that growing up very distinctly, that they were so afraid of copycat killers. And I think even one of the murders may have been, or there was, So, I mean, there's always, so again, it's always been around. And then I go back to now we have access to it, and here we are covering it. So it's just for me, at least, it's in my face, and I can't help but to talk about it. But then before we started this channel, I felt the same way that, where are the parents? Like, where's our generation saying, no, this behavior is unacceptable? Where did we fail?
We are social distancing, which is what we've been doing since 1989. We are the original social distancers. Yeah. We're just over here in the corner, ignored, yet also not calling for attention. So it's weird if you watch, and the press covers all the generations except ours, right?
Yeah.
Gen X is always left out.
We grew up in the shadow of the baby boomers, for sure.
Yeah.
I remember as a teenager, and I would see, what was that, 40 something? Remember that show? I was like,
oh yeah. Do you know the Golden Girls? Some of them were in their 50s. Excuse me, I'm a
no.
I know.
One of my friends, bless her heart, she said, well, it's not going to be too long before you can move into a 55 and older community. And I just went, oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, though, those communities are looking pretty good to me right now. So I'm not even going to knock it.
I work for a company that does 55 plus community. That's all they do. They build a 55 plus.
I have no shame.
I'm going to have to hit you on the back channel because I just turned 55. So I'm eligible now.
There you go.
All options are open.
There you go. So I go back to that because Aaron and I don't have kids, but my siblings have a lot of kids. It's a big family. So I grew up with, when I was 15, I think my first nephew was born. So I've always gotten along well with babies and kids and old people. It's really funny, old people and kids and babies. But so if I ever had kids, yes, Sam, we are the, Gen X, and we're, I get all that. And I think I agree with that. But then also if I had a kid, I'd be like, no, this is unacceptable behavior, because I think I would treat this like my mom would kick me out of the house. You go get some fresh air, go out and play, that kind of stuff. So I think I would be the same way if we had kids.
Yeah, I don't know where things fell apart. I really don't. But the mothers of the parents of the defendants that I'm getting, they are young. They are not themselves our age. Yeah. This is a different segment of the population, and it's like the questions now are not what do you want to be when you grow up, but are you affiliated like with a gang? I need to. I'm not asking them like, hey, you on the football team? It's like, are you known to carry a gun with you all the time? Just checking.
Right.
I tried to get a kid once to tell me, like, I realized why this turned out the way it did, but he's like talking about, is like, I can't remember how old he was. It might have been like 15, gun charge. And I was like, where do you get a gun? Because I like actually truly wanted to know. I was like you're 15. Where do you get a gun? He's like, I mean, well, and I was like, no, but seriously, like your friends, somebody gave it to you. You get it from your parents. Where like you just go out on the street and you're like, here's this gun. Like you don't have money. What do you do? And he's like he was not going to tell me, obviously. He's like, I'm not telling you how that happens. I was like,
breaking
right,
into
anyway,
cars.
I'm like, never
People
mind.
leave.
On.
People leave their guns in their cars. People are leaving their guns in their cars. So you get these kids that first they find a car they can steal, or they just pick a neighborhood and they break into every single car, and the guns more often than not are coming from a car. So you go from a breaking and entering, like burglary of a unoccupied conveyance, right? It's just a burglary charge, to then now they've got a gun and they're in somebody's garage. So now it's burglary of an occupied dwelling and with a firearm charge on it. So as they progress their way down the street and they collect people's belongings, including their weapons, their charges are piling up. So that's where they're getting their guns, is from the cars they're breaking into.
Wow. I would have never thought that. I would have never thought. Yeah.
Public service announcement. Please don't leave your weapons in your cars.
And
well, even if you,
car.
yeah. Wow.
I have a mental health question for the professionals in the group, and this comes from, so we're talking about the evolution or the devolution of society based on social media and smartphones and all of the access to the internet and all of those things and notoriety. But you would think that our mental health services would also be evolving along with that. And in my own personal life, and I'm going to share something very personal here, and I don't have a problem doing it because I have nothing to hide, but I've been diagnosed with PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Pretty much in that order. But I was also told by the therapist that I was working with that there is kind of a hierarchy of trauma in our lives. She labeled it as capital T trauma and little t trauma. So like capital T trauma would be like SA and R and, you know, a lot of those other things, which there are also small t traumas, which are other things that happen in our lives that cause us trauma. I don't know how else to put it. So, but then I was on another chat one time a little while ago, and the person that was running that chat was like, hierarchy of trauma is not a thing. Like if you have trauma in your life, you have trauma. So that's it. Go ahead.
Well, it depends on how you're talking about it. So if you're talking in terms diagnostically, there's only one kind of trauma if you're going to like meet criteria for PTSD, right? So the DSM that you look to says that your safety, your life, or someone else's safety or life, you know, or integrity is being compromised, right? So like you feel like you're going to be killed, you feel like someone else is going to be hurt or killed, you something about your core, you know, like threatening the core of who you are. So it's like R and SA and those kinds of things. So that is all, that's the language that's used. In fact, oh no, it's in my book bag. Let me get out my handy dandy DSM.
Yes.
And I can tell you exactly. However,
I have mine right here if you need it.
However, there are people there are things that happen in our lives, for example, divorce, or, you know, like when my parents divorced, I was an adult, but it was one of the most traumatic moments of my life, finding that out that they were going to get divorced. And I call that a trauma because it affected my reactions to things. It affected, you know, like there are certain things I had to avoid because I just couldn't emotionally handle it, at that time, like anything on TV about divorce or anything like that. So those things don't necessarily qualify you for a diagnosis. However, it will still be diagnosed. Therapists will still diagnose you with it because not everybody like strictly follows the DSM. So what you're talking about is it just depends on your approach. Like, I think that it's fair to describe trauma in a hierarchy. I think that's fair to say. Like, there's the physical threat, you know, to yourself or others that you witness or experience. That's like capital T, like what you're talking about. And then there are other things like divorce, you know,
A house fire.
a house
when I wasn't
fire.
even
Well,
there. Yeah.
yeah, but a house fire could be considered too, because that has themes of like personal, you know, safety.
Well, I wasn't
attached to
there. I
it.
wasn't there.
Oh.
I wasn't there. So yeah.
Okay, but like, losing.
But losing
You know what
everything.
was happening?
Yeah, your
You
son
know
called,
what was
right?
happening when it was happening?
Oh,
Joe, your
Yes.
son called
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
okay,
you
While it
have a
was happening.
perceived helplessness.
Yeah.
yes, that would be
100%.
Right.
Yep,
Right.
and that would definitely be considered. I'm going to look up the wording here because I'm not saying it very well.
Well, it's like when a hurricane or a tornado happens and you're not in that, you know, and you're watching the news and there goes your house floating away, or a tornado, you know,
And you can't do anything.
You can't do a bloody
Right.
thing. Yeah. Yeah.
So
The
this
helplessness.
is
yeah.
So the criteria is exposure. Yeah, exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, or violence, and then it gives the different ways that could happen. So it could be that you're witnessing it happening to someone else, you're learning about it happening to someone, or learning about it happening to yourself, learning about it happening to your house, you know, and experiencing repeated or extreme exposure to the details of those events too. So like when you talk about like vicarious, they say like vicarious trauma or whatever, if somebody's telling you about their own trauma over and over, and someone you're very close to, and you're hearing these details over and over, it can create some symptoms of trauma related
My
disorders.
parents were in a very infamous fire when I was 4, and they pronounced my father dead on the scene, but he wasn't dead. Like 164 people died that night. Wow. And my dad so my whole life he's had like that deep hacking cough, right? Because he had so much smoke and chemical damage to his lungs. And he recently contracted pneumonia, and it's been a battle, like having to tell all these medical providers, like, no, he is not a lifelong heavy chain smoker. You need to look at his lungs. They have been so badly damaged. And this happened in northern Kentucky, southern Ohio. But I'm very cognizant now. It's a fire that changed a lot of the laws about fire exits, you know, making sure people could get out because this particular building had been added onto with no permits. But, you know, I don't remember, obviously, I just remember some fleeting little pieces of it, but because it was an infamous fire, it has been brought up in the press over the years. And then, you know, I'm wondering, as my dad is like in the hospital with only one lobe in his lung, like not sick, how is he reliving any of that? You know what I mean? Like that, because that is such a lifelong trauma. I just I can't even imagine. But for me, apparently, when I was if they were going to do a fire drill at my school, they came and got me first. Because they knew it was going to freak me out.
Yeah.
So, you know,
they did that.
That's nice. Yeah. They were aware of that, and then they took care of you for that. That's that's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
Therapist, you know, it looked like you were taking notes. Were you taking notes?
Oh, I have so many things to say.
Please go.
But it'll go off topic, kind of.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I always think it's interesting, like if you think about 9/11 happening and how some people, of course, have trauma from that and some people don't. And they witness the exact same thing. So I think a lot of it is not exactly what happens, but how you perceived it, how it was experiencing it. Some other human could get a phone call that their house was burning down, and that sucks, but what are you going to do?
Right.
That's not going to be traumatic for them because they don't, it's not a threat to their safety. They don't perceive it as, I don't know how to say that.
Yeah, you're saying it right.
I mean, I don't know, But somebody else, of course, as you did, Joe, like you feel helpless and you can't do anything and your whole life is in this 4 walls. That's traumatic. And so for somebody to even try to categorize big trauma and little trauma and overlooking actual trauma, who is anybody to say one trauma is not trauma and one trauma is trauma? I don't think that's fair.
It's how you
It's all in
process
the
it.
experience of it. Yeah.
How your brain processes what's happening.
I mean, I did have a client that was like, I'm so sorry, I'm 4 minutes late. I couldn't find a parking spot. It was so traumatic. And I said, that's not traumatic.
That's just a turn of phrase. Words.
Yes.
Just a turn of phrase. Yeah.
Called dramatic.
Yeah, dramatic.
Right.
Yeah.
Like my daughter, you know, in middle and high school, how many times do you get embarrassed? That was so embarrassing. Oh my gosh, I'm so traumatized. I'm like, no, you're not traumatized. It's a normal part of life. Like Psychosaurus Rex was talking about that in chat, and it's very right. Like there are some things in life that suck and are like upsetting, but doesn't mean it's traumatic.
Right. Well, how about, I mean, that's just a turn of phrase like, oh, I'm laughing so hard, I'm dying, right? I mean, you put the emoji, the dead emoji. I mean, of course, you're not actually dying. Of course, it's not traumatic, but that just becomes the turn of phrase, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
But think about that one person, though, 4 minutes late because they couldn't find a parking spot. What if they have something that has developed throughout their lifetime of them having to be on time to every appointment every time? Like my mom was habitually late to everything she did. Like when I tried out for the cross country team in high school, I sat and waited for 45 minutes for her to pick me up after practice one day.
Joe, we need to talk sometime.
My mother was not far.
That sounds like a symptom to a cluster of symptoms. It's probably something way bigger.
Yeah.
Very habitual as well. I think if if it happens over time, multiple times, you're going to build up, you know, you're going to start to twitch, you know.
But also you're a kid and you're relying on your parent to come get you.
Yep.
And you're there by yourself. You don't know what's going to happen to you.
Was that traumatic for you?
I mean,
it was.
Yeah,
it was.
It was.
So I am on time for everything now. Like you will never find me late to anything ever.
Same.
If I'm on time, I'm late. That's how I feel about it. And especially if my kids, if I'm late to go pick up my kids, if there's traffic and for some reason I'm going to be 5 minutes late, I'm like, oh my gosh, like I have to hurry up and get there. Like, and then I have to remind myself, okay, this doesn't happen a lot. Like it's going to be okay.
Right. I have
like an anxiety thing.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
I have shown up to Lori Vallow trial at 5 o'clock in the morning and nobody else is there. And I'm like, something might be wrong with me.
No, you're making sure that you are there. You're being professional. You're being responsible.
Right.
You have a community relying on you and you are taking that serious.
Right. Thanks for adding the pressure for the next trial. Thank you very much.
That's what I'm here for. Here, high five. High five. High five.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait, we're on the same side. There we go.
No. No, the other way. Anyway.
No, other hand. Wait.
I can speak for the 9/11 because I was there and I went to
right. You lived in New York.
Yeah, I was there and I worked at Scholastic and we were probably maybe a mile from the towers. And I went down, my mom called, I was on my way to work. I was running some errands and my mom called and she's like, did you just hear the news? And this was like the 852 plane. I think it was 852. And I'm like, no, what happened? She's like, a plane just hit one of the towers. I'm like, oh, wow. Didn't think anything of it. I got on the subway and I went down and there was nobody on the subway. I'm like, this is really weird. You know, I know it's like not rush hour, but this is really weird. Got off and walked and they had an outside atrium where we would have lunch. So I went up there and by the time I got there, the other plane had hit. Right. So everybody, of course, there was no work. Everybody was watching the smoke and all this stuff. And I remember I was talking to a friend and all of a sudden I heard people just screaming. I turned around and the first tower went down. And my first response was, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get home. This is not good. This is not right. And people, as you know, people were extremely traumatized by what they saw. Erin knows people that they were firefighters. She knows people that were directly affected by that. One person, well, I'm not going to go into that. But yeah, so I can honestly look back at that. And I wasn't traumatized. It was a terrible experience, but I'm not seeking therapy for that. I'm not having nightmares over that. So what I witnessed, I guess, was bad, but it wasn't as bad as some other people, obviously. So it wasn't as traumatizing to me as perhaps it could have been for somebody else. So I guess that's what I'm saying. I can speak to that. One person is traumatized by the same event, another one might not be. So
I had a friend actually who was just about to turn 30. We were not close friends, but like our mothers had been. And she was not supposed to go to work that day. She was a flight attendant. And somebody else called in sick. And she went, and she was on the first plane. But of course, I didn't know that. I didn't know that till much later. I don't know if that changed my perspective on any of it or not. But now when I think of 9/11, she's who I think about. You know what I mean? And the last time I'd seen her before that was at a Grateful Dead concert.
Nice. There was story after story after story of people saying, oh yeah, my friend was supposed to go to the towers that day and their kid, got sick, so they couldn't go, or they were supposed to go, but they didn't catch that subway. So they were delayed. And by the time the next subway came, it had already happened. So the subways were shut down. I mean, it was just story after story after story of people that came this close to being there, or unfortunately 3,000 some odd people, were there, so it's, yeah. So don't mean to bring the mood down or anything, Chris. Way to go.
Anyway,
way to go, Squeegee.
So what's fun? Okay, if we want to follow up on that, I'm completely emotionally detached from 9/11. Like, I remember being at work that day and somebody had a TV on somewhere watching it. I don't know if they turned it on after they heard that there was something going on, but the secretary in that office was freaking out. Like, she was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I'm like, I didn't feel that emotional investment in it. And I don't still today, not that I don't respect, especially the emergency first responders that showed up on the scene and lost their lives, and all the people in the towers that lost their lives. Totally have respect for them and appreciate them and honor them, but I don't have any sort of personal trauma related to that. So like you said, Squeegee, like the exact same event can have different responses for all of us.
Yeah. I would say, I think Hellcat posted the Oklahoma City,
oh God, I remember that. I was in Texas then. Yeah.
I remember it happening, but it would be that emotional attachment or detachment. I remember it happening. I remember I was like sad about it, but I didn't experience it. To me, it was like it could have been a country away. I didn't know anybody that was associated with it.
How old were you, Chris, when that happened?
What's that?
How old were you when that happened?
When was the Oklahoma City? What year was that?
Oh, gosh.
Like 94, 95.
Yeah.
No.
So I was
it that late?
20s. Yeah. I
thought
think
it was earlier.
I guess I was in my 20s.
I was in college, and I was in Dallas in college, and I remember watching it with my friends. It's got to be mid-90s. I guess I could look. I am an investigator.
95.
It was 95. Yeah. I was well into my adulthood, but I was heavily into music at that point. I was in like 3 bands, and I was fully invested in a music career. So I guess I used that to just kind of drown out. Same with O.J. Simpson, same with Rodney King. I remember all that happening, but I had so much else going on that was my focus, so I wasn't paying attention to the news. I mean, there were moments, years that would go, I would say maybe months that would go by, half a year that would go by. I wouldn't watch TV because I was just so focused on my career at that point, which was music,
Yeah. So Chris, did you ever think you would be at this point in this discussion on your 1-year anniversary, talking about mental health and trauma?
You know what? I went into this with an open mind, open heart, whatever was going to happen. I had it structured because I feel like you always need to have some kind of structure. But as with anything, it never goes according to plan. And
nope.
and I've grown. I definitely have gotten to the point where I'm not going to try and control something I can't control. So Did I think that we would be here? No, not specifically, but I'm glad we are. I'm glad we found her. I figured having therapist and Dr. Rachel on, eventually we would have gotten into some kind of trauma.
Shut up.
Not to lighten the mood, but I just wanted to show you this.
There you go.
That I bought last year. It's my most favorite coveted
What's
mug.
it say? What does it say? Jackson Unity 2024. That's hilarious.
I love it.
That would have been a good ticket.
You're going to have to buy one for 2025 that has Alessi in there too. Like he's the Secretary of State or something.
Right.
Yes, I know. Or I just need to like get a white paint marker, and add the names on there.
Just keep adding names.
My husband was like, my list came in the mail and he was like, seriously? I'm like, yeah. He's like, how much was that? I'm like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't ask.
He probably thought it was whatever you say, it was too much.
He's like, we did not need another mug. I'm like, I mean, I know, but
of course,
okay.
Of course. Yeah. Can always use more.
Brett's talking about the Challenger.
Oh yeah, I remember that for sure.
We were all in the lunchroom watching it live on television in the 7th grade when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think a lot of kids were watching that. I think
because Krista McCullough was on there. The teacher was going into space. So crazy.
Yeah.
Well, oh, go ahead, Joe.
No, I was just going to say I was in the 9th grade in geometry class, and they pulled the TV out just so we could watch that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, kids, okay. So here's the thing that relates to true crime and trial watching. Kids were already making jokes about ashes falling down and all kinds of things, like while we were watching the news coverage of this story. So that's where humanity goes. Like people, there will be people in society that just have dark humor about things, and that's how they deal with it. And they still do to this day.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess that's a fine line between dealing with something traumatic and then, too soon, or just being, I don't know. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
I was going to say about, we all have moments in our lives where something happens and you go, oh yeah, I remember, like for a generation, it was when Kennedy was shot. For another generation, it's when Reagan was shot, John Lennon, the Challenger, 9/11. So there are these events that happen that you will remember where you were, what you were doing, the clothes you were wearing, whatever it is, you will remember that. So I'll throw it to the therapists. Like, is there a term for that you have, like if something happens, you know exactly where you were. It's just not just a memory. Is there a term for that or anything, or no? Probably not. Okay.
I can't think of a term. I mean, it's just
because it's not traumatic, but I'm holding on to that. Like I know exactly what I was doing during these certain events. I don't think it's traumatic, right?
No, but anything that's highly emotional has potential to kind of be have more neural connections and stay as a memory that's not filed far back.
Don't they call it like a flashbulb memory or something?
That could be.
Yeah, maybe.
That doesn't sound like what I was thinking of, though.
And that sounds like a licensing exam question. Psychosaurus, are you still here? What's it called?
I think it's because you're so emotionally aroused in one of your senses, or the flight, or I don't know, what is it?
It says vivid, detailed memory of the circumstances surrounding a surprising, consequential, or emotionally arousing event, forming a strong, long-lasting memory. The flashbulb. That's you were right. That's what it's called.
Oh hell!
So Psychosaurus is still with us. Yeah, good one.
Yeah.
So you guys are turning into a investigative psychiatric trial watching channel.
Not psychiatric.
Psychological.
Psychological.
Anytime I can move away from the medical model, I will. Okay.
I do not want to be responsible for your medicine.
All that and that. And that.
The Carlos Dominguez trial is really making me understand that, because Aaron kept telling me all the time, I'm like, no, clinical psychologist, not psychiatrist, but now hearing the in the Dominguez trial, we've had 3 psychiatrists and 1 psychologist. And now I'm really starting to understand the difference between the two. So,
and how many for the state and how many for the defense?
That's bupkis for the state. They've brought up no experts, and they got admonished for that. Were you in the chat for that one? For that,
I've had to pop in and out of chat, so I haven't seen all of them.
Yeah, no, and the judge admonished them because the judge admonished the state for not bringing up an expert, and they took like a cross-examination of the forensic digital guy, Brian Chase. He said, this should have taken you 5 minutes and you spent 45 minutes. And they were kind of arguing, the state was arguing about letting in one of the experts, psychiatrist experts. And the judge is like, you guys have not even brought an expert. So just stop it. This argument's you're not going to win this argument, that kind of thing.
Sit down and shut up.
And two of them, yeah, basically. And 2 of them for the defense have been court appointed. The
that's interesting to me.
Yeah.
I don't
the psychiatrist
get how
and the psychologist. Yeah. Go ahead.
Different states are different, but I don't know how, maybe Psychosaurus can fill us in on that, but the difference in being court appointed versus hired by the attorneys privately. Like, I don't know how that works. I mean, if these are public defenders.
Well, they were saying as soon as the NGRI comes up, it triggered, just like in Chloe Driver, it triggered.
Okay, yeah.
It triggered. I guess both psychiatry and psychology got involved. So it triggered that. So that's why they came in, and then they hired this other woman. So they hired a psychiatrist. Okay. Then they had they've had 3 psychiatrists and 1 psychologist on, and only one of them has been hired.
So the court appointed one, so it automatically, if you're going to plead NGRI, but I feel like, so you've probably already, before you plead that, you probably already had an evaluation done to make sure that that's like going to even work out for you. So maybe that's the hired person, and then the court for.
No, she was hired later.
Points?
Yeah, no, she was hired
so
later.
I don't really know how that works in California.
Initially he's brought in and he's just basically catatonic. He's just not eating, drinking, sleeping, and refusing food. So in the holding cell or wherever he was, he had 2. I think he had a social worker and then another mental health professional. I'm not sure what her title was, but then there was a doctor. Dr. Tyler was there, and Psychosaurus knows her. I think Patricia was her first name. So she was the first one that kind of reviewed him. So she wasn't court appointed, but she just was like, there's something clearly wrong with this person.
Well, yeah.
We have to take care of him somehow. And then he was on emergency meds. They finally got him on meds. And then that's when he put the plea deal in, and then that triggered these other evaluations.
So I see what Psychosaurus is saying, and I know that's kind of different everywhere. But what I'm curious about is like, if the court appointed people do their evaluations and neither side wants to call them, do they have
it depends. It depends.
They have to?
It depends on whether it was a confidential expert or not, what kind of a report it was generated, if there was one. So I know you guys are talking about a case I'm not following, but here in Florida, defense attorneys are constantly going and getting, so it's private defense attorneys with the court appointed contract, but so they're going and choosing from a list of
I get
providers.
that part. But what I'm saying is, if those people do the evaluations and they don't want to use them, do they have to? Because they're court appointed?
No, it depends on what you mean by court appointed. Is the judge ordering the prosecution to have someone evaluated? Is that what you mean?
That's what I'm wondering. Is that what that means in
California, there's a statute that's been around, and the judge talked about this. He says there's been a statute on the books and he said the year, and I don't remember. He said you guys could have gotten your own experts, and then these court appointed, there were 2 of them. Either side could have used them. Obviously, the state didn't because both of them were saying, yes, he's got schizophrenia.
What if
so
neither of them want to use them?
They don't have to, I guess.
They just
I don't
want to
think
use
there's
their
any...
own private person.
Oh,
Well,
why wouldn't you? If it supports your theory of him having a disorder, I would say,
if
you know,
I don't know.
I would think that if so to me, court appointed means different things. So if a court orders that a defendant be evaluated, then that defendant has to be evaluated. But motions can be put in by either side. So I'm trying to think how to word this right. There's court orders, right? And then court appointed. So I've only seen where the court actually named the doctor one time. Normally that's not what happens, at least for the defense. If a person is pleading to that, right, they already have they have some kind of counsel. Most people can't afford to hire anybody to work on their case for anything. So you could be on a court qualified list and willing to work for the pay that the state funded commission is willing to pay, which is how it works here, right?
Right.
But when you say court appointed, I don't believe that there's like, at least for Florida, and to my knowledge, to the best of my understanding, we don't have like a list of people that are on the payroll, right? They have to choose whether or not you go on the JAC, you look at the vendor list, you reach out to those specialists and decide.
Right.
If the judge is ordering it, the state's bringing the case. Again, it would fall on the defense. It would fall on the defense.
Yeah.
But court I think court appointed can be confusing, right? Court ordered, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah.
Yeah, they were not court ordered. It was court appointed.
Okay. And they were court appointed.
Yeah,
so
and the judge said,
on the list.
This has been a statute in California for X number of years, whatever it was.
I don't know that that's the same here. Interesting. Okay, so there was a list, and the judge picked from the list.
That I'm not sure. He didn't say.
Or the ones on the list are just considered court appointed, like approved, or I don't know.
Right.
Huh.
Yeah, he didn't say how they were chosen. The defense didn't say how they were chosen.
Psychosaurus Rex. Yeah, I'm in Hillsborough County. Psychosaurus Rex is talking about Pinellas and Pasco.
So that's the list?
Sixth. That's the Sixth Circuit. You don't want to work for the Sixth Circuit. It's a nightmare. Yes, there's a list. I'm on the list.
And the list means you're court appointed. Like you're
no. So what?
Appointed.
So
I know what it means, but
right in the state of Florida, you have to be licensed in whatever your profession is. So I had to get an agency license to get a contract with the JAC, which is the Justice Administration Commission, right? That's who paid all of Sarah Boone's bills. So now I'm on the JAC vendors list, which means if somebody goes in there and they look for an investigator, they can put a motion forward in the court asking to hire a private investigator if the defendant is either indigent for costs or just indigent and has private defense counsel with the same kind of contract. So we're like private vendors with but contracts with the state, if that makes sense. So people will say, oh, we want to hire this certain lawyer because that lawyer was quote court appointed. Well, it's like one of Kristen's wheels or something, it's just a rotation. The judge doesn't pick out the lawyer, right? It's just like, who's the next name on the list? Do you want that case? Okay, you don't. Moving on to the next person. Then when it gets to like the psychiatric or psychological, medical, investigative, or other experts, if you have a contract with the JAC, if you've met their criteria and you agree to work for their money, then you're on a list. But the judge is never going to say, I appoint P.I. Sam to be your investigator, right? It's after the attorney is appointed, then it becomes up to that attorney to hire the experts off the list.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah. Yeah.
So let's shift just for a second to Richard Allen and the Delphi case. And
Sure.
So he was arrested in October of 2022 for the murders of Abby and Libby in Delphi, Indiana. He was held in solitary confinement for months and months and months. He was taken to a state prison. He wasn't taken to a jail. So most pretrial defendants go to a county jail, right? He was taken to the state prison, Westville.
Right.
And eventually, after several months of being in confinement and a few meetings with a state psychologist who was a third-party vendor for the state to go in and diagnose and treat inmates in the prison, he was involuntarily injected with Haldol 3 times. And in the course of that, he offered his multiple confessions. And so the defense never, and I don't know if they didn't ever because they didn't choose to or because they weren't given the funds to. So in Carroll County, Indiana, there is no public defender. There is a list of approved, and this is what took me there, because there is a list of approved attorneys that can be appointed for defense counsel, but there is no public defender's office. That's a small county, small budget. They don't have the money for a public defender, so they hire people off of that list to be the public defenders. At some point in time, they either didn't request or they weren't granted some type of psychiatric evaluation from somebody outside of the state prisons system. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts might be on, I guess the most impressive thing to me about that, like the thing that gives me the most impression, is like involuntary Haldol injections from a state third-party contractor, and also confessions after being in solitary confinement for 4, 5, 6 months.
Asking
anybody who has any thoughts, because it's a hot topic, and if you don't want to weigh in on it, that's fine, but it's a hot topic.
I didn't watch that trial.
Right.
It was very, very tender, and from what I remember, was the state trying to say that Richard Allen was completely competent?
He was competent to assist in his defense, yes.
Yeah. Why did they administer Haldol?
And what is that? I'm not familiar with that. What is that?
Schizophrenia?
Is it antipsychotic?
Antipsychotic
Yeah.
injection, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
so what happens when you give that to somebody who's not psychotic?
Right.
They just are completely out of it.
Yeah.
And so everything they say after that is gospel? What is that?
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
So Joe, what was his, how did his defense, was it a good defense, or was it like, it seems like there was so much there that could have been.
Yeah. So his defense focused on a third party suspect defense. And then at that first hearing that I went to, August 1st, 2024, they made their argument for a third-party defense, and we saw somebody who was an admitted Odinist on the stand. And in the end, Judge Gold did not allow the third-party Odinist arguments into the trial for the jury to see. So it might have been a legal mistake for them to focus on that third-party defense and not focus on the timeline, because it's very much like Karen Reed, where the timeline plays a huge part in his factual guilt or innocence. That day on February 13th, 2017, when they were abducted off of the Monon High Bridge and they were unalived, the Deer Creek was at 3 to 3.5 times its flood depth, but supposedly he's this small guy. He's 5'6". They're almost the same identical height as he is.
Yeah.
He took them across that flooded, swollen creek to the other side of the creek, which is where they were found the next day around noon. So there are a lot of questions. I'm just saying there's a lot of questions. But the discussion we just had about state appointed attorneys and psychiatrists being on, and investigators being on a certain type of list, that's how Brad Rosie and Andrew Baldwin got assigned to be the defense attorneys in that case.
Okay.
And at some point in time, the judge kicked them off the case and said, you can't be on the case anymore. It went to the Supreme Court, the Indiana Supreme Court. They were reassigned to the case, and they probably did way more. But a couple of days ago, they actually came out with how much all of the defense team was paid. This includes investigators and specialists, plus the attorneys. They were all paid over 2 years and 2 months, about $1 million, like $988,000. But it all relates. It's like court appointed, court approved. You're on a list. You know, how much do those attorneys put into that case? I felt like Brad Rosie and Andrew Baldwin put a lot into that case.
Now, just for comparison's sake, is that a lot of money? Not a lot? Does that fall in a range? Like, I have no idea what's a typical.
If that's the county, if that's Carroll County paying for that, their annual budget is like $4 million. So that's
that's a quarter of it.
Yes, exactly.
For one person. Yeah, for one person.
Yes, exactly.
Sam, can you are you able to tell us like what's a typical, like how much was Sarah? Can you tell us how much that cost?
I don't know actually, but that's you can FOIA the JAC and get the billing records. And I think actually Tanika might have them. I have to find out. But you know, that's how I ended up on YouTube. Was I overheard a creator reading out motions for costs, one of which was going to appoint me somewhere along the line. And I was like, this is not a lot of money, and I have to get on here and say something about this because people don't understand the inequality and the amount of money that is spent. Because even if you are using private defense attorneys who have agreed to work for the state on some level, I can't believe who is it that's getting all the money in the Karen Reed case, like $250,000 to retry that case? Brennan.
Oh,
that's crazy. Like, I don't know. The Commonwealth has spent some money trying to take her down, and I don't know of I'm sure there is a Florida prosecution that could match that dollar for dollar, but not one that I'm aware of. Because like I said, the JAC's rates are underfunded. Like, they're capped for an investigator in any circuit, which comes out to like $1,500. So at $50 an hour, I can't do math. How many hours is that? Not very many, right?
Yeah.
If I'm paid $50 an hour and they approve $1,500 as the statutory cap, how many hours is that?
It's like 30.
Right.
Rachel, do you have to leave?
I do have to go here in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I got till 5:30.
Cool. Well, since you only have 2 more minutes, why don't we talk about the show, Dead Serious, before you dash off into the evening?
Sounds good.
Whose concept was it? Yours? Both? You guys were kicking it around?
I think we were kicking it around for a while.
Yeah. Kind of wanted to do something together, not sure what, and went to the bosses.
What's the concept? I clearly know what it is, but tell the people that are watching.
Do you? I don't even know.
Actually, I do. I think I do. It's like trying to wrangle cats, you two.
Is it? I love that.
No.
I love that. That's a compliment. I love it. Because I know how much you love cats, so that's awesome. It's going to be somewhat lighthearted. We're going to cover like a general topic that involves psychology and crime. But it's also going to be a lot of us just kind of bantering and shooting the bull, but not shooting the shit with Squeegee. Not that.
Right.
Not that.
Newton.
It is not. Yeah.
So our first launching episode, we have some really cool audio clips for you guys that I'm not going to tell you what they are, but they are really, you're going to love them. And we're going to talk about, should I tell them what like the big overarching topic is? No?
Oh, sure.
It's going to be a secret. Oh, we're going to talk about sleep disorders. We're going to talk about specifically sleep disorders and crime.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also going to learn some things about us. So I'll leave it at that.
Awesome. Well, so the tagline, if you will, you guys came up with this: slightly sarcastic, probably hilarious, always dead serious.
Yes.
So that does that kind of that encapsulates
very tongue in cheek.
Yeah, slightly
and we
sarcastic.
do have our famous mod Ken Rosenberg is going to do a little something for us too. So we'll wait. We'll leave you hanging on that too. But
oh, good, because I don't know that either. What's Ken going to do?
Yeah.
We have to have a talk. We have to have a talk about that.
I don't know.
We will need chat participation as well. So y'all got to show up.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yep. So that's Monday, 10 a.m. And the reason I picked that because that's going to roll. It was supposed to roll right into Lori, but now Joe, it seems like Lori might. They still have to pick a jury, so that might happen. It still might happen, but it wouldn't be in the morning now. It would, because we thought she would start 10:30, but now it looks like it's going to go into the afternoon.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So ideally, I wanted to roll that right into Lori, but we still have Carlos. We can, because Carlos is going to be on the stand, so we're not going to give up on Carlos. He's taking the stand Monday, so we are definitely going. So
that's wild.
Yeah. So whatever we talk about, it's going to be either Lori delusions or Carlos's schizophrenia, or both. We can talk about both, and whatever else you guys bring to the table. So, oh yeah, Newton, just going over footage. Apparently, I got the whole speech of Carlos. I have cache recording on. Awesome, thank you. For those that don't know, we're covering a trial out of California. Carlos Dominguez, and Newton is the camera operator, and he's been in our chat. He called in yesterday. So yeah, very excited to have Newton around. So Rachel,
cool. Yeah, I'm really excited.
All right, cool.
Congratulations. Wait, I just want to say something really quick.
Sure.
I know you guys already know this, but Aaron and Chris have created a community here. They are good people. I just want to say that. You guys are good human beings. You have the biggest hearts. You work harder than anybody I know. If you guys don't know what it means to create a YouTube channel, like they work like 24/7 on this. It feels like the hours are so long. The prep, and they do their other jobs too. So I have so much respect for you guys. You work your butts off for what you have created this. Like this wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for you two. Like all these people in chat, all of us here sitting talking, and like the friends we made. You guys created that. It's amazing. I have a lot of respect for you guys, and thank you so much for letting me be part of it, because this has been awesome. You guys are the best.
Right on.
Thank you.
Amen.
Yeah. Thank you for that, and we are so happy that you are such a huge part of it. Yeah. Oh, what was
thank
that?
You. I wish you would have worn the headband. We got to think of something for Monday.
Yeah, it goes away.
Oh, it's cute though.
Where is that? As a necklace, maybe?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be upside down. Upside down. It's all right. We get it. It's gorgeous.
I can make it work.
All right.
Love it.
All right, Dr.
guys,
Rachel. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
Thank you.
I love you.
Bye.
I am going to jump off of here because I have a stream coming that I'm not ready for.
8:15 or 7:15?
We're doing 8:15 for summertime to accommodate for people playing outside and having fun. So I echo what Dr. Rachel just said. You and Aaron have been fantastic people. You guys have worked hard and created a great community, and you certainly helped me be a YouTube channel, since I yeeted myself out of my very first stream, and Aaron somehow found the people and me and got us all back on here. And I really appreciate you guys so very, very much. And I'm sorry that I can't be in chat more often, but somebody's got to feed that really fat cat named Henry. So
well, thank
unfortunately, I haven't reached the point where YouTube could pay the bills, but thank you for getting me over 1,000 subscribers today. I really appreciate you guys very much. And for having me. And Joe, it was nice to meet you. It's good to put a face to a name. I haven't seen I know of your participation, but I haven't seen you. So it's really good to meet you. And
Likewise,
really,
Sam.
Likewise. Really good. I'd love to talk to you again sometime.
Absolutely.
And Kristen, you owe me trivia. That's
yes,
all I'm going to say about that. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to write it down.
Yeah, you should. You should have written it down 6 months ago.
I did. It's on a sticky note somewhere.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
you. And
yep.
I hope I'll see some of you in my stream tonight.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We will be there. And I hope everybody that's watching, 76 of you that are watching, please join us over at Florida PI Sam tonight at 8:15 Eastern.
Yes. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right.
Bye, guys.
We'll see you later.
Congratulations.
Bye. Thank you. All right. Bye.
And then there were 3.
And then there were 3. Is it time to get to trivia? Are we what games are we playing? What was
I don't know trivia.
Oh, deal with the wheel.
You're a liar.
Did I not already say this? I swear to God, I did not. I didn't do anything with trivia. I can.
Okay. So what's the deal with the wheel?
I put everybody's name on it who sent a super chat.
Okay.
Oh.
Or gifted memberships. That's not a mod.
Gotcha.
And then I'm going to spin it, and then I'm going to send the winner Squeegee's coloring book of their choice.
Okay. I gotcha. Yes, Sinbad. Yes. No, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
I'm in trouble.
No. Sinbad, yes, we will be doing nightly collaborations. And actually, Joe, we have to figure out, do you want to do Monday? Like last time we did every other day. Do you want to
let's get Dizzy involved in this conversation.
Gotcha. All right. That's for another time. I hear you.
Yep.
All right. Let's see. What else can we talk about? Joe, I was going to ask you about like sports and stuff, but we don't have to. We don't have to.
I know a little bit about sports, but I'm just a casual observer, but I'm probably a little more than a casual observer. I've been a Braves fan since 1987. I've been a Purdue Boilermakers fan since like 1984-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What?
Is that a drink?
Yes, it is.
It actually is. Yes,
it is. You put a shot in a beer, I think, right?
That's what you've been a fan of?
Yeah.
A shot of whiskey. Oh yeah. Well, probably not.
I'm being serious. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a beer, and you take a shot of whiskey and you put it in the beer. But Purdue it's just like Texas Longhorns or whatever. What's the?
Oh, I didn't hear Purdue.
Yeah, Purdue. Yes.
I just heard Boilermaker.
Yes. Yeah. And I meant the school, I meant the university, not the drink.
Yeah. How did they get their name? How did Purdue get their name?
There are lots and lots of stories behind it. And that is one of them. The drink is one of them, but there are other stories too.
Gotcha. Dwayne is going to take off. All right, Dwayne, always good to have you in the chat. Dad Grampy1 is watching trials all day. Thank you for watching, Dwayne. Really appreciate it. Joe, one of the questions I was going to ask you is about what's the most intense trial you covered, but I'm going to guess it's probably Delphi. Or is there another one?
There were intense moments in both, but I went to every single day of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial, and I only went to 2 days of the Delphi trial plus a pretrial hearing. Mm-hmm. But you know what? In the August 1st hearing, which was a pretrial hearing on the third party suspects, the Odinists, I was sitting in the back of the courtroom. I was actually sitting just behind Bob Mata.
Mm-hmm.
And they brought in Richard Allen from the back of the courtroom. So when he was on trial, he got to be in street clothes and he got to come in the regular door. He didn't come in through the back of the courtroom. But on that day, on the pretrial hearing, he came in through the back of the courtroom and he literally walked within like 3 feet of me because I was in the back of the courtroom. And he was rolling his eyes and he was rolling his head and he was like giving the gallery side eye, and it was really weird and it was really intense.
Wow.
And I couldn't figure out if he was pretending to be crazy or if he actually was crazy, if he was on antipsychotic medication. Like, I couldn't figure out what was going on with his eyes and his head. He was rolling them both. And there were only like 2 other people in the gallery that noticed the same thing, but it was intense. That was an intense day.
Right.
I have also made eye contact with Lori Vallow, and that wasn't necessarily intense. It was just more kind of weird than intense.
Who? Let's see. You made contact with Lori. She made contact with you. Did you like? What did you get a sense of her? Like, was it just like
She's
dead
full
eyes, or she's
no, definitely not dead eyes. She's full of herself. Like, when she looks to make eye contact with people in the gallery, she's trying to, and I'm going to use the word, and it's not a literal word, but she's trying to seduce you. Like, she's trying to make you like her. She's trying to be like, hey, I'm here. I'm pretty. I'm cute. I shouldn't be guilty.
Right. Okay. What's the deal with her? She did it in the other pretrial hearing for Charles with the off the shoulder. Like, why is she allowed to wear orange off the shoulder? Like, what's the deal with that?
I don't know, because if she's trying to seduce Judge Bareski, it's not working. He's over it. He's over her. Like, he's done with her. But she was showing undergarment strap. Like, she had her orange jumpsuit so far off the shoulder that we could see her undergarment on her shoulder.
Right.
And I'm like, that's so high school. That's
absolutely. And I think Aaron said, oh, she has a larger, shirt or jumpsuit or whatever it is. And I was like, well, why would they not give her a proper size? Why would they give her a size that was too large?
Right.
Can she request that, or?
She probably has to take whatever they give her, but maybe she has lured some of the jail people into giving her what she wants. I mean, that's what she does.
Right.
But I noticed, so the one day that I went, so May 14th, there was a hearing. There was a pretrial hearing for her, and I showed up to court really, really early, which is what I do. And her hearing wasn't until the 10th, and they opened the courtroom at 8:15 in the morning. So I went inside the courtroom and I sat there for Judge Bareski's other hearings, his morning docket before Lori Daybell. And the other prisoners that were in orange jumpsuits, those were dirty and nasty, and they had been wearing them for days and days and days. Her orange jumpsuit was bright and clean and pressed that day. So
interesting, because they know that there's going to be press. They know that there's going to be cameras on her. Maybe they want to make sure that people aren't saying, hey, wait a minute, why is she wearing such dirty clothes? What's going on with that jail?
Right. So it's either she's manipulating somebody, or they're just making that conscious decision to give her those bright, clean, pressed clothes.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. Therapist, I wanted to, while you're on, because originally I was going to have you on, I think, by yourself, and then Rachel, you guys were going to be together. You were on one of our shoot the shits with, and we were talking about your experience with your little friend there. Well, whatever you want to call it, your supernatural experience. What's the latest on that? And if you want to talk about what happened, what you texted me the other day, if you want to talk about that, you don't have to. Because that gave me chills. I read that. I woke up in the morning. I looked at my phone. I'm like, I literally got chills reading that. But go ahead.
I have a ghost or a spirit or whatever you want to call it that's been around most of my life. I don't have a name for him because I always felt it would be disrespectful to give him a name that wasn't his name. I don't know who it is. Aaron has a name for him. I don't remember.
I forget now too. Yeah, she'll hear. She'll pop.
She'll tell me. But I have a 17-year-old son. He'll be 18 on Monday. Yep. Came home the other night and said, I was turning on our road and there was like black human shaped like blobs or something around. And my husband has said this too, but those black human shaped blobs are always not a good energy. He gets very scared. He doesn't like to talk about it. But my son said he didn't feel any sort of way until he felt like they started like coming at him.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was driving down our road, and then he could hear like skin on asphalt, like running fast. And I said, was it like an animal and I can like gallop with my hands? Like, did it sound like that?
Right.
It's like, no, it was a person. Like, okay, so it was like bipedal or whatever. It's like, yes. And he said he felt scared then because they were chasing, or it was chasing. But it went away, I guess. And then when he pulled up to our gate, he saw one just standing there, and then it was gone. He was not scared. He didn't feel anything. It was like nothing. And he hasn't brought it up since. So I don't know what that is.
Gave me chills reading. I'm rereading it back, and I don't know, as I was reading it, it just gave me chills. And that's, I think I asked, I said, well, I'm getting chills from that. Is he okay? Yeah, it didn't seem to bug him one bit, which was odd. So
related or unrelated to the companion that you've had in your life for a while?
I've never seen a black blob. I've never seen an apparition. Really. I just have things move and stuff, and I hear footsteps, and
it makes me think of the movie Ghost. Black blobs make me think of that movie.
But they're evil, and like the black blobs are not good.
Generally, that's the way that we've been, I don't know, taught, or something that's black is generally in just in the ghost realm. But this is a good point. Have you ever thought to ask him his name? But you don't want to know his name, right?
I don't know. I'm not interested in asking him his name, so I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Lynn says, do you feel like the person you feel around you is protective?
Yes.
And I thought this too, and I'm glad Sinbad asked this. I was going to talk to you about this. Do you think there's anything that has to be that relates to you? Do you think your son is picking up, something that is within you? Since you're able to see this, you've been seeing this your entire life.
Maybe. I've never been one to tell him what he can or can't do, or if he needs to be religious and what kind of religion, or any of the things. I just need him to be a kind human and a decent human and be respectful. And he's perfect. So, but he does know me, and I am that buzzword empath. I am very much, and I feel very much of everybody around me. So he could very well be. He's very tender.
Yeah. Interesting. That Carlos, he mentioned, or at least in his defense, has mentioned, that he saw shadow figures, but these are not, you wouldn't consider these shadow figures, right? You're not getting a negative or a positive. It just is.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just is. It's just like, there's
the wind.
There's a tree. There's the wind. There's just, it just is. Yeah. All right. And have you had any experiences since we talked, which was, gosh, I don't even know when we talked, a couple months ago.
No, I was thinking about that the other day. It's been since long before my birthday, I think, which was in March. It's been a while.
Do you think this, with your mom, do you think that it has calmed down because of that?
No, I have felt her. My mom died on April Fool's Day, everybody, and she would think that was so funny. And I'm good, I promise. But I have an automatic trash can in my office at work, and it only opens if you go put your hand over the sensor. And the other day I was in a session, an intake session. So it was the very first session with the new client who like scared of her shadow, anorexic, like she's very fragile.
Mm-hmm.
And my trash can just pops open and she just shit herself, not literally, but like freaked out. And I was like, and I almost was like, that's my mom. I just know it is. But I didn't say that to her because she would run away. That's fine. It's just like dying. The battery's dying or something. Oh.
Yeah,
but I know my mom was laughing at that.
Right.
Hysterical.
Joe, we've never talked about that. Have you ever had any experiences that are considered not of nature?
Like maybe somewhat paranormal, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. But
yeah.
I'm not going to talk about them tonight, but I might sometime in the future.
I gotcha.
I was into ghost hunting, like seriously at one point in time. And I had an app on my phone that was like a ghost hunting app. And you like just click play on it and like opens up and it like gives you the EVIs, you know, it like reads this, supposedly reads the
energy
radio frequencies for voice phenomenon, and it also will detect visual phenomenon. And this is when I was living in the house that eventually had the house fire that was built in like 1955. And one night I'm just like sitting on the couch and I'm like, okay, I'm going to open this app up, and it caught a photo of like 50 globes of light that were like coming into the house from the garage. And the garage was an area that had like a whole lot of the old historic things in it that we hadn't removed yet. And of course, my wife at the time, now my ex-wife, was like, oh my gosh, that's just the app, like doing something stupid, something silly. It's just like talking to you into believing something. But I mean, there were like a whole bunch of globes that came into the house that were captured. I mean, that's just one of those. There are other times when I was doing ghost hunting things that I encountered interesting experiences.
We had Aaron's mom passed away, and I think Aaron got an app. Aaron, you'll have to, I don't remember because it was so long ago, but she had an app that would pick up, I think just sounds, or you would ask it questions. I can't remember right now because it had been a while. It's been a while now. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. I'm trying to think I know, Kristen, we had this conversation. I'm trying to think. I don't have anything like concrete that I can relay, but I get into numbers, and I get into, like, I see, like, my dad was born February 22nd. So 22, 222, 222. Right. So I see that a lot. Certain numbers have a lot of meaning and significance to us because of basically generally when a family member has passed over. And it's just funny, like I'll always look over at the clock and it's 222. You know, I don't know if that's me just trying to put importance onto that, or I'm just trying to find and making something that's not there, or if it's actually happening. I'm not here to judge it one way or the other. I just think it's freaking cool. And I love it. I love it when it happens, you know? So do you guys have any experience like that? Do you have any numbers or movie, like you're thinking about your mom who passed, or your grandmother, and then all of a sudden, oh, her favorite movie was Gone with the Wind, and then boom, oh my God, Gone with the Wind just popped up in my, in my feed or something like that, stuff like that. Signs, I suppose it could be called.
Right. The number 8 is a very strong number in a lot of areas of my life. It's in my social security card. It's in my driver's license number. It's
your channel.
The number. What? No way.
So much so you doubled it.
Right. Well, that's the year I graduated high school.
That's what I figured. Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yep. But yeah, the number 8 repeats a lot. But there are other multiple repeating numbers: social security card and my driver's license. I don't know how much stock I put in them. There was somebody that was in my life a while ago that put a lot of stock in numerology, and I couldn't quite get into that as much as they were, but it's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you heard of the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon?
I have not, but I may have heard of it, but I don't know it by that name.
It's
what is it?
Just frequency illusion. Like you once you notice things and you notice that you notice them, then you start to notice them everywhere. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
you got a red Subaru and now they're all over the road.
Yep. I remember that back. Yep. When I first learned to drive, I was like, yeah, I didn't know that's what it was called. I figured of course it had a name for it, but yeah. You buy a new car and then all of a sudden you see it everywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
And confirmation bias plays into that because you notice and remember every time it appears, reinforcing the idea that it's everywhere.
Right. Yeah.
The white Hyundai Elantra in Idaho 4.
Yeah.
Like people see that everywhere, even when it may not be there, but it may be there.
Right. And that's with numerology is you kind of start like making things fit into the numbers that you're wanting to see, because you can basically do that with any number.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's hard to know if it's legit or not with some people.
I think it's fun. I'm not living my life by it. I'm not denying it either. I'm just acknowledging it, recognizing it. And when it happens, I'm like, oh, that's cool. And it makes, if the worst thing that happens, it makes me think of a loved one that's passed on,
then what's wrong with it?
What's wrong with that? Yeah. So, but, all right, guys, it is almost 6 o'clock here. We've been streaming for 6 hours and, I'm kind of, I think I'm going to go relax. So
yeah, let's go touch some grass, get some sunshine. Oh wait, it's too late. No, is it? No, you can still get some sunshine, right?
It's going down. It's going down behind the trees, but that's okay. I can see it out the window very clearly, but I want to thank both of you. I want to thank all of our guests. Joe, before you go, are you doing a stream tonight, tomorrow? Where can we send people?
I will probably do a Brandon trial prep stream tomorrow night on Joe Schmo 88. You guys have posted it multiple times on here, so everybody knows where to find it. I will be doing live court updates on JS Media _88 on Twitter throughout the trial. But trying to balance that with also paying attention to the jury and the defendant and the witnesses and the judge and Lori. I mean,
it's a lot.
It is.
It's a lot. Yeah, you got to find that balance, and we appreciate the recaps that we do. I love that. And the majority of our chat always is asking, ask Joe to, or you see the questions. What did the jury think about that? What did Lori do about that? Not that I want you to stop taking your notes, but do whatever you feel is most comfortable.
Yeah. Well, your chat has been amazing for me in evolving as a content creator, because I'm looking for the things that intelligent people want me to be looking for. And your chat has been amazing in helping me concentrate on those things and not just on my notes, not just doing the Nate Eden notes. So thanks to your chat so much for that. Congratulations to you on 1 year. That's amazing.
Thank you. And so August, are you going to be doing a 1 year anniversary in August? You gonna
Probably so.
All right, we're crashing it. We're crashing it.
All right.
All right, Joe. Thanks so much, man. We'll see you tomorrow on your stream, and then I guess Monday we have to figure out. We'll talk about that offline.
Yep, we'll get together with Dizzy and figure it out. All right,
Sounds good, man. All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, they're pissed. All right.
Ready?
Wait. Let me spin it. Put it on the other side.
I can't see shit. Okay.
Move it to your right. Yep. Keep coming. Okay, ready? And spin. Wait, go. All right, this is for the person to win. They're winning a coloring book?
Yeah.
Okay, you're up for winning one of these. Do we know which one?
We get to pick.
Okay. All right. So
Mary Tedeschi.
Oh, Mary. Awesome. Mary, are you still in the chat? Mary Tedeschi. Come on down, Mary. So
thank you so much for the super chats.
Yes. Oh, yeah, of course. So she gets to choose which one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool.
I'll send it to her. You don't have to send it to her. I said I would send it to her.
Okay. All right. Oh, I was just trying to figure out which one that she was going to choose if she's here.
I know, but
all right.
We'll find her.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll have to remember that. Mary, yeah, here, let's Mary Tedeschi. Just want to put that up. So if you're watching on replay, Mary Tedeschi, you won.
Can I do one more?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Do as many as you want.
Sarah and Schockenhauer. Did you get that?
Wait, which one?
Sarah.
Oh, Sarah
Schockenhauer.
Yeah. Sarah Schockenhauer. Are you still around?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm going to do one more.
Okay.
Last one.
Last one. Yes, dinosaurs, Psychosaurus.
Pammy.
Who?
Pammy.
All right, Pammy. Here, I got. Let me take these notes. All right, so hold on. Before I forget. All right, so Pammy, Sarah,
Mary,
Shock and Horror, and Mary Tedeschi.
Pammy always wins.
Pammy does always win. What is it with you, Pammy? All right, so this this is what we're talking about. It's one of them, in case you missed it earlier. These are books that I created as part of the side project. Right. So these little guys. So that's one of them. And I did two more. I did two altogether, and then this is mandalas. Right. So this was kind of an ode to my mom because she used to love to do like word. I was going to do word puzzles too and word searching, but these are just mandalas. So yeah. So there you go. So thank you, therapist, for
You're welcome.
For that. I love the fact that you always come in with games. I think it's so cool.
They're fun.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, do you have any last words you want to say before you leave us?
Nope. I just hope everybody's taking care of their insides as well as their outsides. And this stuff is hard and heavy. And so take care of yourselves.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you,
lots
therapist.
of life outside of the screen.
There is. Please go enjoy the rest of your evening and your weekend. And
do you have baby kittens yet?
We do not. No.
Right.
Yeah, update on the baby kittens is not yet. Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of thought it might be on the stream. It might have happened, but it did not. So.
She's so selfish.
How dare she keep holding on to those kittens when everybody wants her to give birth?
Yes.
All right.
Thank y'all. Congratulations. Thank you for everything.
No, thank you. Thank you for being on with us, and we will definitely be talking to you later.
Okay. Bye, guys.
All right. Bye. All right. And with that, we are going to say thank you and thank you for being a part of this. Thank you to everybody that gave a super sticker, all the memberships. It was fantastic. You guys are great. Thank you to our guests. We had on SneakySide. Thank you to Recovery Addict. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to Joe Schmo. Thank you to True Crime Addict, Katya. Thank you. P.I. Sam. Thank you to Therapist Juno and Dr. Rachel. Thank you guys. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mod squad. And as always, I will leave you. See what she does? Do you see the drool? You see what she did? That's what Super Bowl did. So thank you guys so much for making our 1 year anniversary celebration stream such a wonderful experience. You guys are the best. This is a fantastic community. We're up to 7271. I think when we started, we were at 7260, I think. I forget. But anyway, thank you for all the new subscribers. Thank you to the new members. And definitely come back for a live chat. Let us know that you're lurking, that you're interacting with us. We definitely want to hear from you and help build this community. And you guys that have been with us from the beginning, continue to make this a great community. I am truly humbled by the love and compassion that goes on in this community. And I love the humor as well. You guys bring a lot of humor to us. So for those that do that, we appreciate you as well. So with that, I'm going to say goodbye. I have no ending credits or music. So let's see, or maybe I do. Let me see. Do I have something I can end this with? Let's see here. Oh, I do. Okay. I will see you guys. We're going to Dead Serious, which is going to be 10 a.m. It's going to be 10 to 12-ish. Not going to set a hard rule, but it'll be 10, basically 10 to, starting at 10 on Monday morning. And then Carlos Dominguez is going to be at 12:15. Don't forget, he goes on. He's going to take the stand. So that's going to be crazy bonkers. Deanna, I believe Deanna's going to be there. We know Newton, he's the camera operator. He's going to be there. So definitely, check that out with us. And then Lori Daybell, as soon as she starts, we're going to be covering her as well. And then we'll be doing daily recaps at night with Joe Schmo. So with that, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you guys hopefully on Monday. Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah.